Chapter 424. When Balans heard that this method of circulation could make him stronger, he immediately focused his attention, not daring to relax in the slightest. A large amount of killing intent filled Balans's body. It was guided by the demonic yuan and slowly circulated within his meridians, gradually forming a standard and perfect path. Every time a round of circulation ended, Balans could feel that there seemed to be something extra in his body. However, Balans could only try his best to remember the circulation method of the killing intent, but was unable to control the circulation of the killing intent himself. Pay attention, this is a mnemonic chant. Only by remembering this mnemonic chant and being able to understand how to use it, will you be able to control the circulation of the killing intent in your body without the guidance of my demonic yuan. Han Shuo said in a low voice beside Balans's ear. Balans's mind trembled, not daring to move an inch as he waited for Han Shuo's narration of the mnemonic chant. To him, everything Han Shuo did for him was so novel, and every word Han Shuo said was so profound and mysterious. Balans knew nothing about this unknown martial art, but he had already learned of the wonders of this martial art from Han Shuo. Seeing that the opportunity was right before his eyes, he didn't dare to relax no matter what. Han Shuo's deep voice sounded beside Balans's ear. Balans no longer let his imagination run wild. When Han Shuo's voice sounded again, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and listened attentively to Han Shuo's narration. Regardless of whether he could immediately understand it or not, the first thing he needed to do was to memorize the mnemonic chant. Han Shuo repeated it 3 times in a row, and then slowly explained some basic knowledge of demonic arts. After all, demonic arts from another world were different from all the martial techniques and magic systems of the profound continent. As a native who had never come into contact with demonic arts, it was by no means an easy task for Balans to understand the true meaning of those mnemonic chants in a short period of time. Han Shuo patiently described to Balans some common-sense questions, and then explained in detail how to make Balans memorize the mnemonic chant. Regardless of whether Balans could understand it or not, Han Shuo told Balans everything he knew about the god-slaying devil path. Alright, I'll leave a portion of the demonic yuan in your body to help you form a vortex to absorb the killing aura. You'll have to figure out the rest by yourself. Remember any questions you don't understand, and I'll explain them to you when I'm done with my business, Han Shuo instructed Balans when he saw that it was about time. A few strands of demonic yuan that were originally circulating in Balans's body suddenly changed course and converged at Balans's chest. Slowly, the strands of demonic yuan began to revolve in an arc, driving the killing aura that filled Balans's body. Gradually, a vortex that was hard to see was formed in Balans's body. After the vortex was formed, a seemingly tangible killing intent suddenly emanated from Balans's chest. The dense killing intent was like a sharp unsheathed sword, carrying the desire to destroy and slaughter. At this moment, the omnipresent killing aura that lingered in the air suddenly seemed to be drawn by the same source of energy from Balans's chest. Strands of it converged towards Balans's chest. Balans was indescribably ecstatic. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move, Balans would have already knelt in front of Han Shuo and kowtowed in gratitude. As the direct beneficiary of this killing aura, Balans had never sensed the flow of the killing aura so clearly before. The vortex formed in his body was like an incomparably mysterious force, slowly absorbing the killing aura that lingered in the northern city district. The killing aura converged at his chest, and was then transformed by the vortex in his chest into strands of icy cold energy that dispersed throughout his body. Balans still hadn't understood how to use this energy, but he could clearly tell that this energy contained a terrifying destructive power. A type of energy that no ordinary person would be able to absorb entered his body in strands. Not only did it not cause any damage to his body, but it instead became a type of energy that gradually merged with the killing aura in his body. This kind of feeling was definitely not something that could be described with the word awesome. Alright, stay here and don't move. You only need to carefully comprehend what I just said to you. Your current body hasn't been properly tempered, your bones aren't tough enough, and many of your meridians aren't open yet. The amount of killing aura that you can temporarily absorb isn't much. When you feel that your body can't bear it anymore, forcefully pat your chest to disperse the vortex, and you will be able to stop absorbing the energy. Han Shuo had already quietly let go and instructed Balans. Without waiting for Balans to say anything, he had already flown to another rooftop in a remote part of the castle. Rao Yong's soldiers were still fighting unceasingly. The sky above Asan City was filled with energy that was beneficial to Han Shuo. Balans could absorb a little with Han Shuo's help, and Han Shuo, whose strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds, could naturally absorb more energy with the Demon's Lair edge. If Han Shuo stayed by Balan's side, once Han Shuo began to absorb the energy, the enormous energy in the surroundings would directly rush into Han Shuo's body. If Balans and Han Shuo were to stay together, the killing aura that he could absorb would be affected. Not only would the absorption speed be greatly reduced, the quality would also be weakened. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo wanted to leave Balan's side. The demonic yuan within Han Shuo's body circulated wildly, forming an enormous whirlpool in the sky above Han Shuo's head. Compared to the whirlpool within Balan's body, the whirlpool formed outside Han Shuo's body was thousands of times larger. Supported by demonic yuan, the whirlpool began to slowly revolve. The various kinds of killing aura that lingered in the northern city district suddenly converged into the whirlpool above Han Shuo's head like a trickle of water converging into the ocean. For a moment, the sky above the castle changed color. The ordinary people felt as if the pressure enveloping their bodies was slowly lessening. However, the experts' faces changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky with a strange expression. Two strange phenomena appeared in the sky above the castle. One was the blood cloud formed by the Demon's Lair edge, and the other was a strange, enormous black whirlpool. With the Demon's Lair edge as the center, the blood cloud rapidly absorbed all kinds of chaotic energy of fear and hatred that lingered in the northern city district, while the enormous black whirlpool was frantically devouring the soaring killing aura. The sudden appearance of these two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district caused many experts to be shocked by the negative energy that shrouded the entire northern city district. Lord Blunt, do you feel it? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus asked that sacred knight with a somewhat grave expression. The sacred knight called Blunt frowned as he looked at the two strange phenomena in the sky above the northern city district. He said in a deep voice, "I can feel the evil energy that exists there. I'm very unfamiliar with this kind of energy. It's filled with chaos, slaughter, and madness. It's quite different from the energy of the Calamity Church. What's going on?" Seeing that sacred knight Blunt, who had extraordinary experience, didn't even know, Dempus was somewhat astonished. He muttered to himself, "My mental strength allows me to feel that this energy originates from the soldiers who died in battle. However, isn't the energy of the soldiers supposed to return to heaven and earth? How can it be bound together by some kind of energy? This is too inconceivable. Damn it. If it wasn't for Karel and Sabaka's being here, we could have gone over to investigate. However, we can only look on helplessly now. We don't even know what's going on." Sacred Knight Blunt said angrily, but he was helpless. The spectacle in the sky originated from the sky above the castle stationed in the northern city district. Obviously, it was related to the people inside the castle. However, that area was heavily guarded and protected by two saint-rank experts. Even if it was Blunt and Dempus, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter and take a look. While Blunt and Dempus were indescribably shocked, the few experts inside the castle similarly turned pale with fright. Each and every one of them raised their heads to look at the strange phenomena that had appeared above their heads. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on. The blood clouds emitted by the Demon's Lair edge formed a bewitching blood-red color under the illumination of the sunlight, enveloping the entire area around the castle. After the sunlight was blocked by the blood clouds, it completely turned the ground into a blood-red color, mixing with the blood that was everywhere on the ground. The battlefield had completely turned into a world drenched in blood. This kind of glaring and bewitching blood-red color seemed to have the power to incite endless hatred from the bottom of one's heart on the battlefield. Both parties who were fighting became even more reckless. Everyone seemed to have turned into killing machines, crazily unleashing savage attacks on the enemy. The losses on both sides were increasing. The enormous whirlpool formed by Han Shuo's demonic yuan was like a crazy black abyss, rapidly devouring the killing intent that soared into the sky above the northern city district. Some grand magi and great swordsmen could feel the change in energy. The two sacred rank experts, Sabakas and Karel, could even more clearly sense it. The two of them had astonished expressions, frightened by the strange phenomena in the sky. The changes in the sky above their heads had occurred above the castle. The two of them thought that the enemy was carrying out a destructive attack against the castle, causing them to be at a loss of what to do. You must immediately destroy these two strange phenomena. This is definitely the enemy's move against us. Forenza was also somewhat flustered. He had heard of the destructive might of some forbidden magic. If the phenomena above their heads were the prelude to the brewing of two destructive forbidden magic spells, then this area would most likely be plunged into an abyss of misery. Even if Forenza was good at leading troops, it would be absolutely impossible for him to escape from such a large area of effect attack. The two sage rank experts glanced at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Sabakas hesitated for a moment and said doubtfully, "The energy formed by the two spectacles above us is a little strange. I don't think it's something that the Church of Light or Dempus can create. This energy is filled with chaos and slaughter and is as different as night and day from their energy. Something isn't right." "I also don't think so. If Ashburn's side had the help of the Calamity Church, then I can believe that this is a terrifying magic attack against us. However, this energy clearly carries an evil aura. Furthermore, the Calamity Church will definitely not work together with the Church of Light. Therefore, this can be ruled out. If that's the case, then it's really a little strange." Carol's face was also filled with doubt as he slowly explained with his own understanding. After listening to the two of them, a thought suddenly flashed through Ami's mind and he said, "Could it really be the doing of the Calamity Church and their goal is to attack Ashburn's group? That, the Church of Light's sacred knights are there. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light have always been mortal enemies. Could it really be them who took action?" Actually, there was another reason that Amis didn't say. As one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, Amis understood Han Shuo more than anyone else. He knew that Han Shuo seemed to have some connection with the Calamity Church. Usually, the Church of Light's mortal enemies would be targets that the Church of Light would do their utmost to rope in. Since the Church of Light wanted to make Han Shuo their mortal enemy, then the Calamity Church would definitely try to win over Han Shuo and build a good relationship with Han Shuo. However, saying this would damage Han Shuo's image. To people like Amis, Karel, Bokas, and Sabakas, regardless of the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they were merely a religion. They weren't like ordinary people who revered and loathed the two organizations, nor would they have any prejudice against Han Shuo because of what Amis said. However, some of the ordinary nobles of the Lancelot Empire instinctively rejected the Calamity Church. In order to prevent these people from having a bad impression of Han Shuo, Amis didn't say this reason. Sabakas, Karel, and the others were suddenly startled when they heard Amis' explanation. Shortly after, the two of them looked at each other before Karel opened his mouth and said, "That's also possible." "Humph. What if this is really an attack aimed at us? If you don't take action and deal with it, the large-scale destructive magic will descend upon us. At that time, there will be no need for us to fight this battle. We'll have fun together," Forenza shouted at the two of them. After hearing Forenza's words, Karel and Sabakas became hesitant and didn't know what to do. If they made a mistake in their judgment, then an unpredictable situation would occur. Even the two of them wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Just as everyone was hesitating, Emily walked over from the second floor. Emily heard the chattering of the crowd from afar and came over to cover her mouth and laugh tenderly, saying, "It's definitely Brian's doing. You guys don't have to be nervous." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Amis immediately asked, "How can you be so sure?" Only he can control this kind of power. I've seen him do it before. You guys don't have to worry, it's definitely him. Other than him, I've never seen anyone else who can control this kind of power left behind by fallen soldiers. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Emily knew that Han Shuo had many secrets and explained to everyone with a smile. Seeing how certain Emily was, Sacred Swordmaster Corel suddenly reacted and laughed heartily. That's right, that's right. It must be Brian. The last time I sparred with him, the power he used was somewhat similar to the power that filled the sky. I only reacted after you reminded me. So that's what's going on. Carol's affirmation clearly carried more weight than Emily's. Everyone suddenly relaxed after hearing his words. Soon after, Sabaka suddenly flew high into the sky and looked at the two wonders in the sky more clearly. At the enormous black vortex, strands of bizarre energy were filtered and transformed by the vortex, slowly entering Han Shuo, who was on the roof of the castle. With this, Sabaka completely understood what was going on. He once again landed in front of everyone and explained with a smile, as expected, "It's Brian's doing." Yes, he said that he wanted to train for a while before suddenly leaving our hall. It seems like he's training that martial technique of his. You guys don't have to worry. Emily explained. Everyone looked at each other after hearing Emily's words, feeling astonished. They were shocked by the mysterious martial technique that Han Shuo had grasped. As the subject of everyone's discussion, Han Shuo had encountered a thorny problem at this time. He was gradually losing control of the various chaotic energy changes within the Demon's Lair edge. This time, the various chaotic energy within Asan City was too great. As the number of people who died in the coup was too great, it caused the energy of fear, hatred, and anger to be everywhere in Asan City. The soldiers of different factions still had tenacious willpower even after death. As there were too many of these energies, they were unable to quickly fuse together, causing the energy within the Demon's Lair edge to become extremely chaotic. However, during this process, the Demon's Lair edge still tirelessly absorbed the enormous amount of negative energy within Asan City. The blood cloud it formed became thicker and thicker, causing Han Shuo to feel that he was losing control. By the time Han Shuo reacted, the enormous energy absorbed by the Demon's Lair edge had already become chaotic within the Demon's Lair edge. This caused Han Shuo to have some difficulty controlling the Demon's Lair edge. The enormous amount of negative energy couldn't fuse together within a short period of time due to their soaring hatred. It turned out that the energy within the Demon's Lair edge was trying to neutralize and dissolve them. In this way, the Demon's Lair edge became incomparably chaotic. It surged like a soaring dragon within the blood cloud. A dense and ruthless evil aura gradually spread into the blood cloud, affecting the soldiers of both sides who were still fighting fiercely below. Chapter 425. Han Shuo understood that this was caused by him being too greedy. However, until now, there was no good solution. Han Shuo's mind was one with the Demon's Lair edge. The chaotic negative energy within the Demon's Lair edge was running amok, gradually affecting Han Shuo's calm state of mind. Unwittingly, a thought of slaughter suddenly leaped into Han Shuo's mind. It was like a catalyst for poison. Once this thought appeared, Han Shuo's heartbeat started to accelerate. Not good. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. This kind of emotion had not appeared for a long time. Han Shuo understood that this was a sign of turning into a demon. However, the hateful Demon's Lair edge was still frantically absorbing all the negative energy in Asan City, while Han Shuo's body was engulfing the soaring baleful aura with the vortex as the center. These two kinds of energy required Han Shuo to control. A mistake in one would immediately have a direct impact on the other. Gradually, Han Shuo's pupils started to turn red. Specks of bloody light lingered around his body. A violent and evil energy started to spread from Han Shua's body. Within the castle, Sabaka's and Sacred Swordmaster Karel immediately sensed the changes in Han Shua. What's going on? Karel's expression changed as he looked towards the roof where Han Shua was. Pa pa pa. Just as Karel's words fell, a crackling sound could be heard from the roof in the direction Karel was looking at. Streaks of scarlet radiance shot out, shattering the rubble of the house in that area. Sabaka stared blankly for 2 seconds before immediately teleporting to the area where Han Shua was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, he saw Han Shua's malevolent and distorted face, appearing extremely terrifying. Within the enormous vortex above his head, strands of energy formed streaks of bloody light that flowed into Han Shua's body like electric currents. A terrifying evil and ruthless energy suddenly erupted from Han Shua's body. With Han Shua as the center, the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. Some of the soldiers in the castle were caught off guard and were immediately affected by this energy, causing nearly 100 deaths in an instant. Space Sacred Magus Sabaka's expression immediately changed. Without saying anything, he hastily released a defensive boundary. Furthermore, he condensed his mental strength and shouted in Han Shua's direction, "Brian." Han Shua, who was about to fall into a demonic state, had his pupils turn into a terrifying scarlet red. It was as though blood was flowing within his pupils, appearing extremely terrifying. The shout condensed from Sabaka's mental strength was like a sharp needle that pierced into Han Shua's mind. Han Shua only felt a pain in his head and his mind sobered up for a short period of time. Han Shua's eyes spun for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and roared towards the sky. An enormous baleful aura soared into the sky amidst the roar. While Sabaka's was indescribably shocked, Han Shua suddenly flew into the sky from the castle like a bolt of lightning, suddenly disappearing into the blood clouds in the sky. The dreadful roar resounded throughout the entire northern city district. It was as though a heavenly thunder had exploded. Many experts sensed the dreadful energy contained in the roar. Each and every one of them gazed at the area where Han Shua had left. For a moment, they didn't know what had happened. What's going on? Sacred Swordmaster Karel was a step late and only saw a strand of red light soar into the sky. He hastily asked the startled Sabakas. "I don't know, I also don't know." Sabakas reacted and immediately shook his head as he answered in panic. He looked at the blood clouds that were gathering in the sky and said, "However, I have a bad feeling. Brian just now was somewhat frightening. The strength on his body is extremely powerful, so powerful that it made my heart palpitate." Karel was shocked. He understood Sabaka's true strength. Upon hearing Sabaka say that the strength that Han Shua suddenly displayed just now made him feel fearful, Karel said solemnly, "I sensed a baleful aura and evil that soared into the sky from Brian's roar. I feel that something is wrong with him. I'm also worried about this. His eyes just now didn't have any emotions and made me feel very unfamiliar. This is completely different from the him we usually see. I'm sure that something that we can't understand must have happened to him." Sabakas also had a heavy heart as he spoke to Karel. Suddenly, Karel cried out in alarm, "Look, the blood clouds in the sky are moving. The direction is actually where Ashburn is. Gentlemen, what's going on? What happened here?" Forenza came over and asked with a calm expression. Along with Forenza were Amis, Emily, and the rest. They had all heard the terrifying roar and were filled with doubts and puzzlement. They immediately came over to see what was going on. Fanny and Phoebe, who were originally on the second floor, also immediately stopped talking and rushed over in panic. They didn't know why Han Shua had let out such a terrifying roar and their hearts were filled with worry and panic. Sabakas didn't answer Forenza's question and instead looked up at the sky with a frown. The blood clouds that had been quietly floating in the sky above the castle and continuously absorbing all kinds of negative energy in the northern city district didn't move even though they were getting bigger. But now, the thick blood clouds had started to move. The movement of the blood clouds caused the weather to change. An oppressive pressure as heavy as a mountain pressed down. An incomparably sinister aura gradually left the sky above the castle and moved towards Ashburn and the rest. "Emily, do you know what's going on?" Amis frowned deeply and asked Emily in confusion. Among the crowd, Emily was the most familiar with Han Shuo. When Amis asked, everyone's gazes were cast towards Emily, each and every one of them were filled with curiosity and doubt. This should be the bedevilment that Brian mentioned. He said that this state would make him crazy and even he himself wouldn't be able to control his actions. It is an extremely dangerous state that will allow his strength to increase explosively. I don't know much about it and have only heard of it from him. Emily also frowned deeply and immediately explained. After Emily's explanation, everyone immediately agreed with Emily's explanation when they saw the dozen or so collapsed houses and some of the castle's soldiers that had died tragically. Even Sabakas and Karel didn't dare to forcibly charge towards Ashburn's direction at this moment. However, Han Shuo had actually condensed a thick blood cloud and rushed over. This kind of crazy behavior was clearly not something that he would dare to do under normal circumstances. Not good. This means that Brian is extremely dangerous. But that place is filled with experts and he has now lost his rationality. What should we do? Karel said worriedly. Sigh, we can only take one step at a time. We have to pay attention to his movements at all times. If something really goes wrong, we can think of a way to save him. Sabakas sighed and said somewhat helplessly. While Sabakas was speaking, a blue crystal ball the size of a human head appeared in his hand. Sabakas chanted a magic incantation and the crystal ball suddenly refracted a gorgeous blue radiance. These blue radiances were like ripples on the surface of a lake when a pebble was thrown into it. They kept swaying non-stop. As Sabakas continued to chant the incantation, the swaying blue radiance in the crystal ball gradually calmed down. When Sabakas had finished chanting, a clear scene suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. Within the crystal ball, Han Shuo's entire body was circulating with blood and electricity. His eyes were scarlet like blood. The demon's layer edge was floating above Han Shuo's head. Layers of blood clouds were churning around him, rolling towards Ashburn's direction with him. Sabaka's 5 fingers that were dragging the crystal ball moved a little. The scene within the crystal ball continuously enlarged and changed, revealing the appearances of Ashburn, eldest Prince Charles and the rest. Among them, the sacred knight and earth sacred Magus Dempus had shocked expressions as they looked at the dense blood clouds that were gradually rolling towards them. This crystal ball was given to me by Madame Grace. Although it cannot predict the future, it can see the scene within a certain range. However, it cannot hear anything. Sabakas explained. Humph, you obviously have a good item but you keep hiding it and not using it. What a selfish fellow. Firenze said unhappily. Sabakas coughed dryly and explained with a bitter smile, using this crystal ball consumes a lot of mental strength and the range of vision is also very limited. It also cannot hear anything. It can't be compared to Brian's miraculous ability. That's why I kept it a secret, not because I was selfish. Alright. Let's see if something will happen to Brian. Karel impatiently said to Firenze as he concentrated on the changes in the scene within the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. While Sabakas and the rest were staring at the changes in the crystal ball with sparkling eyes, some of the weaker nobles on Ashburn's side were suffering unspeakably. They were almost unable to breathe due to the heavy pressure from the blood clouds. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there a red cloud floating over all of a sudden? Eldest Prince Charles also felt his heartbeat quicken, as though there was a mountain pressing down on his body. His whole body was indescribably uncomfortable and he couldn't help but curse as he looked above his head. Saints, do you know what's going on? Although Ashburn was a Grand Duke of the Lancelot Empire, he didn't cultivate in martial arts or magic. He could clearly feel this kind of pressure and actually had the impulse to kill crazily in his heart. For Ashburn, who needed to calmly deal with all situations, this kind of impulse was undoubtedly fatal. Therefore, he hastily questioned the sacred knight and Dempus. The two saint-level experts stared at the blood cloud in the sky with solemn expressions. They could clearly sense that more and more energy was gathering in the blood cloud. This negative energy that had absorbed the unyielding anger and fear of the tens of thousands of people who had died on the battlefield was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. The two saint-level experts felt their hearts palpitate. It's that guy called Brian's doing. I can feel that he's within the blood clouds. Sacred Knight Blunt said with a sullen expression as he raised his head to look at the sky. It's him. Isn't this brat courting death? He actually dares to come here and throw away his life. Eldest Prince Charles sneered. There were two sacred rank experts here, as well as many great swordsmen and Grand Magus level experts. In addition, there were also several thousand soldiers standing guard. Charles naturally believed that Han Shua's arrival would only result in death. However, Sacred Knight Blunt and Dempus could faintly sense the terrifying energy contained within the blood clouds. However, morale was of the utmost importance at this time. If Blunt and Dempus were to tell the truth, it might cause fear to arise in the hearts of the soldiers here. Blunt and Dempus glanced at each other. Dempus suddenly started chanting a magic incantation, setting up a barrier around Ashburn's location. This was to prevent them from being affected by the energy within the blood clouds and developing fear in their hearts before the battle had even started. Wind mages used the whirlwinds and tornadoes to sweep away the blood clouds. Sacred Knight Blunt instructed some of the mages beside him, making them immediately take action. The blood clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker. Blunt could clearly sense that the energy came from the negative energy condensed by the blood clouds. Although Dempus was an earth-sacred magus, he was somewhat helpless against the blood clouds in the sky. Only a few wind mages were able to display the full extent of their power. Under Sacred Knight Blunt's instructions, the wind mages on Ashburn's side started chanting incantations one by one. The wind element suddenly became dense, and tornadoes of various sizes slowly took shape, directly sweeping towards the blood clouds that were enveloping them. However, some things were always miraculous beyond one's expectations. The layers of thick blood clouds didn't scatter even under the fierce blows of the wind magic. They still followed the predetermined trajectory, enveloping the heads of Ashburn's group. Just as the wind mages were indescribably astonished, a sharp-eyed mage suddenly pointed at the blood clouds and cried out in alarm, "Look! There's a person in the middle." As the mage's cry rang out, the sharp-eyed mages all noticed the center of the blood clouds. They saw an imposing figure covered in blood-red radiance interweaving like lightning, as though it was able to control the power of the blood clouds. It suddenly roared crazily as it pressed downwards like the blood clouds. Suddenly, an evil energy as frightening as a mountain shrouded the entire area. A weapon with overflowing ferocious might wrapped around the thick blood clouds, like a meteor trailing behind a blood-red radiance, abruptly chopped downwards. The friction between the rapidly descending weapon and the air produced a terrifying whistle. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with red light. Blunt and Dempus, who were below, paled in fright. "Quickly retreat!" Dempus shrieked, grabbing Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles with his left and right hands, immediately using levitation magic to rapidly retreat into the distance. Chapter 426. When the numerous experts on Ashburn's side saw that Dempus was actually pulling eldest Prince Charles and his brother to retreat, they appeared to be somewhat incredulous. "Everyone retreat!" The Church of Light's Sacred Knight Blunt suddenly shouted, immediately moving far away in Dempus's direction. The chaotic negative energy within the demon's layer edge that was entangled with the thick blood cloud violently surged out, intertwining with the energy within the blood cloud, chopping down with an incomparably terrifying imposing manner. Dempus and Blunt were both overwhelmed with shock, not understanding what was going on. Especially Blunt. He had easily heavily injured Han Shuo a few days ago and knew that although Han Shuo's strength wasn't ordinary, he still didn't place him in his eyes. How could he have expected that Han Shuo's strength would actually reach such a terrifying level in just a few days? The two had sensed the terrifying energy contained within this attack and immediately started to retreat. This was because even Blunt and Dempus didn't have the confidence to block such a frightening attack. With Dempus and Blunt retreating, the other shrimp soldiers and crab generals were naturally even more frightened. They began to flee this area in a panic. The figures of some experts with superior strength became blurry, distancing themselves from this area in the blink of an eye. The frightening attack carried the strength of a collapsing mountain, loudly striking the area where 100 people had yet to leave. Rumble, an earth-shattering tremor and roar erupted with that area as the center. Dust swirled violently, and the ground cracked. The hurricane swept up debris in all directions. All kinds of blood light exploded like fireworks, and ghostly wails and wolf-like howls rose and fell one after another. Those soldiers who had yet to leave were instantly blasted into dregs by this attack. Flesh and blood mixed with the debris shot into the distance. From afar, it was a scene of desolation. After the dust settled, that area seemed to have collapsed or experienced a great earthquake. An oval pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared out of thin air. The deep pit was obviously created by this bombardment. The corpses in the deep pit were black and flowing with scarlet blood. Some of the clothes were emitting black smoke. With the deep pit as the center, the ground seemed to have been severely ravaged, as if a giant awl had chiseled a hole. The center was deep and bottomless, and the surroundings were full of potholes. The might of this attack shocked everyone present. Not only were Ashburn and the others who had just escaped dumbstruck, even Corel, Sabakas, and the others who were observing the changes in the area through the crystal ball had their mouths wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. This was done by Brian. At this time, Fanny and Phoebe had also arrived. Fanny had never thought that Han Shuo would be so terrifying. She murmured in a daze. Sacred Swordmaster Corel felt that his lips were somewhat dry as he said, "This is too inconceivable. This attack didn't have any magical elements and was purely a martial technique attack. It caused the deaths of 100 people and even created a deep pit in the ground. Even if I used my full strength, I wouldn't be able to produce such a terrifying attack. I really don't know how he did it." No wonder Grace said that he could bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire. It seems that Grace has foresight. If those people hadn't escaped in time, I'm afraid that this attack would have caused the deaths of several hundred people. This is indeed extremely terrifying. What's even stranger is that this attack indeed didn't have any magical elements mixed in it. It was purely a result of his mystical martial technique. He's truly a kid brimming with mystery. Sabakas praised from the bottom of his heart. Teacher, this doesn't seem possible. I know Brian's strength. He isn't that terrifying. Doesn't this mean that he has surpassed you? Phoebe was dumbfounded. She felt that everything she saw from the crystal ball was unreal. All along, Phoebe had believed that her teacher Corel was the strongest person on this continent. During the years that Phoebe had been by Carol's side, she had seen Corel being challenged by many experts. However, without exception, those experts who dared to challenge Corel had all suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. After so many years, Phoebe had seen many of these things. It had left a deep-rooted impression in her heart that Corel was omnipotent. In her heart, she had always believed that Corel was the most terrifying expert in this world and that no one could surpass him. However, after hearing Carol's words, Phoebe caught an obscure meaning in his words. It seemed that the terrifying scene that Han Shuo's attack had created was something that even her teacher was unable to achieve. This overturned Phoebe's understanding all along, causing her to feel extremely strange. If Brian can maintain this standard, to be honest, even I would have to temporarily avoid him. Corel shot a glance at Phoebe, who had a strange expression on her face, and sighed, I really didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying. Could it be that when we sparred previously, he purposely held back to save me some face? What a terrifying kid. Even Dempus and Blunt, two sacred rank experts, had to retreat immediately. One can imagine how powerful this kid's attack was. Otherwise, with Blunt and Dempus' arrogance and status, it would be impossible for them to retreat in front of a junior. Sabaka's determined. Amis had an astonished expression. He thought to himself that after the civil strife of the Empire, as long as Lawrence sat on the throne, this kid's status in the Empire would be as noble as the current Duke of Ashburn. It seemed that it wasn't a disgrace for Emily to follow him. He only hoped that this kid would really treat Emily well. While Amis was sighing with emotion, Forenza had an astonished expression as he blankly stared at Fanny. Forenza asked, "Lass, was this kid really your student in the past?" "Yes, he was. When he was in the academy, he was often bullied by others." Fanny also smiled bitterly as she explained to Forenza. "This world is changing too quickly. I'm old, I must be old. I discovered that I'm already behind the times." Forenza had a strange expression on his face. He was astonished by the young Han Shuo's astonishing performance. "Look, he's starting to move again." This time, the one who cried out in alarm was Lawrence, his tone filled with excitement. The happiest person here was none other than Lawrence. Watching Ashburn, Charles, and the others flee in a sorry state, Lawrence felt indescribable joy in his heart. Ashburn and Charles had secretly attacked him time and time again, almost killing him on several occasions. The hatred between them had long since reached a stage where they wouldn't rest until one of them died. Now that he was able to see Ashburn and Charles make a fool of themselves, Lawrence naturally felt extremely delighted, especially at this crucial moment. As long as Ashburn and Charles died, the entire Lancelot Empire would undoubtedly be under his control. Thinking of the scene of everyone submitting to him, Lawrence was so excited that his heartbeat quickened. Following Lawrence's cry of alarm, everyone hastily focused their gazes on the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. The scene within the crystal ball was still fixed on the land that had been severely damaged. In the sky above the desolated area, the malevolent-looking Han Shuo was crazily roaring. The thick blood clouds around Han Shuo emitted a dense smell of blood, churning unceasingly along with Han Shuo's roars. A streak of red lightning suddenly flew out from the bottomless pit below, rapidly arriving in front of Han Shuo. It was grabbed by the scarlet-eyed Han Shuo. It was the murder weapon that had just unleashed such a terrifying attack, the Demon's Lair Edge. Once the overflowing ferocious Demon's Lair Edge entered Han Shuo's large hand, a terrifying might spread out. Han Shuo's scarlet-red eyes swept across the area and immediately charged in the direction of Sacred Knight Blunt. 100-meter-long scarlet-red sword light suddenly shot out from the Demon's Lair Edge. The scarlet-red sword light howled with ferocious spirits, as though it had a bizarre power, entangling a portion of the thick blood clouds in the surroundings. Han Shuo was like a demon that had descended from another plane, wielding the Demon's Lair Edge as he charged towards Blunt with a malevolent expression. The Demon's Lair Edge in his hand swept away all obstacles in its way. As he flew, the Demon's Lair Edge swept horizontally, its terrifying power cleansing everything. Many of Ashburn's soldiers who were within 100 meters of Han Shuo were affected. One by one, they were chopped into meat chunks by the 100-meter sword light. Blood rained down on the ground. As Han Shuo flew over, the surrounding sand and stones were sent flying. The sword light streaked across the ground, leaving behind deep ravines. Two saints, what's going on? Grand Duke Ashburn looked at the fiendish Han Shuo who was charging over with an unstoppable aura and asked Blunt and Earth-Sacred Magus Dempus with a trembling voice. Han Shuo's current aura was really too frightening. It was as though he was the strongest in the world. No one was able to resist him along the way. Those who dared to obstruct him were all destroyed under his 100-meter sword light. In just a short while, 500 of Ashburn's elite soldiers had died. These soldiers had been guarding Ashburn all along and didn't participate in the ongoing battle. They were all death warriors that Ashburn had meticulously trained, spending a lot of Ashburn's gold coins and manpower. Every one of them was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. However, it was these death warriors that Ashburn trusted who were like paper in front of the crazy Han Shuo. They were all easily slaughtered. Not a single person was able to withstand a single move from Han Shuo. I don't know why, but this evil fellow's strength has suddenly skyrocketed. He seems to be able to borrow the strength of the dead that hasn't dispersed. Every strike is condensed with terrifying negative energy. I really don't know how he did it. Sacred Knight Blunt said to Ashburn with a heavy expression. What do we do? What should we do? He's charging over. Eldest Prince Charles was the most unbearable. His voice trembled as he screamed. He was obviously intimidated by Han Shuo's malevolent appearance and terrifying strength. There's no other way. We can only retreat. Currently, no one can stop him. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus immediately replied. Although this decision made him feel incomparably sullen, he really had no other choice. What did the two of you say back then? You said that we wouldn't be afraid even if it's a sage rank expert. Now, you can't even stop such a young fellow. You're too useless. Where else can I retreat to? If I leave Asen City, wouldn't all of our preparations be for naught? As Charles was trembling with fear, he was clearly somewhat hysterical, speaking incoherently. Charles, shut up. The two sages' judgment is absolutely not wrong. Calm down. Ashburn saw that the two sage rank experts' expressions were somewhat unsightly and hastily berated Charles. After being berated by Ashburn, Charles abruptly woke up with a start and didn't say a word. Two sages, Charles is still young and has somewhat lost his composure. Please don't take it to heart. We will listen to the two sages. Ashburn lectured Charles and immediately apologized to Blunt and Dempus. Even though Ashburn was the Grand Duke of Lancelot Empire, he still had to treat this kind of sage rank expert with caution. Furthermore, they currently needed to rely on two sage rank experts. If they were to anger these two people, then Ashburn and the others would be in an even more disadvantageous situation. Therefore, Ashburn had no choice but to apologize humbly. Sacred Knight Blunt coldly snorted, shooting a glance at the silent Charles and said, "Be more careful next time. I'm only helping you this time out of respect for my good friend Cos. Otherwise, I wouldn't care about your life and death." Charles was secretly hating in his heart, thinking that he would definitely teach Blunt a lesson after he gained power. However, he didn't dare to show any displeasure at this moment and had no choice but to nod in agreement with a smile. Lord Blunt, for the sake of the God of Light's radiance spreading throughout Lancelot Empire, please don't haggle over it. Lancelot Empire's Church of Light's Red Archbishop Cos smiled and said to Blunt. Forget it. Everything is for the God of Light. Blunt lightly shouted and immediately said to Dempus, "You bring them away from here. I'll lure that fellow away. I can feel that this fellow's main target is me. It seems that he hates me for injuring him last time. Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Take care." Dempus stared blankly for a moment before saying in admiration. Ashburn and Charles looked at each other. Charles cursed in his heart, thinking, since you know that his target is you, why do you still want to stay with us? Isn't this clearly trying to harm us? You old fart, you really aren't anything good. Cos, my old friend, I'll have to trouble you to stay with me. This fellow is a Grand Magus Necromancer. Only the divine weapon, Revelation, in your hands can render his undead army useless. Blunt said to Cos. Of course. Cos nodded in agreement. Chapter 427. After Blunt's speech, Dempus led Grand Duke Ashburn and Charles, as well as a group of experts protecting them, and rapidly retreated in a certain direction. Blunt, Cos, and a few temple knights and white priests of the Church of Light stayed together, heading in the opposite direction of Dempus and the others. Blunt's guess was completely correct. Currently, in Han Shua's heart, he firmly remembered the holy aura on Blunt's body. Previously, when the Earth Elite zombie was injured, Han Shua's hatred was a sore point in Han Shua's heart. Before he entered demonization, he had already locked onto Blunt and set a target for him, not letting go. As expected, when Blunt, Koss, and the other followers of the Church of Light left in one direction, Han Shua flew over like a fiend. His eyes were fixed on Blunt, and he persistently chased after him. Dempus and the others, who originally planned to leave quickly, suddenly realized that Han Shua's target was really Blunt and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Under Ashburn's command, the group of people once again changed directions, circling around and returning to the center of the battlefield, continuing to command the battle that was in full swing. Han Shua, who had sunk into a state of bedevilment, moved as fast as lightning, bringing along a terrifying might as he chased after Blunt, Koss, and the others. He no longer cared about the lives of Ashburn and the others. Within the crystal ball, Forenza coldly snorted and said, "Ashburn is courting death. Even at this stage, he still can't determine the outcome of the battle. It seems that Blunt and those fellows from the Church of Light have met with trouble." Corell calmed down and said to Sabakas with a smile. "Yes, that's right. I originally planned to help Brian at any time. I didn't expect that kid to be so miraculous. It seems that we don't have to worry and just have to properly deal with Ashburn." Sabakas similarly heaved a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone. "In that case, there shouldn't be any problems with Brian." Fanny was most worried about Han Shua's safety. She hesitated for a moment, still feeling uneasy. "Lass, we should be worried about those fellows being chased by Brian. I don't think we need to worry about that kid at all." All right, you can be at ease. Don't worry all day." Forenza consoled Fanny. Emily and Phoebe, on the other hand, had calm expressions. They were only astonished by Han Shua's exaggerated performance. Ever since the two women came into contact with Han Shua, they had never seen Han Shua suffer a loss. Han Shua had always brought them strong strength. Hence, they had a kind of blind trust in Han Shua from the bottom of their hearts. Fanny was different from them. Among the three women, Fanny was the first to get to know Han Shua. In the past, before Han Shua became stronger in the necromancy major, she still needed to stand up for Han Shua to solve some problems. This kind of deep-rooted impression wasn't something that could be changed in a short period of time. Even though Han Shua was now so frightening, Fanny was still worried for him. Just as everyone was looking at Han Shua with various emotions, the target of discussion, Han Shua, was fiercely glaring at Blunt's party. He had actually already caught up to Blunt and started to attack the followers of the Church of Light. Han Shua stood in the midst of the churning blood clouds, wielding the demon's lair edge that was like a dragon. Every slash of his sword contained boundless might. The mages of the Church of Light on Kossa's side continuously formed defensive boundaries. Even Sacred Knight Blunt didn't dare to block the attacks by himself. A long and narrow bolt of red lightning struck down like a 100-meter-long twisting dragon, bringing with it a boundlessly ruthless baleful aura as it landed directly on the magic barrier set up by Koss and the other mages. A high-speed rotating wind barrier, a sparkling and translucent ice shield, a wall of fire burning with raging flames, and a sacred and gorgeous shield of light formed one after another above the heads of Koss and the others, forming a bizarre and dazzling scene. Blunt was in charge of the last layer of defense. His fighting aura that was mixed with divine power shot out dazzling golden rays from the golden spear in his hand. The group of followers of the Church of Light were all focused on the sky, as though they were facing a great enemy. They mustered all their strength to receive this attack that they couldn't dodge in time. Finally, the attack with the force of 1,000 caddies slammed onto the defensive boundaries set up by the Church of Light. As if the stars in the Milky Way had shattered, colorful and beautiful light spots shot out in all directions with ear-piercing deafening noises. The massive power carried with it an unparalleled madness and ruthlessness as it destroyed 5 to 6 magic barriers of various elements in the blink of an eye. The magic boundaries that the mages had expended all their strength to set up were like paper in the face of this destructive force. They collapsed almost instantly upon contact, only stopping the destructive attack for a moment. The remaining power of the attack didn't diminish in the slightest as it continued to cleave down. Another 7 to 8 magic boundaries were torn into specks of light of various colors. Only when it encountered the shield of light released by the cardinal using the divine weapon, Revelation, did a series of terrifying explosions truly reduce some of its ruthless power. Thump thump thump. Red Archbishop Kos, who had been bitterly releasing his mental strength to form the shield of light, couldn't resist and was forced to take 3 steps back. Finally, he fell on his butt, his head buzzing as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Lord Blunt, hurry!" Kos, who had caught his breath, screamed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Crack! The sound of an eggshell shattering rang out. The shield of light that Kos had set up shattered, and the ferocious attack continued to rumble downwards. "Sacred Knight Blunt!" shouted loudly. The golden spear in his hand emitted a dazzling golden radiance that soared into the sky. A divine aura erupted from Blunt's body and converged into the golden spear in his hand. It transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that shot towards Han Shua's attack. Rumble, suddenly, a series of muffled thunderclaps came from the clear sky. Gold and blood-red colors intertwined, forming a magnificent spectacle. However, the terrifying power that came from the battle between the two experts was as terrifying as the eruption of a mountain torrent. Even the space seemed to be torn apart by cracks. A muffled groan came from Blunt's mouth. A frightening ruthless energy suddenly surged into Blunt's body. The golden armor on Blunt's body emitted a pleasant tinkling sound. He suddenly felt as though his internal organs had been smashed by a giant hammer. His body couldn't help but stagger, and blood unknowingly flowed out from his mouth and nose. "Blunt is injured. What a frightening attack!" Corel shouted loudly with an indescribable excitement in his expression. Through the crystal ball in Sabaka's hands, Lawrence and the others could clearly see the situation. They could clearly see the blood flowing out from Blunt's mouth and nose. Those with sharp eyes like Corel, Sabaka's, and the others even saw Blunt's body momentarily stagger unsteadily. Compared to Blunt's battered and exhausted state, the Demon's Lair Edge who had just grasped the Demon's Lair Edge in his hand still had a malevolent and terrifying expression. His scarlet pupils were filled with insanity, and he was callous and emotionless. He truly looked like a machine that only knew how to kill. Apart from his heavy panting, Han Shua's appearance didn't change at all. No signs of fatigue could be seen. Only the volume of the blood cloud he was in had shrunk, as though it had been blown away by the surging aura during the battle. Crazy, Brian has really gone crazy. He actually injured a sacred knight of the Church of Light. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights, had been silently observing the development of the situation. She finally couldn't help but exclaim softly. Having carried out missions in enemy countries all year round, Cecilia understood the terrifying strength of the sacred knights of the Church of Light better than anyone else. In the entire profound continent, the sacred knights of the Church of Light were the most powerful existences. Having roamed around various countries, Cecilia had heard many rumors about the sacred knights. She knew just how powerful these experts who had obtained God's blessing were. However, this kind of existence that looked down on the experts of various countries had actually been injured by the hands of a young man. If this matter were to spread, Han Shua would immediately become a legend in the profound continent, and gloriously enter the ranks of the top experts of the profound continent. To Cecilia, Han Shua's performance today could only be described as unimaginable. It was also from this moment onwards that Cecilia, who originally wanted to compete with Han Shua, completely lost all thoughts of winning. Even though she was Sabaka's granddaughter, even though she was one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, and even though she had always believed that she wasn't inferior to any youngster. But at this moment, Han Shua's shocking performance completely overturned Cecilia's thoughts. It made her understand just how powerless she was to compete with Han Shua. From this strike onwards, Brian's name will spread throughout the entire profound continent. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas looked at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the crystal ball, his expression solemn as he made his decision. Lord Blunt is injured. In contrast to the astonishment on Sabakas's side, the believers of the Church of Light on Blunt's side were shrouded in fear. Those believers constantly repeated this sentence, as though Blunt's injury meant that the mission this time was a complete failure. Their morale fell to rock bottom with the unceasing repetition of these words. Shut up. Those who aren't dead, continue laying down the magical boundary. The next wave of attacks is about to descend. You fools, if you don't want to die, then immediately take action. Blunt, who had always been calm and unruffled, suddenly lost his composure and couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, these believers of the Church of Light didn't have the time to think about the difference in Blunt's tone. That was because the thick blood cloud above their heads had once again begun to churn and gather. They understood in their hearts that this was a sign that the demon above was about to make a move. Cough cough. Red Archbishop Kos coughed violently for a while before standing up shakily. He held the divine weapon, Revelation, in his hand and continued chanting incantations, becoming the first to deploy a magical boundary. Kos's heart was filled with bitterness. Even with his outstanding intelligence, he couldn't understand how Han Shua's strength had increased so dramatically in such a short period of time. Han Shua, who had been seriously injured by Blunt just a few days ago, displayed strength that couldn't be simply described with the word terrifying. Kos, who originally thought that victory in this coup in Asan City was within his grasp, now not only did he not have any confidence, his heart was also filled with a terrifying sense of dejection. This demon, I should have destroyed him the first time I met him. Kos sighed regretfully in his heart. When Kos started chanting incantations, those mages of the Church of Light who still had strength left had no choice but to continue chanting incantations and doing what they had just done in order to survive. When Han Shua flew over just now, that frightening speed made them understand that if they didn't work together, they wouldn't be able to escape Han Shua's pursuit. That was because Han Shua's speed was even faster than their levitation spells. They didn't know if this kind of magical boundary would be as effective as before. However, in order to survive for a while longer, they didn't have much of a choice. They could only continue to act according to Blunt and Kos's instructions. As it turned out, their actions were correct. Han Shua's next attack arrived as planned, but its power was clearly much weaker than the previous one. However, it still tore through the boundary set up by the mages and knocked Red Archbishop Kos unconscious once again. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had similarly blocked the attack, was blasted into the ground amidst a brilliant golden light. However, this attack was much weaker, but the lethality of this attack was much greater than the previous one. Not a single follower of the Church of Light was killed in that unparalleled attack, because they had all been blocked by the boundary and Blunt. However, even though the power of Han Shua's attack had weakened, the followers of the Church of Light were all gravely injured from the previous attack. The defensive strength of the boundary this time was far from as firm and perfect as the previous one. The final result was that Red Archbishop Kos was knocked unconscious, and Sacred Knight Blunt's body was smashed into the ground. In addition, over 20 temple knights and white priests were minced into pieces by the blood-red sword rays. While the power of Han Shua's next attack was weakened, the time it took for it to brew was also shortened. Before those people could react, the blood-red sword rays no longer gathered into a single beam. Instead, they entangled the thick blood cloud and rained down like a rain of blood. For a moment, miserable wails and howls could be heard from below. Just as everyone was minding their own business, a blood-red cold light as thick as an arm fiercely pierced the body of Red Archbishop Kos, who had just fainted. The divine weapon in Kos's hand, Revelation, suddenly shone brightly. Shortly after, a ruthless and frightening aura suddenly emanated from Kasa's body. When the followers of the Church of Light reacted, they suddenly discovered that Kas was bleeding from his 7 orifices and had lost all signs of life. The divine weapon, Revelation, in his hand had also dimmed. Chapter 428. Lord Kas, Lord Kas. A white priest near Kas suddenly shrieked. His lordship is dead, Lord Kas is dead. Another temple knight cried out involuntarily. His cry was so loud that it spread far and wide. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had a mouthful of fresh blood stuck in his throat, couldn't hold it in any longer after hearing this. He immediately spurted out the blood he had been suppressing. The originally shiny golden armor on Blunt's body was now like a tortoise's shell, full of cracks. It looked like it had been heavily injured in the previous attack. Calm down, everyone calm down. Quickly hold Revelation properly. Blunt shouted from afar. Streaks of blood-red sword rays whizzed down like a rain of arrows. The remaining thick blood cloud that had been shrouding Han Shua's body was entangled by the streaks of sword rays, increasing the might of the streaks of blood rays and turning them into lethal weapons to reap the lives of the Church of Light's followers below. Miserable howls rose and fell. Under the rain of streaks of blood rays, more than half of the Church of Light's followers were instantly killed or injured. Each and every one of them had their stomachs cut open. Even the sturdy armor worn by the temple knights couldn't withstand the piercing of the streaks of blood rays, causing them to fall into pools of blood one after another. Blunt yelled as he pulled his body out from the ground. He saw that a white priest had already obtained the divine weapon of the Church of Light, Revelation. The white priest brandished the golden spear in his hand and blocked a blood ray that was shooting at his back. Blunt's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky. Boundless hatred filled his heart. When the rain of blood rays and arrows finally subsided, there were only 30 or so followers of the Church of Light left around Blunt. This operation against the Lancelot Empire could be considered a complete failure. Even the person in charge of the Church of Light in the Lancelot Empire, Red Archbishop Kas, had been killed on the spot. The losses were far greater than Blunt had imagined. The thick blood clouds around Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky, had already disappeared. Han Shua, whose eyes were red and his expression was ferocious, had actually returned to normal. At this moment, he looked down at the devastation below with a cold expression and did not take any action. In Han Shua's hand, there was a crimson weapon with a scarlet edge. The bright red color came from the inside of the weapon's hilt, as if it had been soaked in blood for millions of years. A towering killing intent spread out from the weapon, giving people a feeling of fear. Blunt, you didn't expect this, did you? Hee, this is the price your Radiant Church should pay. From the beginning to the end, it was your Radiant Church that attacked me like a mad dog. I was only defending myself. Han Shua sneered at Blunt and continued, however, from today onwards, I will no longer passively wait for your attacks. I will destroy all the forces of the Church of Light one by one. However, you won't be able to see it. Evil heretic, the God of Light will not allow you to exist on this plane. I guarantee that you will die very soon. Blunt looked up at Han Shua, who was standing tall in the sky, and said through clenched teeth. Han Shua shook his head with a mocking smile. He raised the demon's lair edge and shot towards Blunt, as if he wanted to behead Blunt on the spot. However, before Han Shua could approach Blunt, Blunt had already arrived in front of the disciple who had Revelation at lightning speed. Blunt grabbed the divine weapon, Revelation, with one hand. The golden armor on his body suddenly burst with dazzling golden light. A wave of divine energy enveloped Blunt and brought him soaring into the sky, shooting towards the distant horizon like a streak of golden light. He escaped, that sacred knight actually escaped. Cecilia, who was watching from afar through a crystal ball, cried out in disbelief. Blunt is injured, and his injuries are not light. It seems that Brian will leave him with an unforgettable impression for the rest of his life. Sacred Swordmaster Caroline said with certainty. In the Church of Light, it is impossible for an ordinary person to keep a sacred knight of Blunt's level. This is because the Church of Light will never allow them to be lost. If Blunt wanted to leave, he could have left from the beginning. However, he had been trying to protect Koss and those believers, and was confident that he could stop Brian. That was why he had delayed until now. Unfortunately, he was still unable to stop Brian and even sustained serious injuries in the end. However, from today onwards, the enmity between our Lancelot Empire and the Church of Light has been forged. It seems that there will be more troublesome matters in the future. The strongest empire in the entire profound continent is the Odin Empire. The Church of Light has an enormous influence in the Odin Empire. This time, we might have to face the threat of the Odin Empire. Sabaka sighed softly, appearing to be somewhat worried about the future of the Lancelot Empire. That's hard to say. Madame Grace has prophesied that as long as Brian is in the Lancelot Empire, our empire will prosper for a long time. The current trajectory is playing out according to Madame Grace's prophecy. Look at the current situation of the empire. Isn't it all because of Brian's existence that a great change has occurred? Perhaps Brian will be like the demigod Ermite Cotton, and can bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire for hundreds of years. That's hard to say. I'm rather optimistic about him. In addition, the Odin Empire is very far from our Lancelot Empire. I don't believe that they can attack our Lancelot Empire from so far away. Sacred Swordmaster Caroline seemed to be in a good mood as he smiled and said to Sabakas. What's there to be afraid of? So what if the army of the Odin Empire comes? I really want to meet the strongest army in the continent and see what's so powerful about them. Firenze, this war maniac, was instead somewhat eager to give it a try. It was obvious that he wished for the whole world to be in chaos. After hearing Caroline and Firenze's words, Sabakas recalled that the Odin Empire was indeed thousands of miles away from the Lancelot Empire and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he moved his fingers and the crystal ball in his hand rotated for a while. It slowly lost its luster and the scene inside also disappeared. At this moment, Han Shua was looking in the direction that Blunt escaped in astonishment, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Contrary to what Blunt had imagined, the current Han Shua was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Previously, Han Shua's strength was all due to the thick layer of blood cloud and the negative energy within the demon's layer edge. Now, the thick blood cloud that had always been lingering around Han Shua's body had completely disappeared. Even the negative energy within the demon's layer edge had started to go into hibernation. Therefore, the current Han Shua, who was powerless, only possessed the strength that he had when he launched a sneak attack on Blunt. If Blunt hadn't escaped in fear and calmed down to fight Han Shua to the death, he might not have been defeated by Han Shua. It was a pity that Han Shua's previous performance was too strong. After Blunt was injured, his confidence was shaken and he didn't even care about the remaining followers. He used his divine energy to activate the miraculous effect of the armor and quickly fled the battlefield. After Blunt left, Han Shua heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but cast his gaze on the remaining members of the Church of Light who were in despair. After seeing Koss killed and Blunt fleeing, and being frightened by Han Shua's previous performance, these people's faces were ashen. Under Han Shua's gaze, they were all in despair. After experiencing the Earth Elite Zombie's injury, Han Shua no longer had any mercy towards the Church of Light. He understood that the hatred between him and the Church of Light would never end until one of them was dead. Only when the Church of Light completely disappeared from the continent would he be able to live a peaceful life. When dealing with such fanatical and bigoted followers, the only way was to kill them all. After Blunt's departure, the remaining people were really just some shrimp soldiers. Given Han Shua's true strength, he could easily deal with them. Looking at the followers of the Church of Light below him with a sinister smile, Han Shua was about to say something when a white priest of the Church of Light suddenly started singing praises of the God of Light. After the white priest finished singing, he cried out in grief, "The God of light will definitely purify our souls and avenge our humiliation today." Then, under Han Shua's gaze, starting from this white priest, the remaining members of the Church of Light committed suicide one after the other. What a bunch of people with sh*t in their brains. Religious beliefs are really harmful. Han Shua couldn't help but lament as he watched the followers of the Church of Light commit suicide one after another in front of him, knowing that they couldn't escape with their lives. Raising his head to look at the sky, Han Shua could sense the soaring killing intent that enveloped the entire Asan city. Although Han Shua had already absorbed a portion of it, the killing intent that had yet to dissipate was still very dense. This made Han Shua feel extremely refreshed. Currently, the two types of energy within Han Shua's demon's layer edge had miraculously returned to normal under the release of his demonic energy. The energy that had been purified had turned into pure negative energy and flowed into the demon's layer edge like a trickle of water. The demon's layer edge had once again returned to its natural state, becoming one with Han Shua's mind. Within Han Shua's body, the energy that he had previously absorbed using the giant vortex had already converged into the demon infant. It was just that it hadn't been completely absorbed yet. But overall, after releasing the chaotic energy, Han Shua was now completely relaxed. Not only did he not have to worry about losing his mind, he also didn't have to worry about the demon's layer edge and his body becoming chaotic again. Once his mind became clear, Han Shua immediately saw the situation clearly through the mystical demons. The defeat of Ashburn and the others in the northern city district was already very obvious. Even Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles could clearly see it and currently had plans to retreat. Under Firenze's command and the cooperation of the other two princes, the other regions of Asan City that were further away had similarly achieved victory. It seemed that Ashburn and Charles's sudden coup this time could be considered a complete failure. A mystical demon roamed one round around the castle. Han Shua discovered that the people there were gathered together and discussing spiritedly. The target of their discussion was none other than him. Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry because from their discussion, Han Shua discovered that his status had suddenly risen at an astonishing rate. On top of the clock tower, Balanza's body was trembling incessantly, as though he was having an epileptic fit. Balanza's face was flushed red, as though his body was no longer under his control. His eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before coming back to his senses. He inwardly cursed Balanz for his recklessness and flew towards Balanz at high speed. A blood-red rainbow streaked across the sky. With a loud whistling sound, Han Shua arrived in front of Balanz. He stretched out his left hand and pressed against Balanz's chest. With a sudden push, Balanz, who was trembling as though having an epileptic fit, suddenly returned to normal. Cough, cough, like a drowning man who was suddenly able to breathe again, Balanz's face was flushed red as he coughed violently. The killing intent in his eyes slowly faded. His left hand once again pressed against Balanz's back. Without waiting for Balanz to react, Han Shua extracted a portion of the chaotic killing intent in Balanz's body and patted Balanz's back with his large hand. Balanz let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Then, his eyes finally returned to normal. He knelt at Han Shua's feet with a pale face and said, "Senior brother, thank you." Han Shua coldly snorted and said angrily, "I told you before I left that your body definitely can't withstand too much killing intent. I told you to stop the internal vortex in your body when you felt it was about right, but you just didn't listen. If I hadn't discovered it in time, I'm afraid your body would have exploded in a moment. I'm sorry, senior brother. I was wrong." Balanz was terrified as he apologized. He hurriedly said, "I was too greedy. I never thought that I could absorb this kind of killing intent to increase my strength. This time, I finally came across this opportunity with great difficulty. I really couldn't suppress the excitement. I kept saying that I would let go after absorbing a little more, but I didn't want to stop. By the time I felt like my body was about to explode, my body was no longer listening to me. The temptation of this sudden increase in strength was something that Balans couldn't resist. Especially since this was the first time Balans had absorbed this kind of energy. The flames of greed couldn't be extinguished, which led to this result. Forget it, it's my fault for not reminding you. I saw that you are already old and felt that you should have the ability to control yourself. Sai, you must remember, our martial techniques are different from Do Chi training. Our martial techniques have great requirements on the strength of the body. Before your body can withstand it, you must not rashly absorb energy that you can't handle. Han Shuo sighed. Senior brother, I know I was wrong. From now on, I won't be so rash anymore. Balans truly recognized his own recklessness. He knelt in front of Han Shuo and accepted his mistake. Chapter 429. While Han Shuo was teaching Balans a lesson, Sabakas and the rest rushed over upon hearing the news. Brian, are you alright? Fanny looked tenderly at Han Shuo and was the first to ask. Han Shuo shook his head with a smile and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Emily and Phoebe were also looking at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes. To Emily and Phoebe, the person whom they had set their sights on displaying his invincible might was even happier than them being in the limelight. This was a woman's deep-rooted nature. Kid, you did well. Even Forenza praised Han Shuo. However, he immediately added, no matter how powerful you are, if you dare to bully my daughter, I will never let you off. Father, what are you talking about? Brian wouldn't dare to bully me. Ha, I'm still his teacher. Even if he's powerful now, he's still my student. After a few days, Fanny was obviously no longer reserved and appeared to be much more cheerful and lively. Seeing that Fanny revealed a smile when she saw Han Shuo, Forenza understood that Fanny's feelings for Han Shuo were indeed very deep. Seeing his daughter's sincere joy, Forenza didn't want to dampen her spirits. He laughed dryly and didn't continue to say anything. Brian, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. It seems that you didn't use your full strength during the previous sparring session. Kid, are you doing this because you think that I'm not worth your full strength? Sacred Swordmaster Corel pulled a long face and said with some displeasure. With a bitter smile, Han Shuo immediately explained, Mr. Corel, you've misunderstood. Previously, I was only able to injure Blunt because I had used other powers. My own strength is far inferior to Blunt's. You've also seen that layer of blood cloud that shrouded the sky was the power I relied on. Now that the power within that layer of blood cloud was completely released by me, I've been beaten back to my original form. Last time, it wasn't that I held back, but that I really wasn't that powerful. Please don't misunderstand. So that's how it is. You can actually use the chaotic power within the blood cloud. This martial technique of yours is indeed very miraculous. Han Shuo said in astonishment. Just now, he was also pretending to be angry. In fact, he had faintly guessed in his heart and only wanted Han Shuo to personally confirm that. Balans had already stood up and was staring blankly at everyone's baffling conversation, not knowing what had happened. Seeing that Balans had a puzzled expression, Lawrence took the initiative to walk towards him. With a smile, he described Han Shuo's power to Balans. Lawrence was ineffably excited as he described, while Balans was incomparably shocked as he listened. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, feeling as if he was getting to know Han Shuo all over again. This wasn't the first time he had such a feeling. Only an expert of Balan's realm would understand how frightening Sacred Knight Blunt and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus were. From Lawrence's description of how Han Shuo made the two sacred rank experts dodge one after another wherever he passed. In the end, Blunt was even injured by Han Shuo and had to flee far away. This had a huge impact on Balans. However, after the shock, Balan's heart was filled with excitement. To Balans, the more powerful Han Shuo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. This also meant that Han Shua's martial technique truly possessed an incomparably miraculous power. Balans, who was currently practicing the martial technique that Han Shua had imparted to him, would naturally be filled with anticipation for this martial technique. Everyone, at this moment, the battle in the northern city district has yet to end. I think everyone should continue with their own matters. Han Shua smiled as he spoke to the group of people who were chattering incessantly about his situation. Due to Han Shua's previous performance being a little too exaggerated, in addition to the fact that the situation in the northern city district had already been settled, when Sabakas said that Han Shua had returned to the castle, this group of people immediately swarmed over, wanting to figure out what was going on. The curiosity in their hearts was extremely great. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shua with a slightly more peculiar gaze. Even Sabakas and Karel were much more amiable when they spoke to Han Shua. This meant that they had acknowledged Han Shua's strength. After hearing Han Shua's words, Forenza was the first to lightly snort and said, "I'm only accompanying my daughter to take a look. This old man still has to command those idiots in battle. I won't be accompanying you." After saying that, Forenza straightforwardly turned around and left. "Lawrence, the situation in the northern city district has already been settled. It just so happens that I need to use this period of time to cultivate. However, there's something I want to tell you." Han Shua looked at Lawrence with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. Currently, Lawrence found Han Shua pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. He also understood that the reason he was able to stabilize the situation in Asan City and obtain the upper hand in the all-out battle was definitely due to Han Shua. Therefore, when he heard that Han Shua had something to say, Lawrence immediately smiled in a very cooperative manner and said, "Hey, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. You know that there's no need to be too polite between us." After hearing Lawrence's words, Han Shua felt rather comfortable in his heart. After shooting a glance at Fanny, Amis, and the rest, Han Shua said in a deep voice, "I want to discuss this matter with you and the two saints in private. Alright, let's get busy with our own matters. Everyone, let's go." One of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, Amis, said with an elegant smile and was the first to leave. As one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, with Amis taking the lead to leave, the people who were originally still there also left one by one with doubts. Even Emily and the other two also left under Han Shua's signal. In the blink of an eye, those important people who were originally in the castle because of curiosity all left under Amis's signal. Only Han Shua, Lawrence, Space Sacred Magus Sabakas and Sacred Swordmaster Karel remained in the clock tower. When those people were very far away from the clock tower, Lawrence looked at Han Shua with some astonishment and asked, "Brian, what's the matter?" Space Sacred Magus Sabakas waved his hand and set up a spatial boundary, enveloping the area around the clock tower to prevent the conversation here from leaking out. He already faintly understood what Han Shua wanted to discuss with Lawrence. Now that Ashburn and First Prince Charles in Asan City have already lost, if nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire. Previously, His Majesty and I had a secret discussion. You have always been curious about what His Majesty said to me. I feel that I can tell you now. Han Shua looked at Lawrence seriously and said in a deep voice. Oh. Lawrence's curiosity was suddenly piqued. His eyes glistened as he looked at Han Shua and asked, "Brian, what exactly did my royal father talk to you about? Why did His Majesty begin to fully support me the moment you walked out of the palace?" Glancing at Space Sacred Magus Sabakas, Han Shua smiled and said, "Mr. Sabakas, I think you should know about this matter, right?" Sabakas nodded with a smile and said gently, "That's right, I do know about this matter." When Lawrence's puzzled gaze turned towards him, Sabakas explained, "The old astrologer, Madame Grace, predicted that whichever Prince Brian helped would be able to become the new king of Lancelot Empire and bring new prosperity to the empire. It is only natural that you would become the lucky one because of your good relationship with Brian. Madame Grace has been making predictions for the Lancelot Empire for so many years and has never disappointed His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty believes that you will become the new emperor and bring new prosperity to the empire. That is why he is supporting you with all his might." When Lawrence heard Sabaka's explanation, he looked at Han Shuo with a stunned expression. Only now did he understand that the reason he, the illegitimate son, had suddenly received so much attention was all due to Han Shuo's help. It wasn't that His Majesty had suddenly changed his mind and thought highly of him. For someone like Lawrence who only cared about results, he was clearly shocked when he heard Sabaka's words. He stared blankly at Han Shuo for a long time before taking a deep breath and sincerely saying to Han Shuo, "So that was the case. Brian, thank you. We are friends. Hehe, of course I will help you. In addition, only when you become the king of Lancelot Empire will the empire become more prosperous. I understand your ability. Really, you can bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire," Han Shuo said with a smile. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lawrence said, "It seems that I still need to rely on you. If I had listened to Mr. Sabaka's words before today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have taken it to heart. But after seeing your unstoppable momentum, I can't help but sigh in admiration of Madame Grace's foresight. It's true, Brian, you have boundless potential. When you were still a necromancy major student, I still remember your strength. Back then, you became my punching bag for a few gold coins, and I could even beat you back then. But now, how long has it been? In less than 5 years, you are already standing at the peak. Oh, you are only in your early 20s. No one can predict your future. I have to say that Madame Grace's prediction is indeed accurate. Everything is developing according to her predictions. It seems that the Lancelot Empire might really be as Madame Grace said. Because of Brian's existence, it will once again prosper for another 100 years. Sacred Swordmaster Corel couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. Hehe, the future isn't set in stone. At least, that's what I believe. Han Shuo said with a smile. Soon after, he withdrew his smile and said, "However, when His Majesty the King agreed to help us with all his might, he made me agree to a condition. I thought I should tell you about it at this time. Brian, you are too polite. No matter what, we are friends. Moreover, I will rely on you more than you rely on me in the future. There is no need to beat around the bush between us." Lawrence's expression turned serious as he said to Han Shuo. From Sabaka's and Carol's narration, Lawrence also understood how important Han Shuo was to the Lancelot Empire. Only with the existence of such a character who could change the entire Lancelot Empire could his throne be stable and the Lancelot Empire could become more prosperous. Grace had even revealed the future path to him at the cost of her life. He clearly understood how he should treat Han Shuo, this big tree that he needed to hug tightly. "All right then, I will say it directly. His Majesty the King told me to promise him that no matter what, I must spare the lives of the 3 princes." Han Shuo looked at Lawrence and added, "As a father, His Majesty the King doesn't wish for his 3 sons to die tragically in my hands. I promised him, but I must respect your opinion. Your Highness, this is also what His Majesty said to us." Sabakas looked at Lawrence with sparkling eyes and explained. Lawrence stared blankly and remained silent for a while before saying with a frown, "Since this is father's final wish, I know what to do. However, I will exile or imprison Charles. As for the other 2, as long as they don't resist me, I will make them princes. I will not treat them unfairly." If it wasn't for the words of Han Shuo, Sabakas, and the others, Lawrence would definitely exterminate Charles. After all, this Charles had hurt him the most. In Lawrence's heart, he had even thought of killing Charles cruelly with his own hands to compensate for the humiliation he had suffered in the past. However, now that Han Shuo and the 2 Saint rank experts had said so, in addition to the fact that this was his father's final wish, he had no choice but to let Charles live regardless of whether he was truly willing or not. However, it was unclear whether Lawrence would similarly humiliate Charles in order to survive. With Lawrence's assurance, Han Shuo also heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Since you have said so, then I can rest assured. Now that Asan City has the peculiar assistance that I need for my cultivation, I think I will need at least 3 days to cultivate. Now that there are 2 saints and Lord Forenza in Asan City, I can see that Ashburn and the others have already reached the end of their road. I can rest assured and cultivate. Brian, you should properly cultivate. Your strength will make our Lancelot Empire even more aggressive." Lawrence immediately agreed with a smile. He understood what an expert who had transcended all restraints meant to a country. Back then, the appearance of the demigod heir Mike Cotton allowed the Lancelot Empire to be established, allowing it to have 100 years of golden age. If Han Shuo could reach heir Mike Cotton's height, he would similarly be able to bring the Lancelot Empire to new heights. "Alright, this bell tower will be my training ground. You can all go and do your own things. I'll have to trouble you to tell Emily and the others not to disturb me. These few days will be very important to me." Han Shuo smiled as he drove Lawrence and the others away. After Lawrence and the other 2 left, Han Shuo closed his eyes and sensed the remnant energy of the deceased enveloping the entire Asan City. He had a look of enjoyment as he muttered to himself, "Whether I can truly break through to the next realm will depend on these few days." Chapter 430. The struggle for power within Asan City was still in full swing. Wherever there was war, there would definitely be deaths. Including the deaths from the previous 2 days, the number of soldiers that had died within Asan City was no less than 40,000. The soaring baleful aura enveloped the entire sky of Asan City, causing people to feel stifled, as if a large rock was pressing down on their chests. Some experts even felt that the omnipresent magical elements seemed to be affected by this energy. On the clock tower of the castle in the northern city district, Han Shuo stood proudly on top of the clock tower, looking at the blue dome of heaven. An enormous vortex was formed once again, slowly devouring the omnipresent baleful aura within Asan City. The demon's layer edge once again soared into the sky, forming a layer of blood cloud that floated in the sky. This time, Han Shuo was much more cautious. The process of the demon's layer edge absorbing the negative energy was slowed down by a lot. As the speed at which the blood cloud condensed energy had slowed down, the conversion of energy within the demon's layer edge became much easier. Under the control of Han Shuo's mind, the hostile energy was first condensed bit by bit and then entrenched within the hilt of the demon's layer edge bit by bit. It was unknown if it was because he had swallowed a black resolute crystal previously, but the speed at which Han Shuo's body devoured and purified the baleful aura had increased by a lot. The dense baleful aura was first devoured by the enormous vortex above Han Shuo's head. After going through the high-speed rotation of the vortex, some of the impurities were removed. The purer energy seeped into Han Shuo's body through the roots of the vortex, and was then condensed by the demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body. Finally, it formed a source of energy suitable for Han Shuo's demonic infant to directly absorb. The dense baleful aura had gone through 2 processes of purification and refinement. The amount of energy that could be completely absorbed by Han Shuo was not even a tenth of it. However, due to the heavy casualties in Asan City this time, the benefits to Han Shuo from converting such a huge amount of energy into a tenth of it was also astonishing. With the previous experience of falling into a demonic state, Han Shuo had been very careful this time. He was not impatient for quick results, nor was he greedy. He used the safest method to absorb it bit by bit, to prevent himself from falling into the terrifying realm of falling into a demonic state again. Time passed by silently. After a day, the sky above the castle had turned completely blood red. When the scorching sun shone on the castle, the entire castle seemed to be smeared with a layer of blood, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. A huge whirlpool of black light and flashing lightning was crazily rotating in the middle of the thick blood-red clouds. A terrible evil aura was constantly being released, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This scene lasted for 3 days. Some of the ordinary people in Asan City suddenly felt the pressure in their hearts suddenly disappear. Some of the experts who could sense the magical elements also discovered that the indescribable energy that enveloped the entire Asan City was frantically flowing towards the northern city district and quickly disappearing. The experts on Lawrence's side who were stationed in the castle suddenly discovered that the two wonders in the sky were slowly becoming smaller. The thick smell of blood that was everywhere was also becoming more and more intense. The blood clouds were no longer as red as dripping blood, and had clearly become thinner. After another 2 days, the blood clouds above the castle seemed to have been completely blown away. The whirlpool above the clock tower had also disappeared at some point. The bright and clear sky reappeared in the northern city district. The warm sunlight shone on every corner of the northern city district, making people feel comfortably warm and comfortable. After lightly exhaling, Han Shuo slowly awoke from his meditative state. Han Shuo could feel the surging energy in his body. This kind of energy spread throughout Han Shuo's meridians, bones, and even his skin and flesh. It made Han Shuo feel like he was about to explode. Han Shuo understood in his heart that the energy he had absorbed over the past few days was all within his body. He had to go into seclusion as soon as possible to suppress all of this energy and completely fuse it with his original energy. Only then would he be able to make a breakthrough. The demon's lair edge quietly landed in Han Shuo's hand, without a trace of life. However, Han Shuo could feel the frantic transformation of energy within the demon's lair edge. The energy within the demon's lair edge was much more diverse than what Han Shuo had absorbed. If he wanted to completely digest it, it definitely wouldn't be possible in a short period of time. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Han Shuo or the demon's lair edge, they both needed some time to digest it. Moreover, the sooner the better. After walking down from the clock tower, Han Shuo stepped towards the hall on the second floor where Emily, Fanny, and the others were staying. Along the way, the 12 mystical demons clearly displayed the current situation of Asan City to Han Shuo. A few days had passed and there were no more battles in the 4 districts of Asan City, including the Imperial Palace. The group of people led by Lawrence had long since moved into the Imperial Palace. Ashburn and Lawrence's mansions were in a mess, with obvious traces of a battle. Brian. Fanny immediately called out in pleasant surprise when she saw Han Shuo walking over. Emily and Phoebe were cultivating martial arts and meditating to increase their mental strength respectively. When they heard Fanny's cry of surprise, they immediately stopped what they were doing and hurriedly came to the hall where Fanny was. Their bright eyes immediately focused on Han Shuo. "You scoundrel, you actually stood aside at such a crucial moment and actually started cultivating. You're truly an unreasonable fellow." Phoebe pouted and complained. "How's the current situation in Asan City?" Han Shuo faintly smiled and inquired about serious matters. "The overall situation has been determined. Duke Ashburn has been killed by Sacred Swordmaster Corel and Prince Charles has also been temporarily imprisoned. As for the other 2 princes, seeing that Lawrence's influence has far surpassed theirs, they have also given up on fighting over the throne with Lawrence. Currently, Lawrence is busy cleaning up the mess and gathering the people's hearts. I reckon that it won't be long before he officially ascends to the throne." Emily gently explained to Han Shuo. "From the looks of it, the civil strife in Lancelot Empire should be considered over?" Han Shuo said with a smile. Nodding her head, Emily continued, "Indeed, there's no longer any suspense. Currently, the entire Asan City is under Lawrence's control. In addition, so many military forces are in Lawrence's hands and the eldest prince has also been imprisoned. There's no one in the entire Lancelot Empire that can threaten Lawrence's throne. Since that's the case, then I can rest assured." Han Shuo said with a faint smile. Soon after, he bitterly smiled at the 3 ladies and said with some difficulty, "However, I reckon that I will need a very long period of time to cultivate. It seems that I will have to temporarily separate from you all." "You scoundrel, you've only been out for a while, where do you think you're going? You heartless fellow, don't you know that I'll miss you? When Phoebe heard that Han Shuo was going to leave again, her beautiful face was filled with grief as she cried out unwillingly. When Emily and Fanny heard that Han Shuo was going to cultivate again and that there was still a long period of time, they panicked in their hearts. Their bright eyes focused on Han Shuo, revealing a reluctant expression. There's no other way, I need to immediately go into seclusion to consume that energy. If I don't do it in time, it might affect my realm and even cause me to fall into a state of madness. Han Shuo explained with a bitter smile. Then how long do you need to cultivate this time? Emily's black brows were deeply furrowed as she inquired. I can't say for sure. If it's fast, it'll be 1.5 years. If it's slow, it'll probably be 2 to 3 years. Sigh, cultivating my martial technique in seclusion is indeed a very time-consuming matter. I have no way of predicting it either. Han Shuo sighed. When they heard that it would take at least 1.5 years, the hearts of the 3 ladies were thrown into disarray. The worry and grief in their eyes became even more intense. Brian, I have something to discuss with you alone. Phoebe pouted as she looked at Han Shuo and said angrily. However, after she said this, for some reason, Phoebe's face suddenly turned red. Emily originally had something to say as well. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly heard Phoebe say the same thing as what she wanted to say. She couldn't help but look at Phoebe in astonishment. When she saw Phoebe's pretty face turn red, Emily immediately thought of something and cursed in her heart. Her face also turned red. Han Shuo was surprised at first. When he saw Phoebe's pretty face turn red, he suddenly thought of something. He chuckled and said, "All right, I'll talk to you first. I'll talk to Emily later." When she heard Han Shuo's chuckle, Phoebe knew that he definitely knew something. She clenched her teeth and fiercely glared at Han Shuo. Then, she went straight to her room without saying a word. I'll talk to Phoebe for a bit. Han Shuo hurriedly threw down these words and quickly went to Phoebe's room. He left behind a red-faced Emily and a confused Fanny. Sister Emily, what do they have to talk about? Why do they have to talk alone? Fanny had some doubts in her heart and asked Emily. Hee, of course they have to talk about something private. Hee, I wonder how long this little hussy, Phoebe, can last. Emily laughed a little wanton. She winked at Fanny with interest. Fanny was stunned. Then, she suddenly heard Phoebe's low gasp. Fanny immediately reacted. Her cheeks flushed red, and it quickly spread to her neck. Bah! Fanny scolded in a low voice. Hee, now Sister Fanny knows what they're talking about, right? Hee, Sister Fanny. Brian, that little pervert, hasn't he eaten you yet? Why do you look so shy? Emily chuckled and teased Fanny. She looked very happy. Sister Emily, you're really... Fanny was so embarrassed that she didn't finish her sentence. She stomped her feet and walked to her room with her head down. The room was very spacious. Apart from the spacious living room in the center, there were 5 or 6 other rooms. Boris had specially arranged for them to stay in order to make it easier for him to communicate with the 3 women. Seeing Fanny shyly return to her room, Emily laughed even more happily. Both Emily and Fanny were magicians, and the 3 rooms were very close to each other. Naturally, she could hear some of the sounds. When Fanny left, only Emily was left in the living room. Low moans echoed in Emily's ears. For some reason, Emily's heart suddenly beat faster, and her body suddenly became unbearably hot. For some reason, Emily secretly looked around. With a blushing face, she tiptoed to the room where Phoebe and Han Shuo were. She lightly leaned against the door to eavesdrop on the sounds coming from inside. Oh! Phoebe's voice was soft and trembling, as if she was crying. Han Shuo, who had finally stripped Phoebe of all her clothes, wandered his big hands on Phoebe's smooth body. Every time his fingers moved, Phoebe couldn't help but tremble. Phoebe's white skin gradually became more rosy under Han Shuo's big hand's caress. Under the emotion of parting, Phoebe's almond-shaped eyes were blurred. Under Han Shuo's teasing, her body faithfully reflected the joy and excitement in her heart. Lost in Han Shuo's caresses, Phoebe panted lightly to take off Han Shuo's clothes. Whether it was because Phoebe was too excited or a little confused, her action of taking off Han Shuo's clothes was obviously a little rough, and one of his clothes was torn by her. Han Shuo had also held back for a long time. He didn't even think of setting up a soundproof enchantment. Panting heavily, he suddenly pressed on Phoebe. Ah! Phoebe screamed. Her two hands suddenly pushed against Han Shuo's chest, and her bright eyes suddenly regained clarity. Phoebe's scream was a little too loud. Even Fanny, who was far away, could hear it clearly. Inside her room, she cursed Phoebe's shamelessness in a low voice. Emily, who was eavesdropping outside, was even more shocked. She deliberately concentrated her mental energy to eavesdrop, but her ear still felt a faint pain. "You little hussy, why are you screaming so loudly? Are you trying to kill me?" Emily held her left ear and also cursed Phoebe in her heart. "Why are you here?" Han Shuo, who was about to mount her, looked at Phoebe with a stunned expression and asked in a strange tone. "You almost squashed me to death. How did you suddenly become so heavy?" "Fortunately, I am a great sword master who cultivates fighting aura. If a normal woman was pressed down by you like this, they would have been squashed to death on the spot." Phoebe's charming face was so red that it seemed like it was about to drip blood. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. He immediately reacted. After swallowing the black resolute crystal last time, his weight had increased by more than 10 times. No wonder Phoebe screamed this time. Fortunately, the first one was Phoebe. If it was Emily or Fanny, something might really have happened. Han Shuo secretly rejoiced and hurriedly reminded himself to be careful in the future. Then, he once again pounced on Phoebe with an evil smile, but this time, he used one hand to support his body. Han Shuo, who had originally planned to attack Phoebe, suddenly thought of something and immediately sat up. Then, he forcefully hugged Phoebe's perfect naked body and pressed her to sit on his thighs while she cried out in surprise. In this way, with Han Shuo sitting, Phoebe's legs were entrenched around Han Shuo's waist, and her buttocks were sitting on Han Shuo's thighs. "Scoundrel, you big pervert. This is too embarrassing, let go." Phoebe's jade buttocks felt Han Shuo's high spirits and she shyly shouted in a low voice. I just need to change my position." Han Shuo laughed proudly. Then, ignoring Phoebe's unbearable struggle, the large hand that was pressing on Phoebe's buttocks began to move. Chapter 431. Outside the door, Emily listened to the panting sounds of the two people in the room. Unconsciously, her body was getting hotter and hotter, and she became more and more powerless. Her own breath also began to become restless. Under Han Shuo's conquest, Phoebe quickly climbed to the peak of pleasure. Her body was floating and powerless, and she had already completely lost her posture in the absent-minded state. Her moans gradually became louder. Like Emily, Fanny, who was far away in her own room, could hear the light moans like that of a mosquito. This made Fanny's heart uneasy. Her mind kept replaying the scene of her intimate contact with Han Shuo. When she thought of what Phoebe and Han Shuo were doing, Fanny had a feeling of pain and jealousy. This feeling was intertwined with an inexplicable feeling of expectation, which made Fanny's heart extremely chaotic. She didn't know what was going on, but she couldn't calm down. Her body and face were boiling hot. The moans continued for a while, and suddenly stopped after a loud moan. Emily, whose legs were powerlessly pressed against the door, suddenly slammed into the door. Surprisingly, the door was not locked. Emily, who staggered, fell on her but in the room. Emily, whose face was flushed, was panting. Her towering breasts trembled as she panted, and her bright eyes were filled with anticipation. Emily just stared at the naked, stalwart, devil-like Han Shuo in a daze. At this time, Han Shuo just put down the limp and fainted Phoebe from his lap. A pair of eyes full of lust suddenly focused on Emily, who had suddenly rushed in. Han Shuo, who had already heard the movement, knew that Emily had been eavesdropping for a long time. Han Shuo, who had not fully released himself, suddenly roared and rushed to Emily like lightning. He hugged Emily, who was limp on the ground, and pressed her against the wall. He couldn't wait to tear Emily's clothes. Emily, who had long been unable to restrain her strong desire, panted and cooperated with Han Shuo to quickly take off her clothes that were torn by Han Shuo. The panting sounded again, but this time it was Emily. Fanny heard Emily's moans and cursed the three over and over again. She was surprised by the three's debauchery. After a long time, Han Shuo draped a long robe over his shoulders and walked to Fanny's room. Fanny's face was flushed red as she eavesdropped on the commotion in the distance. When she heard the heavy footsteps gradually approaching, she felt an unprecedented panic in her heart. Even she could clearly feel her heart beating. Finally, when Han Shuo walked to her room, Fanny suddenly stood up in a panic. She looked at Han Shuo with a red face and stammered, You, what do you want? What do you think? Han Shuo looked at Fanny with a light smile and walked step by step towards Han Shuo. When Fanny saw Han Shuo approaching step by step, she was so scared that she retreated step by step. When she could no longer retreat, Fanny pushed Han Shuo away and covered her nose with a red face. She said, You bastard, you didn't even clean up and came to me. Not today, I won't let you have your way today. Who asked you to have someone else's smell on you? I can't stand it anyway. Fanny, who had never experienced this kind of situation, naturally wouldn't be as open as Emily Phoebe, who had been nourished by Han Shuo for a long time. She obviously couldn't accept the fact that Han Shuo had just made love with another woman and now wanted to be intimate with her. Han Shuo looked at the somewhat flustered Fanny and knew that Fanny probably really couldn't accept it. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo could only give up. Under Fanny's service, he washed off the sweat and filth on his body in her bath. Soon after, he hugged Fanny and gently whispered sweet nothings to her for a long time. He didn't disregard Fanny's feelings and forcefully violate her. After a night, Han Shuo didn't bid farewell to the three girls early in the morning. He left the castle in the northern city district alone and headed towards the transportation matrix in Asan City. After a long time, the magical transportation matrix that had been sealed by space-sacred Magus Sabakas began to operate normally again. After experiencing the previous coup, Han Shuo's status in the Lancelot Empire had risen once again. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had been cultivating and absorbing energy for the past few days, it was likely that Lawrence's conferment would have long since landed on Han Shuo. However, even though Han Shuo had disappeared for a few days, some of the bigwigs in the entire Asan city had also learned of the shocking things that Han Shuo had done during the coup. Especially the matter of him single-handedly forcing two sacred rank experts to retreat and severely injuring Sacred Knight Blunt. This news had spread throughout the entire Lancelot Empire. Unknowingly, Han Shuo's name had resounded throughout the entire Lancelot Empire. He had even faintly surpassed Sacred Swordmaster Corel and Space Sacred Magus Sabakas, becoming one of the strongest experts in the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, when Han Shuo arrived at the transportation matrix, when the guards saw Han Shuo appear, their gazes were filled with deep admiration and excitement. Marquis Brian, it's Lord Marquis Brian. Ah, it's really Lord Marquis. Ha, I see Lord Marquis. My lord, may I ask if you wish to use the transportation matrix? The soldiers guarding the transportation matrix were all incomparably enthusiastic and respectfully asked Han Shuo. Some of the merchants in the distance suddenly became indescribably excited when they heard the guards' exclamations. They also began to swarm over, wanting to witness Han Shuo's glory. Seeing the crowd rapidly swarming over like a tide, Han Shuo hastily said, "I want to use the transportation matrix to Sea Mist City, please help me make the adjustments." "No problem, my lord, please enter. I will immediately help you operate the transportation matrix." The leader respectfully replied, bowing and inviting Han Shuo to enter the transportation matrix. Suddenly, Han Shuo knew that because of the battle a few days ago, his status in the Lancelot Empire had reached a new height. Just from the eyes of these soldiers and merchants, Han Shuo knew how much they revered him. Not daring to stay here any longer, Han Shuo hastily stood in the middle of the transportation matrix. Under the operation of the transportation matrix began to mobilize the energy of the magic crystals. After a flash of light, Han Shuo had already appeared in Sea Mist City. As soon as he entered Sea Mist City, Han Shuo immediately established a connection with an aura. Han Shuo immediately understood, the metal elite zombie had been successfully refined. "That's great, the 5 elite zombies have finally been assembled." Han Shuo was incomparably surprised. He didn't stay in Sea Mist City for even a second longer. After arriving at a remote corner, he immediately utilized demonic arts to fly. Like a bolt of lightning, he streaked across the vast sky, rapidly flying in the direction of Bretel City. After a few months, when he returned to Mount Silk, Han Shuo discovered that the scale of the weapon workshop on Mount Silk was 5 to 6 times larger than the last time. This weapon workshop occupied more than half of Mount Silk. Thousands of weapon workers were in full swing refining armors. Bretel City was rich in minerals. Originally, it was only because Bretel City had always been embroiled in war that no one was willing to stay here. That was why it was difficult to form various weapon workshops. Even their own weapons were purchased from other cities and towns. Now that Bretel City had gone through several major and minor battles, it had become a fortress that was as solid as an iron rampart. Anyone who wanted to invade Bretel City would have to think twice about whether they had the strength to do so. Once safety was guaranteed, with Bretel City possessing manpower and minerals, the establishment of a weapon workshop became a matter of course. After landing on Mount Silk, Han Shuo circled around Mount Silk through the mystical demons and had a panoramic view of the scale of the weapon workshop on Mount Silk. He inwardly nodded, understanding that with the existence of this weapon workshop, at least the soldiers of Bretel City wouldn't have to worry about some armors. Without notifying Ardman who was on Mount Silk, Han Shuo entered the mine alone and went deep into the mine with ease. When he arrived at the area where he encountered the stone men last time, Han Shuo saw a few large wooden signs erected there. On the signs were the words, "No one is allowed to go deep and mine." It seemed that Han Shuo's instructions to Ardman and the others had been engraved in their hearts. They forbade anyone from recklessly touching the mines around the place of extreme metal. Instead, according to Han Shuo's instructions, they would come and harvest some of the ores placed by the stone men after a period of time. In this way, the harmony between both sides wouldn't be harmed and it would be beneficial to both sides. When Han Shuo entered the place of extreme metal, the first thing that entered Han Shuo's eyes was that dazzling golden pillar. Information from Metal Elite Zombie was constantly transmitted into Han Shuo's mind. A few souls that cultivated in the place of extreme metal were flying around Han Shuo, narrating to Han Shuo the situation after Han Shuo left. "Alright, I got it. No one will come and touch this place. You guys can still cultivate here in the future. However, you still have to help me with some matters," Han Shuo said to those souls. "We are very happy to be of service to you," those souls replied. Without saying much, Han Shuo went straight to the area where Metal Elite Zombie was. Just like before, Han Shuo removed the formation that gathered the yuan energy of metal in the place of extreme metal and released the Metal Elite Zombie. The dazzling golden light was somewhat dazzling. The Metal Elite Zombie was covered in a dazzling golden armor, radiating golden light in all directions like a man made of gold. The Metal Elite Zombie, who had been released from the restraints, suddenly arrived next to the golden pillar. He pressed his two hands on the golden pillar and two energies of the same origin suddenly converged together. Under Han Shua's attentive gaze, the towering golden pillar shrunk little by little until it became a short golden rod. The metal elite zombie grabbed it and started brandishing it. Han Shua was stunned. Now, he could finally confirm that this metal attribute treasure that had been nurtured for who knows how many millions of years was indeed the same as the weapons used by the legendary characters in his world. It was a golden cudgel that could shrink at will and had the weight of a mountain. The metal elite zombie held the golden cudgel in the palm of his hand. The metal elite zombie, who was refined from pure yuan energy of metal, had just enough energy to wield the golden cudgel. Apart from the metal elite zombie, perhaps even the current Han Shua would find it very strenuous to wield the golden cudgel. He simply wouldn't be able to bring out the full power of this metal attribute treasure. The metal elite zombie brandished the metal attribute treasure effortlessly. His heart was filled with excitement. Having just successfully evolved, the metal elite zombie didn't have much intelligence. He could only convey to Han Shua the joy of being reborn over and over again. Alright, stop playing around. Only when you reach that place will you be able to grow even faster. Han Shua said with a light smile. He chanted an incantation and summoned the little skull from the netherworld. As soon as the little skull appeared from the other dimension, he saw the metal elite zombie sparkling with golden light. The purple demon eye of the little skull shone brightly as he transmitted to Han Shua, "Thank you father, we have another brother." "He, take him back," Han Shua said smilingly. "Father, why do little gold and little fire have weapons, but little earth, little wood, and little water don't?" The little skull didn't immediately leave as Han Shua wished. Instead, he looked at the golden cudgel in the metal elite zombie's hand and asked Han Shua. "Little earth, little wood, little water, little gold, and little fire?" Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. It seemed that the little skull had given them names. That's right, they all possess intelligence and are no longer simple undead creatures. They should have their own names, Han Shua thought. The place of extreme fire and extreme metal have existed for far longer than the other three places. After hundreds of millions of years, they naturally nurtured treasures of the fire and metal attributes. The other three places have probably only been formed for tens of thousands of years and haven't reached the qualifications to nurture treasures of the fire and metal attributes. Han Shua explained to the little skeleton. In that case, are there no other places that can nurture such weapons? I can feel that the weapons in Little Fire and Little Gold's hands seem to have been specially made for them. Their strength has become even more powerful because of those weapons. I want to find such weapons for Little Water, Little Earth, and Little Wood. Little Skull transmitted. When the little skull said so, Han Shua's body trembled and he immediately came to a realization. That's right, the profound continent is so vast. Perhaps there are other places of extreme fire. Perhaps there really are places that can nurture earth, water, and would attribute treasures. After being reminded by the little skull, Han Shua suddenly brightened up and thought inwardly. Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to it later. Han Shua smiled and said to the little skull. He then began chanting an incantation, preparing to send the little skull and the metal elite zombie back to the other world. Just as the little skull and the earth elite zombie were about to disappear, the little skull sent a message, "Father, I have given myself a name. I am called Han Hao." Chapter 432. After metal elite zombie and little skull were sent back to the netherworld by Han Shua immediately left Mount Silk and returned to Bretel City. When Han Shua returned to Bretel City this time, he didn't say much, nor did he try to understand the situation in Bretel City. He only found a few people in charge and chatted for a while, explaining the situation of his upcoming training for a period of time. Jack and the others had managed Bretel City to a flourishing state in Han Shua's absence. Everything was developing well. After the 12 mystical demons made a round, Han Shuo understood that Bretel City's situation didn't require him to worry at all. Now that Lawrence was about to take control of the Lancelot Empire, Han Shuo believed that with their relationship, Lawrence would definitely not mistreat his subordinates in Bretel City. From Sabaka's and Carol's words, Han Shuo understood how important he would be to Lawrence. It was precisely because of this that he could cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. After everything was ready, Han Shuo entered the secret room in his mansion in Bretel City and used the transportation matrix to arrive at the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death, which was shrouded in a dense aura of death all year round, was as gloomy as ever. Han Shuo walked straight to the place where the Earth Elite zombie was buried. He discovered that under the nourishment of the Yuan energy in this place of extreme Earth, the Earth Elite zombie's sunken chest injury was no longer as unsightly. It seemed that this place of extreme Earth that nurtured the Earth Elite zombie was indeed very useful for the Earth Elite zombie's recovery. As soon as he entered the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo immediately got in touch with Dark Dragon Gilbert. From Gilbert's steady message, there shouldn't be any situation in the Valley of Sunshine that Trunks couldn't handle. Since this was the case, Han Shuo passed on the message to Gilbert that he needed to cultivate for a long time. Of the 9 levels of demonic arts, Han Shuo had already reached the separate demon realm. Whether or not he could break through to the carnal realm would depend on whether or not Han Shuo could digest the enormous energy in his body and comprehend the state of mind needed to reach the carnal realm. Since demonic arts practitioners focused on the forging of the physical body, their lifespan was much longer than the swordsmen and mages of this world. Even a demonic arts practitioner like Han Shuo in the separate demon realm could easily live for several hundred years as long as he wasn't killed or possessed by the devil. Perhaps it was precisely because demonic cultivators had an abundance of time that they would spend a lot of time in closed-door training. Depending on the level of their cultivation, the amount of time they would spend in closed-door training would also vary. The more advanced a demonic cultivator was, the longer they would spend in closed-door training. This time, Han Shuo had made plans for a long period of seclusion. After making all the necessary arrangements in the mundane world, he truly entered the so-called state of seclusion for demonic arts practitioners. Sitting cross-legged in the Cemetery of Death that was littered with white bones, Han Shuo calmed his mind and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He sensed the terrifying killing intent that filled his body and quickly circulated the demonic yuan in his body, directing the enormous energy in his body to the demon infant. This was a rather time-consuming and energy-consuming process. Fortunately, Han Shuo's endurance was astonishing. Once he set his mind on something, he would persevere and complete it. Ever since Han Shuo sat cross-legged, Han Shuo hadn't moved an inch. He only held the thought of completely digesting the enormous killing intent in his body and entered the deepest meditative state. The Cemetery of Death was indeed a good place to train. Because of the existence of the boundary, no one would be able to discover its existence. Without a single person in the Cemetery of Death, not a single sound could be heard. The deathly silence here was very suitable for a demonic arts practitioner like Han Shuo. When Han Shuo began to do this without any distracting thoughts, time had already lost all meaning to him. Gradually, Han Shuo's consciousness became empty. He didn't have any other thoughts, and even forgot his own existence. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill, including his consciousness. There were 2 types of demonic arts practitioners entering the demonic path. The active type of demonic arts was like what happened a few days ago, causing the demonic arts practitioner to sink into a frenzied killing spree. At that time, the demonic arts practitioner's heart would only be filled with pure ruthlessness and bloodlust, possessing the madness to destroy everything. In this state, the demonic arts practitioner wouldn't know what they were doing, and they wouldn't feel any pain. Their strength would indeed be more frightening than usual. However, this active type of demonic arts practitioner was extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, the demonic arts practitioner would forever fall into the demonic path, forever unable to find themselves and turning into the purest killing machine. Last time, before Han Shuo entered that state, he had a brief moment of clarity. Due to the hatred buried deep in his heart, Han Shuo had set his sights on sacred Night Blunt. In addition, Han Shuo's previous demonic state was purely due to him being unable to control the energy absorbed by the demon's layer edge and the killing intent of his main body. When the energy that caused Han Shuo to enter the demonic state was released by Han Shuo's frenzied attacks, the energy that originally didn't belong to Han Shuo's body disappeared forever. Only then did Han Shuo gradually regain his consciousness. If Han Shuo's previous demonic state wasn't caused by the energy outside his body, but by some kind of stimulation that caused him to enter the demonic state, causing the demonic infant in his main body to develop the desire to kill, then it wouldn't be so easy to recover from. Compared to the active type of demonic arts that was extremely harmful, the calm type of demonic arts practitioner was very willing to enter the state. This kind of cultivation state of demonic arts that allowed the demonic practitioner to have no distracting thoughts would have an extremely miraculous effect on the demonic practitioner's cultivation. However, this type of demonic arts practitioner was extremely difficult to enter. Some demonic arts practitioners might not be able to enter this state in their entire lives, but there were also those with extraordinary talent who could enter this state multiple times when they had the right opportunity. These kinds of people could generally become ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Tao. They were people with extremely high talent, perseverance, and great wisdom. To Han Shuo, this wasn't the first time he had entered the demonic state. In a situation where he didn't even know why, he once again entered this miraculous state. It was as if the entire world, including Han Shuo himself, had been expelled from his mind. His consciousness was completely empty, floating in the air. To Han Shuo, time no longer had any concept at all. Sitting cross-legged in the cemetery of death, Han Shuo was in a state of selflessness. Little snake-like black electric currents streaked across the surface of his body, and a terrifying aura spread out from Han Shuo's body. Thick blood-red mist seeped out from his pores, lingering around Han Shuo before being inhaled into his body through his nostrils, forming a cycle. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo was startled awake by a series of crackling sounds. When he came to his senses, he suddenly felt as if the demonic infant in his body had turned into a whirlpool, continuously spinning at high speed, releasing strands of energy into his limbs, bones, and organs. The energy filled every corner of Han Shuo's body, once again tempering Han Shuo's inhumanly strong body. Strands of energy surged within Han Shuo's body, and a familiar tearing pain appeared once again, as if thousands of sharp knives were stabbing into his body. In the process of continuously improving his demonic arts, his body would be repeatedly tempered due to the explosive increase in demonic yuan. This would allow his body to adapt to the violent circulation of the demonic yuan, allowing his body to reach a state that was in line with his realm. With previous experiences, this time, Han Shuo could already adapt to the pain of the strengthening of his body. When the energy released by the demonic infant seeped into his limbs and bones, Han Shuo could even sense that his bones were the first to feel it. His bones, which had been forged with black resolute crystal, seemed to have suddenly undergone some kind of mutation under the tempering of the demonic infant's energy. His bones, which were originally as tough as iron and stone, seemed to have been stimulated by strands of energy from the demonic infant. With a thought, Han Shuo suddenly flung his left hand out. Amazingly, the left hand that Han Shuo had flung out actually lengthened by about 10 centimeters according to Han Shuo's will. Han Shuo was immediately stunned. Soon after, his right hand, and left foot were all punched and kicked into the air. With a thought, Han Shuo discovered that the bones in his hands and feet could actually lengthen according to his will. His bones, which were as hard as iron and stone, had an additional layer of miraculous flexibility. What especially surprised Han Shuo was that he could actually control the lengthening and restoring of his bones. In other words, when Han Shuo threw out a punch, he could suddenly lengthen his arms and feet a little if he wanted to. If this was in close combat, such a miraculous ability to lengthen his arms and feet would definitely produce frightening results that would catch his opponent off guard. In addition, Han Shuo could also vaguely sense that the extension of his arms by 10 centimeters was not his limit. It seemed that with practice and the increase of his strength, he could improve further. Just thinking about what this meant made Han Shuo indescribably shocked. Such a miraculous ability was simply not achievable by humans. In Chu Kanglin's memories, there didn't seem to be any introduction to this miraculous ability. It was true that demonic arts practitioners could be very tyrannical. When they reached the ultimate realm, they could even regrow their arms if they were chopped off. However, there didn't seem to be any ability to have limbs that were flexible to the point of being able to lengthen and contract. Han Shuo thought carefully for a moment. He understood that it might be due to the mutation that had occurred with the black resolute crystal from the little skull and the demonic arts tempering his body. He thought to himself that it seemed that all demonic arts were created by humans. This wasn't something that was unchangeable and couldn't be cultivated and evolved. Apart from the change in the flexibility of his bones, Han Shuo's internal organs and flesh had been strengthened once again. Especially the tendons and arteries within Han Shuo's body. Under this round of tempering, they had once again received an astonishing expansion. The speed at which Han Shuo's demonic yuan circulated was even faster than before. After inspecting his body with his consciousness, Han Shuo discovered that although his physical body had been strengthened, he still seemed to be one step away from the carnal realm. However, Han Shuo could feel that this step was very close to him. As long as he could comprehend it, Han Shuo would immediately be able to enter the carnal realm. However, such was the training of demonic arts. The comprehension of that realm was the most mysterious. If one could comprehend it, one could comprehend it. If one couldn't force it. The strength of Han Shuo's body was already sufficient, and the demonic yuan was also sufficient for Han Shuo to break through to the next realm. As long as Han Shuo could comprehend the next realm of carnal realm, the demonic infant would immediately undergo a mutation, and his consciousness would take another step forward to the carnal realm. Exhaling lightly, Han Shuo smiled wryly and sat down cross-legged again. He carefully went through the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin in his mind. Unfortunately, although Chu Kanglin's memories were very complicated, there was no definite information regarding the comprehension of this realm. Han Shuo understood that it seemed that he still had to rely on his own comprehension. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was to rely on his own understanding of demonic arts. "Father, I've completely recovered." Just as Han Shuo was pondering inwardly, he suddenly sensed the Earth Elite Zombie's message. Han Shuo started and immediately reacted. Turning his head to look, he discovered that the silly Earth Elite Zombie had left the place of extreme Earth at some point and was looking at Han Shuo from not too far away. The originally sunken part of the Earth Elite Zombie's chest had returned to normal. It looked like the Earth Elite Zombie had truly completely recovered. "Very good, you've finally recovered. The next time we meet, we'll kill that fellow, I promise." Han Shuo looked at the Earth Elite Zombie and said solemnly. "I know, Father has become much stronger." The Earth Elite Zombie replied. "Alright, I'll send you back first. I'll be researching a way to freely enter and exit your world. After you return, I think it won't be long before I can meet you in your world." Han Shuo smiled as he looked at the Earth Elite Zombie. "Alright, I also miss my other brothers. Father, come to our world as soon as possible. There are also many interesting things in our world." The Earth Elite Zombie replied. I understand." Han Shuo replied and sent the Earth Elite Zombie back to the Netherworld. After sending the Earth Elite Zombie away, Han Shuo didn't continue thinking about the carnal realm. Instead, he started researching how to use the skeletal staff to freely enter and exit the Netherworld with his soul. A serene luster gem and a black resolute crystal had great effects on Han Shuo's mental strength and physical body respectively. This kind of good stuff that only existed in the Netherworld aroused Han Shuo's interest. It made Han Shuo understand that the Netherworld filled with undead creatures also had some peculiar treasures. The most important thing was that Little Skull and the others were all in the netherworld. Now that Little Skull had even given himself the name Hanhao, this meant that Little Skull's intelligence was getting higher and higher. Apart from his skeletal form, he was already like any other highly intelligent life form, possessing an independent consciousness and could clearly think and orient himself. Han Shuo was very concerned and curious about Little Skull and the others. Only when souls could freely travel to the netherworld could Han Shuo understand them better and even help Little Skull and the others evolve faster. Chapter 433. The practice of necromancy magic was also a rather exhausting activity. However, with regards to this necromancy magic that allowed one's soul to freely traverse the netherworld, Han Shuo did not spend too much time mastering it. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo already had 2 experiences of traversing the netherworld with his soul, in addition to the detailed description of how to traverse the netherworld with the skeletal staff. It only took Han Shuo less than half a month's time to grasp the art of traversing the netherworld. In this half a month, Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the others frequently sensed Han Shuo's presence in the netherworld. However, Han Shuo was unable to grasp the exact direction when he entered the netherworld, and was often extremely far away from Little Skull and the others. Every time Han Shuo entered the netherworld, he could immediately sense the messages that Little Skull and the others transmitted to him. In the netherworld, Little Skull and the others' presences were even stronger and clearer. Han Shuo could sense their urgent desire to meet up. However, Han Shuo, who had been studying this necromancy magic, was not in a hurry to rush to the area where Little Skull and the others were. It was only after a long while that Han Shuo truly grasped the method of traversing the netherworld with his soul. With the assistance of necromancy magic incantations and the skeletal staff, Han Shuo's consciousness could descend into the netherworld. In the lifeless netherworld, he could then rapidly return to the profound continent based on the connection he had with his main body. After mastering this necromancy magic, Han Shuo spent a few more days, using his connection with Little Skull and the others to deeply research the method of accurately arriving at their side. On Little Skull and the others, not only was there Han Shuo's blood essence, there was also a primer left behind using the Seal of Darkness. Every time Han Shuo's soul entered the netherworld, he could clearly sense the presence of Little Skull and the others. After Han Shuo repeatedly used that connection to adjust the skeletal staff and magic incantations, he finally successfully arrived at Little Skull's side when his soul traversed the netherworld a few days later. "Father!" Little Skull immediately called out when Han Shuo landed beside him. On top of a barren mountain, Little Skull, Fire, and Water Elite Zombies were all there. Behind Little Skull was a densely packed horde of undead creatures. These creatures included the 3 evil knights, the Bone Devil, and the Mummy Lord. There were even more hate warriors, zombie warriors, and skeletal warriors all over the barren mountain. Under the dusky gray sky, hundreds and thousands of gargoyles flew everywhere. It seemed that they were also the undead army that had pledged allegiance to Little Skull. Looking ahead, below the barren mountain was a vast black ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within this deathly still black ocean, numerous limbs and bones of undead creatures floated. It was like a graveyard for undead creatures, filled with an incomparably dense aura of death. Several enormous auras were hidden in the vast black ocean, as if spying on everything in the dark. Han Shuo could sense how frightening those auras were. Looking at Little Skull and the others who were ready to depart, Han Shuo suddenly understood. It seemed that Little Skeleton didn't come with good intentions by bringing an army of undead creatures here. "Father, can you accurately come to our side?" Little Skull couldn't help but ask again when he saw that Han Shuo had landed beside him and was only looking around without saying a word. "Kacha kacha." After a series of cracking sounds, under the control of Han Shuo's consciousness, a few bones were forcibly extracted from the skeletal warriors' bodies. Han Shuo then manipulated the dense aura of death to rapidly strengthen the toughness of these bones. After a short while, he had forged a body of white bones for himself. "When I return, I will return all the bones I extracted from their bodies to them," Han Shuo said to Little Skull. It is their honor to have their bones used by Father. These low-level skeletal warriors only obey instinctively. They don't have any intelligence, and their bones aren't tough enough. If Father wants a good body, I can help you find some better bones, Little Skull said to Han Shuo. There's no need for that. Once I understand the mysteries of the teleportation formation in the Cemetery of Death, my main body can directly descend into this world. When that time comes, my main body will be in the netherworld, and no bones will be more suitable for me than my original body, Han Shuo explained to Little Skull. That's right, Father's body is very strong. Even the bones of the bone dragons in this world aren't as tough as Father's body, Little Skull nodded in agreement. Roar, as Han Shuo and Little Skull were talking, a terrifying howl suddenly came from the endless black ocean in front of them. It was as if a terrifying undead creature was issuing a challenge to Little Skull. Little Skull's purple demon eye suddenly shot out a dazzling purple light. The purple light seemed to be tangible as it pierced through space and actually shot towards the direction of the howl, carrying with it an extremely cold and merciless intent. Pa! A series of explosions suddenly came from the direction where the howl came from. The deathly still black ocean suddenly seemed to boil as a few dark pillars abruptly rose and soared into the sky. A terrifying creature with a body as large as an octopus emerged from the black ocean. Its tentacles were covered with sharp bone spurs. It roared angrily towards the sky, lowly existence, you actually dare to challenge my dignity. Do you think you can defeat me today? Following the appearance of the octopus-like creature, grotesquely shaped creatures slowly emerged from the black ocean. From the appearance of these undead creatures, they were very similar to common undead creatures. However, perhaps because they had been in this black ocean for a long time, they weren't quite the same as common undead creatures. Among the creatures that emerged were skeleton warriors, zombie warriors, hate warriors, and even evil knights and other powerful high-level undead creatures. However, these creatures all had fins growing on their bodies, appearing very strange and awkward. There were also some undead creatures that were completely different from the undead creatures that Han Shuo had encountered for a long time. They were basically some kind of fish that had evolved from the profound continent, possessing an ugly appearance. Tomoja, this vast area of the eastern Dead Sea will also become my territory. If you submit to me, I will spare your life. Little Skull once again released his disdainful aura. He sat upright on the bone devil that could fly, and arrogantly said to the bizarre undead creature called Tomoja in the distance. Ha, shamelessly boastful skeleton. You've already been defeated by my hands time and time again. Do you think you're qualified to make me submit to you? Tomoja wasn't afraid of the little skeleton at all, and even mocked with a smile. It seems that you are courting death. Little Skull shouted loudly, and urged the bone devil beneath him to fly towards that area. The water elite zombie, who was originally standing there, took the lead and rushed towards the Black Sea. Before the water elite zombie got close to the Black Sea, the water elite zombie began to display his innate ability. Under the manipulation of his energy, the Black Sea suddenly split in front of him, miraculously forming a tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, the undead army brought by Little Skull and the fire elite zombie moved towards the exposed seabed. The water elite zombie, who was in the middle, naturally formed a bizarre energy around him. The surging Black Sea constantly churned, crushing many creatures in the Black Sea into pieces. When the huge undead army on the bald mountain arrived beside him, the water elite zombie took the lead and went straight into the depths of the Black Sea. The surging Black Sea water was restrained by the power of the water elite zombie, and automatically split apart, forming a tunnel that allowed them to pass through. Tomoja, did you see that? My brother can manipulate the water of the Dead Sea. This area is no longer under your control. As long as you submit to me, you can still continue to dominate this Dead Sea. Otherwise, if you make me waste more effort, I will make you pay later. Little Skull rode on the bone devil and stood tall on the head of the water elite zombie. He looked at the undead creature of the Dead Sea, Tomoja, who was constantly bobbing up and down in the distance, and persuaded it to surrender. When Little Skull flew out, Han Shuo also stayed on the bone devil that Little Skull was riding. Looking at the Little Skull who was standing tall in the sky and persuading the Dead Sea creature to surrender, he suddenly understood that Little Skull had indeed evolved to become more and more human-like. In the past, Little Skull would never talk so much. He would only use pure strength to conquer, and would never use his tongue to make the enemy yield. This kind of method of using words to make the enemy yield would only appear in the hands of high-level creatures that possessed intelligence. However, this undead creature of the Dead Sea called Tamoja was obviously a powerful existence that was unwilling to submit to others. He simply ignored the Little Skull's persuasion. Obviously, he did not believe that Little Skull had the ability to defeat him. When Little Skull realized that Tamoja did not know how to appreciate his kindness, his purple demon eye flashed with a violent light. That 3-meter-long bone spur suddenly moved. The dense death aura in the air above the Dead Sea began to crazily rush into the bone spur in Little Skull's hand. An incomparably enormous death aura spread out with Little Skull as the center. Lowly Tamoja, you will pay for your stupidity. Little Skull's thoughts spread throughout the entire area, driving the bone devil straight towards the undead creature in the Dead Sea. Chapter 434. In terms of size, the Little Skull and the bone devil that could fly were not as big as this creature from the Dead Sea called Tamoja. However, when the Little Skull charged towards Tamoja, his indomitable momentum was very frightening, which made Han Shuo very surprised. When the Little Skull brought Han Shuo and rode the bone devil towards Tamoja, the undead army led by the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie were already fighting against Tamoja's mutated undead creatures in the Dead Sea. The Water Elite Zombie who could manipulate the power of the Dead Sea was like adding wings to a tiger in this place. The surging water of the Dead Sea not only prevented the seawater from approaching the undead army that came along with him, but also caused considerable damage to Tamoja's underlings. The Fire Elite Zombie who held the Fire Lotus in his hand followed closely behind the Water Elite Zombie. From the Fire Lotus in his hand, blazing flames leaped out. In this netherworld that was damp and gloomy all year round, the Fire Elite Zombie's surging flames appeared to be very unusual. Their destructive power against the undead creatures was also very frightening. Especially these undead creatures that had been staying in the Dead Sea for a long time, they had long been accustomed to the gloomy coldness of the Dead Sea. When the surging flames approached them, they felt their bodies go limp. When the scorching flames of the Fire Lotus entered their bodies, these undead creatures were like ice cubes that had been defrosted, quickly melting and evaporating. This time, the reason why the Little Skull brought the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie along was because the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie were the biggest threats to the undead creatures in the Dead Sea. The Water Elite Zombie who could manipulate the Yuan energy of water and the Fire Elite Zombie who had astonishing heat energy had an innate advantage over these creatures of the Dead Sea. In just a short while, under the joint efforts of the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie, these undead creatures in the Dead Sea were gradually defeated, suffering heavy losses. On the side of the Little Skull, with the two generals of the Water Elite Zombie and the Fire Elite Zombie, Little Skull did not need to worry about the battle below at all. Instead, he put all his energy on the leader of the undead creatures in the Dead Sea, Tamoja. In the hands of Little Skull, the 3-meter-long bone spear, which was condensed with a huge amount of death chi, shot towards Tamoja in the blink of an eye like a silver lightning. The undead creature seemed to be aware of the fearsomeness of the bone spurs in Little Skull's hands. Seeing that the bone spurs were about to reach its body, the upper half of its body that was originally floating above the surface of the water suddenly disappeared into the depths of the Dead Sea. The bone spear that was thrown out by the Little Skull flashed with lightning in the area where Tamoja was, and directly shot deep into the water. Suddenly, a water column rose up into the sky, and a series of explosions sounded from the bottom of the black seawater. Roar! From the depths of the Dead Sea came Tamoja's angry roar. Listening to that incomparably angry voice, Han Shuo knew that this Tomoja should have been injured by Little Skull's bone spur. Otherwise, he wouldn't have roared with such resentment. This undead creature doesn't belong to our world. His soul from another world was destroyed using a special method, and that's why he appeared in our netherworld. In our world, his soul absorbed a huge amount of death chi, and formed his current body in this Dead Sea. I've known about this guy's existence for a long time. Previously, I've come here to deal with him 3 times, but because my strength was too weak, I wasn't able to take advantage of him all 3 times. Only now did I have the confidence to kill him. That's because his progress isn't as fast as mine. Little Skull turned a deaf ear to Tomoja's roar in the depths of the Dead Sea, and slowly explained to Han Shuo. He's not naturally produced in this world. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, and then asked curiously. And, he's the same as father. Some existences with powerful souls from other planes, due to some special reasons, can come to our world. However, it's very rare to find someone like father who can freely travel between 2 worlds. Once this guy's soul came to our world, he can't go back anymore, so he stayed in the Dead Sea to live. However, his soul should have been very powerful in the past. After coming to this world and fusing with the power here, it formed a new body. Not only did he undergo a mutation, even the undead creatures that originally stayed at the periphery of the Dead Sea, were tempted by his power, and turned into some strange undead creatures, and lived together with him in the Dead Sea. Little Skull continued to explain to Han Shuo. Experts from other planes, due to some special reasons, had their souls descend into this world, and absorb the power of the netherworld to forge their bodies, forming a new existence similar to the undead creatures. Han Shuo's mind spun for a moment, and he immediately came to a realization. From Little Skull's explanation just now, Han Shuo understood that the undead creatures in the netherworld, other than those that were naturally born from the aura of death in this world, there were also some outsiders who mutated and became them. Thinking about it, if Han Shuo wasn't able to freely enter and exit the netherworld, with the strength of Han Shuo's soul, he could also become a terrifying undead creature in this world. Crash, the undead creature from the Dead Sea called Tomoja, while Han Shuo was pondering, suddenly revealed its huge body from the Dead Sea. Its body was indeed like the octopus that Han Shuo knew. It had an oval body, surrounded by tentacles. Only, compared to an octopus, this creature called Tomoja was even more terrifying and malevolent. One after another, the sharp bone spurs that were unique to the netherworld almost filled its entire body. On top of its oval body, it was covered with a layer of pitch-black armor, sparkling with a dark light. It seemed to be very hard. In the middle of its oval body, there were a few pupils the size of a fist. Below the pupils was a huge ghastly white mouth similar to that of a shark. The sharp teeth inside seemed to be able to bite through all hard objects. Damn it, today I will definitely destroy you completely. Tomoja roared. Its huge body covered the sky, and its tentacles fluttered. Unexpectedly, it floated up little by little from the depths of the Dead Sea, and rushed straight towards Little Skull. Idiot, once you leave the Dead Sea, only death awaits you. Little Skull shouted in a low voice, but this sentence was only heard by Han Shuo. A flash of white lightning suddenly flew out from the depths of the sea, and instantly fell into Little Skull's hand. It was the 3-meter-long bone spur that Little Skull often used. Then, without waiting for Tomoja to speak any more nonsense, Little Skull and Bone Devil rushed towards Tomoja together. Under Han Shuo's attention, the 7 wing-like bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly flew all over the sky. When these 7 bone spurs appeared, Tomoja's pupils quickly flickered. As if it knew how terrifying those 7 bone spurs were, it seemed to want to retreat to the depths of the Dead Sea. Now that you've come out, don't even think about going back. Little Skull's thoughts spread throughout the entire area. Those 7 bone spurs whistled and pierced towards Tomoja. Tomoja roared angrily, its barbed tentacles swung randomly all over the sky, trying to block the 7 bone spurs that suddenly flew out from Little Skull's back. However, Little Skull had long been able to use the art of magic control to control the 7 bone spurs, and now he was even more adept at controlling these 7 bone spurs. Timoja's tentacles that covered the sky continuously flew to block Little Skull's attack, and simply couldn't hit the 7 bone spurs that were flying straight towards him. Bright black sparks lit up from Timoja's oval body. They were all caused by the 7 bone spurs piercing into Timoja's armor-like body. Little Skull, who was riding on Bone Devil, brought Bone Devil to the bottom of Timoja's huge body. Bone Devil and Little Skull worked together to attack Timoja's abdomen, which was above their heads. In this way, if Timoja wanted to re-enter the Dead Sea, he would need to eliminate the threat of Little Skull and Bone Devil under his abdomen. Otherwise, he would really be attacked from both front and back. Despicable and insidious guy, how could there be such an existence like you in the undead world? Timoja roared furiously, its tentacles that covered the sky extended towards Little Skull and Bone Devil. It wanted to strangle or stab Little Skull and Bone Devil to death first. After chanting a series of incantations, bone spears suddenly appeared out of thin air. They flew from Little Skull's side to the sky, and collided with the tentacles that were extending towards him. At the same time, Han Shuo concentrated his mental power, and released a soul tremor magic. Timoja that was roaring crazily seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It let out a muffled groan, and its huge body shook violently. "Thank you, Father," Little Skull said. He patted the Bone Devil under him, and his body shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he actually arrived on top of Timoja's oval-shaped body that was covered in armor. Taking advantage of the fact that Timoja was captivated by Han Shuo's soul tremor magic, Little Skull grabbed a bone spur, and fiercely pierced it into Timoja's pupil. When Timoja opened its mouth to roar loudly again, Little Skull's body flashed, and like electricity, he shot into Timoja's abdomen, and disappeared. The Bone Devil that was patted by Little Skull, carried Han Shuo all the way down. However, Han Shuo could clearly see that Little Skull had rushed into Timoja's body. His heart was filled with astonishment, and he did not know why Little Skull would enter Timoja's body. Just when Han Shuo was astonished, something even more peculiar suddenly happened. Timoja, whose body had been drilled into by Little Skull, suddenly shook violently. On top of Timoja's oval-shaped body, the bone spurs that Little Skull had left on the outside ruthlessly pierced into Timoja's body, and pulled out strands of jet-black, ink-like liquid. "Damn it, come out, come out." While Timoja was struggling fiercely, it was still roaring endlessly towards the sky. However, Han Shuo could clearly sense that Timoja's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even its huge body was slowly shrinking, as if it had shrunk. On the contrary, Han Shuo could sense that the aura of Little Skull inside Timoja's body was getting stronger and stronger, as if all of Timoja's power had been absorbed by it. This process lasted for a very short period of time. Just when Han Shuo was in a daze, he saw Timoja's body, which had shrunk after a single strike, suddenly inflated like a balloon. The few bone spurs that were inserted on Timoja's body, shone with a purple demonic light in front of Han Shuo. Strands of bizarre energy were extracted from Timoja's body by the bone spurs. Pooh! Timoja's rapidly expanding body suddenly exploded when it reached its limit. Those thorny tentacles that were fluttering all over the sky, flew apart in the midst of the body's explosion. The little skull inside Timoja's body seemed to have been dyed with a layer of ink, and the pure white bones had turned into black crystals. "I surrender, I am willing to surrender to you." Timoja, whose body was blown to pieces, finally gave up resistance. From that split oval body, came the thought of surrendering. "Your body has already been shattered. You, in this state, are no longer of much value to me." The little skull responded to Timoja's surrender, and inserted all 7 bone spurs into Timoja's body. Like blood vessels, the enormous soul power inside Timoja's body was sucked clean through the connection of the 7 bone spurs. Timoja's huge body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly melted away. In just a short while, Timoja, whose entire body's power was sucked dry by the little skull, did not leave a trace of his soul in this netherworld, and completely disappeared from the world. After the little skull destroyed Timoja, the 7 bone spurs returned to his back. It was unknown whether it was because the 7 bone spurs had acted as a transmission link, but when the 7 bone spurs returned to his back, the 7 bone spurs actually grew a flesh membrane as thin as a cicada's wing. If not for Han Shua's special attention, he would have really discovered it. It was precisely because of the existence of that thin layer of flesh membrane, that the 7 bone spurs of the little skull inserted into his back were more like his wings. When the little skull, who had killed Timoja, fell from a high altitude towards the Dead Sea with his pitch-black body, the 7 bone spurs on his back swayed for a moment. He immediately maintained his balance, and steadily fell into the water of the Dead Sea. After flapping around in the depths of the Dead Sea for a while, when the little skull suddenly flew out from the water, the pitch-black body on his body had completely faded away, and his bones had once again regained their jade-white color, brimming with a dazzling luster. That disdainful aura that looked down on the whole world became more and more intense. Even from far away, Han Shua could sense that the little skull's power was above all the other undead creatures in the entire region. Han Shua knew, in this eastern region of the Dead Sea, there was no undead creature that was more powerful than the little skull. From today to the day after tomorrow, it might be like this. However, little skull will not stop updating. From today onwards, remember the chapters that you have missed out on. When you return home 3 days later, you will make up for the chapters that you have missed out on for the past few days. Brothers, please forgive me. Little Skull is ashamed and apologizes, please forgive me. Chapter 435. Father, come with me. Little Skull, who had flown out of the Dead Sea, transmitted a message to Han Shua. Before Han Shua could react, the bone devil that was carrying Han Shua on its back moved upon hearing the message. It carried Han Shua and flew in a circle, directly descending in the direction of the little skull. Whoosh! The little skull landed on the bone devil's body. After being possessed by the little skull, the bone devil rushed straight towards the depths of the Dead Sea. In the blink of an eye, it fell into the Dead Sea and flew all the way down. The skeleton body that Han Shua had condensed from the aura of death was very tough, while the bodies of the little skull and the bone devil were better than Han Shua's. They were not afraid of the corrosion of the Dead Sea seawater. As they fell into the depths of the Dead Sea, their speed was only slightly slower due to the buoyancy. At a glance, the depths of the Dead Sea were all dark and gloomy. In this area, vision could not play any role. Han Shua and the little skull relied on their senses to move forward. However, Han Shua's divine sense was extremely powerful. Even in this netherworld, which was a different plane, Han Shua's divine sense could still clearly reflect the surrounding landscape. In the depths of the Dead Sea, there were no undead creatures. The Dead Sea that was filled with deathly stillness also did not have any strange plants. Other than the pitch-black seawater, there was nothing special that caught Han Shua's attention. Where are we going? Han Shua asked the little skull. In the depths of the Dead Sea, there is a strange plant. The reason why I must conquer the eastern Dead Sea, other than to deal with Timoja, is also to obtain that plant, little skull replied. When he said this, Han Shua's curiosity was immediately piqued. Han Shua no longer thought of the netherworld as a desolate, silent, and empty world. Ever since he had swallowed the serene luster crystal and the black resolute crystal to bring benefits to his body, Han Shua knew that the netherworld was similarly filled with miracles. In this Dead Sea where the water was surging, Han Shua had not sensed the appearance of any plant. The reason why the little skull was staring at Timoja was actually because he wanted to obtain the special plant in the Dead Sea. This showed that the plant in the Dead Sea must be very rare and precious. Otherwise, the little skull would definitely not be willing to pay such a huge price. What kind of plant is so magical? Han Shua immediately asked. Pa. Suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. Han Shua's consciousness clearly sensed that there were many undead creatures surging over. Although the aura of these undead creatures was much weaker than Timoja, it was higher than those low-level Dead Sea creatures that both sides had previously fought. The little skull did not immediately respond to Han Shua's question. He had obviously also discovered those undead creatures that were rushing over quickly. The originally dim purple demon eye of the little skull suddenly burst out a brilliant purple light. A strange power that carried an evil and bewitching power was suddenly released with the little skull as the center. Timoja has already been killed by me. You can either submit to me, or disappear forever with Timoja. Choose for yourself. The little skull's huge face spread out, as if it had merged with the tide, and floated far away. By this time, Han Shua had already discovered that those Dead Sea creatures that were approaching were all peculiar mutated creatures that were similar to the fishes on the profound continent. These creatures had some of the characteristics of the undead creatures, and they also had a body structure similar to fish scales. They looked very strange. Obviously, the huge message transmitted by the little skull had a great impact on these strange Dead Sea creatures. After the little skull's message was spread out, these undead creatures that were rushing over with great momentum immediately stopped rushing towards the little skull. Instead, they suddenly started to communicate with each other. You have no choice. If you leave Timoja, you will no longer be a threat to me. Immediately submit to me, and swear allegiance to me. Otherwise, you will disappear forever. The little skull continued to exert pressure on them. We are willing to submit. The little skull did not have to wait for long. Those Dead Sea creatures very quickly submitted to the little skull's might. One by one, they swore allegiance to the little skull. As long as the little skull's soul imprint existed, they would never betray him. This was a very common phenomenon in the netherworld. Once the leader was eliminated, the victor would often be able to accept the power of the other party. It was a matter of course for low-level undead creatures to submit to high-level undead creatures. There was no such thing as loyalty and betrayal in the netherworld. Very well, bring me to the tree of souls that you are guarding. The little skull transmitted. Master, please follow us. Those Dead Sea creatures turned around respectfully, and brought the little skull and Han Shua to an even deeper part of the sea. Father, in this eastern part of the Dead Sea, there is a strange tree of souls. The tree of souls bears a kind of fruit called soul orb. Swallowing it can give us wisdom. For Little Earth, Little Gold, and the others, it can help them evolve faster. However, wisdom will only appear in high-level creatures. Only high-level creatures can digest the experience of increasing wisdom after swallowing the soul orb. For creatures like the abomination zombie warriors, even if they swallow the soul orb, it will not have any effect, the little skull explained to Han Shua. A plant that can increase wisdom? What is going on? Han Shua was shocked and immediately asked. It seemed that the little skull could not explain it too clearly. After listening to Han Shua's answer, the little skull's purple demon eye flickered for a while before he replied, I'm not too sure either, because I've never seen a soul orb before. I've only heard some things about it. As for the specifics, we can only find out when we go there and take a look. Han Shua was very curious. After hearing the little skull's words, he did not continue to ask. Instead, he used his divine sense to spy on the situation around him while silently guessing how the soul orb could increase the wisdom of the undead creatures. After a while, the group of undead creatures brought the little skull and Han Shua to an area that was as dark as ink. All kinds of chaotic soul energy suddenly shot out in all directions, tangling with Han Shua's divine sense. Han Shua was shocked. This was the first time his divine sense had encountered this kind of power. The binding force on his divine sense made Han Shua feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Han Shua had cultivated demonic arts for many years and had some experience in using his divine sense. All of a sudden, his divine sense was cut off from the surrounding like a sharp sword. The power that poured into Han Shuo's mind was immediately eliminated or cut off. Not a single bit of soul energy could affect Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned his head to look and found that the little skull was also in a daze like the Bone Devil. It seemed to be stunned by the influence on the soul. Relying on the connection between Han Shuo and the little skull, a wave of divine sense suddenly rushed towards the little skull. The slightly dazed little skull immediately reacted after the thought of Han Shuo's divine sense entered. The purple demon eyes shone brightly, and the dazed mood was swept away. Relying on the connection between him and the Bone Devil, the little skull once again rushed his power into the Bone Devil. The Bone Devil was also awakened by the little skull's call. Its huge body swayed slightly, and the Bone Devil's divine sense immediately transmitted out. Master, these newcomers didn't warn you about the situation here. They seem to be up to no good. The Bone Devil roared to express its anger. It flew towards a dead sea creature not far from its body. Before the dead sea creature could react, it chewed the dead sea creature into pieces. Master, please forgive us. We thought that you, who could kill Tamoja, would be able to easily avoid the power around the Tree of Soul Orb. We are sorry that we didn't warn you in advance. Those dead sea creatures were extremely terrified. They hurriedly sent a message to the little skull. Forget it, forgive them. Humph, I think you just want to test my strength. I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, none of you will continue to exist in the netherworld. The little skull said. The Bone Devil stopped chasing after them under the command of the little skull. Those dead sea creatures just kept begging for mercy. At this time, the ink-like black seawater suddenly seemed to have disappeared. A strange tree with brown branches tangled together. Its rhizome was buried deep in the center of a rocky area. More than a dozen fist-sized oval-shaped gray fruits were hanging on the branches of this strange tree. The seawater around the tree was a blurry grayish-brown color. Segments of soul power that looked like memories filled all directions of the tree in an incomparably chaotic manner. They were like strands of streamers that flowed into the center of the tree, as if they were nutrients that the tree needed. Around the Tree of Soul Orb, there are some floating memory powers that the Dead Sea has absorbed. The Tree of Soul Orb condenses those segments of emotions and memories into the body of the tree, forming soul orbs. These soul orbs can be consumed directly, allowing some slow-witted high-level undead creatures to possess higher intelligence. The undead creatures of the Dead Sea explained to the little skull. Father, these are the soul orbs. Legend has it that they can increase one's intelligence. You can try it. The little skull explained to Han Shuo. With great curiosity, Han Shuo walked towards the Tree of Soul Orb. He plucked a soul orb and placed it into his consciousness. He used the power of his consciousness to break the hard shell of the soul orb. All of a sudden, all kinds of messy emotions, including some memories and realizations, suddenly surged into the depths of Han Shuo's mind. The soul orb was filled with a large amount of realizations. It was unknown if these realizations came from the undead creatures. Many of them were things that Han Shuo could not explain. However, some of them were novel ideas that Han Shuo had never heard of before. Just as Han Shuo's mind was in a mess, a memory regarding the control and indulgence of desire suddenly leaped into Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo, who was troubled by the difficulty of breaking through the carnal realm, fell into a state of stupor as if he had an epiphany. Chapter 436. In the depths of the Dead Sea of the Netherworld, Han Shuo suddenly fell silent. His body did not budge an inch, as though he had sunk into the deepest slumber. There was not the slightest sign of life. Little Skull looked at Han Shuo, who was standing blankly on the Bone Devil's body. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. However, he could sense the powerful aura from Han Shuo's consciousness. This aura made him understand that Han Shuo was not truly dead. Master, what's going on? The Bone Devil transmitted to Little Skull. This Bone Devil, forged by Little Skull using tough bones, had been following Little Skull for a long time. Little Skull's strength made him instinctively fearful. He knew that Little Skull might not be the most terrifying existence in the netherworld, but he understood that Little Skull's continuous increase in strength would certainly make him stronger and stronger, surpassing experts one after another. And yet, such a master actually had an incomparably mysterious father. The Bone Devil was very curious about Han Shuo, who came from another plane of existence. He couldn't understand how an existence as powerful as Little Skull could have a father like Han Shuo. "That's not something you should ask," Little Skull replied. He walked a few circles around Han Shuo on the Bone Devil's body, sizing up the motionless Han Shuo, as though trying to figure out what Han Shuo was doing. After a while, Little Skull patted the Bone Devil and instructed, "All right, keep an eye on him for now. Don't worry about anything else." "Yes, Master." In the netherworld where there was no concept of time, after an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo's consciousness moved. His soul traversed through the space-time tunnel and directly descended into the cemetery of death on Profound Continent. He sat there motionlessly. Although his body was motionless, the consciousness and demonic yuan within his body were circulating frantically. The enormous energy contained within his body was continuously condensing around the demon infant. As the demonic yuan continued to condense, the demon infant became clearer and clearer. It was as if a magical brush was slowly sketching out a beautiful painting. Even the pores and fine hairs of the demon infant could be seen clearly. After an unknown period of time, the demonic yuan within Han Shuo's body was condensed by the demonic infant and flowed through his body at lightning speed. Han Shuo's demonic infant also became more and more visible. After the epiphany, Han Shuo's body, divine sense, and demonic infant quietly changed. A breakthrough in realm meant a sharp increase in strength for Han Shuo. It meant that Han Shuo could possess more divine abilities, and it meant that Han Shuo could fulfill more wishes. After a long, long time, Han Shuo awoke from his deep meditation. His pair of abstruse eyes sparkled with divine radiance. When he focused his attention on something, there seemed to be electric currents flowing in his eyes. It naturally brought about a palpitating pressure. Compared to the last time, Han Shuo's body didn't change much. However, only Han Shuo himself knew where the changes came from. Without the need to spy on the surroundings through the mystical demons, Han Shuo's consciousness could detect any movement within a radius of several miles. With a single thought, the connection between Han Shuo and Gilbert became 10 times clearer. Han Shuo could also clearly feel the Little Skull's pleasant surprise due to the bloodline connection. In a trance, Han Shuo discovered that his consciousness had a completely different feeling compared to before. This feeling was extremely novel, and Han Shuo enjoyed it with joy. Han Shuo joyfully felt the difference in his body. Now that he was in the carnal realm, all kinds of desires came one after another, as if urging him to quickly fulfill the desires in his heart, allowing those desires that had been buried in the depths of his heart for many years to be released. After another period of time, Han Shuo adapted to the new state of his body. After successfully practicing a few demonic arts, he finally opened the boundary of the cemetery of death and let Dark Dragon Gilbert in. "Master, my great master, you haven't called me for 3 years." As soon as Dark Dragon Gilbert entered the cemetery of death, he immediately yelled loudly at Han Shuo. "What? 3 years?" Han Shuo was greatly shocked. He lightly cried out and immediately asked Dark Dragon Gilbert. "Correct. To be precise, it should be 3 years and 4 months. Since the last time you said you wanted to cultivate, it has been a whole 3 years and 4 months. During this period of time, you haven't contacted me even once. I can't even sense your existence. Honorable Master, just what kind of martial arts technique are you cultivating? Why is it as if you disappeared from this world? Even I can't sense your existence." Gilbert asked Han Shuo in astonishment. 3 years and 4 months. Han Shuo was stunned by such a long period of time. He himself didn't think that a single closed-door cultivation would take so much time. Han Shuo himself felt that only a few months had passed. He didn't think that time would pass so quickly without him realizing it. Training in the demonic state and gaining enlightenment in the carnal realm were only these 2 periods of time. Han Shuo didn't feel the passage of time at all. What he could be sure of was that these 2 periods of cultivation were the periods that had taken up the most time. 3 years and 4 months seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo didn't feel anything special, but he knew what 3 years meant to ordinary people. "Gilbert, how have you been these 3 years?" Han Shuo hastily asked the dark dragon. "Don't worry, we've been doing very well. The Valley of Sunshine is now under the control of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Lorton of the Cairo mercenary band has been killed by Trunks. A portion of the Cairo mercenary band has pledged their allegiance to us, and a portion of the berserkers have left the Valley of Sunshine forever. The House of Menlo and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band have also been defeated by us. Only the Orc tribe and some small tribes survive outside the Valley of Sunshine. However, the Katter chief of the Orc tribe has also expressed his trust in Trunks. Currently, the one in charge of order in the Valley of Sunshine is Trunks. On the outskirts of the Valley of Sunshine, Janet's bandit band is the largest force. With the existence of Janet's bandit band, the merchants of Glorious Tanai will rely more on Trunks. Our business is also growing bigger and bigger. Currently, Trunks and Janet are secretly planning to deal with that Grand Duke of Kasi Empire, Dark Dragon Gilbert explained to Han Shuo. After hearing Gilbert's words, Han Shuo was first pleasantly surprised. Soon after, he thought for a moment and felt that Trunks' Soul Destroyer mercenary band had developed at an inconceivable speed. He couldn't help but frown and ask, back then, just Lorton's Cairo mercenary band was already as powerful as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Apart from that, there's also the House of Menlo and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. How did Trunks take control of the Valley of Sunshine so quickly? Oh, there are many reasons. I only know that Miss Phoebe has invested a lot of gold coins into the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Bretel City has even sent people to assist Trunks at a critical moment. Apart from that, that dark Grand Magus from the Calamity Church has always been secretly helping us without our consent. There's also Emily who has provided us with a lot of information. Because you defeated the Sacred Knight of the Church of Light, many extraordinary mercenaries have joined us. Whether it's the right time or the right place, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band has taken advantage. Trunks is also a person with brains and courage. That's why he was able to take control of the Valley of Sunshine in 3 years. Gilbert explained to Han Shuo. After listening to this explanation, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Trunks had indeed taken advantage of all the favorable factors. In addition, Trunks had experienced death once and had become even more ruthless and calm. There was indeed a reasonable explanation for him being able to wipe out all the hostile forces in the Valley of Sunshine in 3 years. Not bad, Trunks has done a good job. Oh right, how is the current situation in the Lancelot Empire? Han Shuo first praised Trunks, then immediately inquired about the current situation in the Lancelot Empire. Lawrence has become the new emperor of the Lancelot Empire. He is an extraordinary king. Under his leadership, the rebellion in the Lancelot Empire was quickly quelled. Before other countries could invade the Lancelot Empire, Lawrence had already stabilized the internal affairs and strengthened the strength of the army. Oh, right, Lawrence has taken great care of Bretel City. Bretel City now has its own magical transportation array. A steady stream of resources is transported to Bretel City from various cities. Many residents are also happy to live in Bretel City. That war maniac called Dorcas has become the hottest general in the empire. In these 3 years, Dorcas has been restless. He has taken advantage of the 7 grand duchies at war to burn, kill, and loot the 7 grand duchies, raking in a lot of wealth for Bretel City. He is a war maniac like Firenze and has never stopped invading the 7 grand duchies for a single day. However, this fellow has a very good grasp of the situation. The 7 Grand Duchies have yet to unite and attack Bretel City. With Gilbert's introduction, Han Shuo slowly gained a certain understanding of the current situation in Lancelot Empire. From Gilbert's words, Han Shuo learned that all the people and forces that were on good terms with him had been put in important positions due to Lawrence's control. Lawrence attached great importance to Han Shuo's existence. He did not mistreat Han Shuo's people just because he wasn't around. Instead, he used all means possible to rope them in. Chapter 437. 3 years was neither long nor short, but it was enough for a city to change a lot. The originally barren Bretel city had long since become a prosperous city in the eastern part of the Lancelot Empire. With Bretel city as the center, many workshops for weapons and protective gear emerged from the 5 surrounding mines. All kinds of civilian and military weapons were forged from the 5 mines. Not only were they sufficient for the soldiers and civilians of Bretel city, they were also sold to the 7 Grand Duchies and the major cities of the Lancelot Empire. Walking on the streets of Bretel city with Gilberto, looking at the endless stream of people and the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, Han Shuo found it hard to imagine that this was the same dilapidated city from before. This time, Han Shuo and Gilberto returned to Bretel city. They didn't use the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death, but used the magical transportation matrix in Zajoski city to directly reach Bretel city. Han Shuo wanted to test if the transportation matrix in Bretel city was as good as the one in Bretel city. Han Shuo was very satisfied with the result. Master, that magical transportation matrix just now was personally set up by Space Sacred Magus Lord Sabakas. It can lead to any city in the Lancelot Empire. However, we can directly use the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death to enter Bretel city. Why do you insist on taking the unnecessary step? Black Dragon Gilberto asked Han Shuo. It's nothing. I just know the importance of a large-scale transportation matrix to Bretel city and want to personally experience it. I know that the rapid development of Bretel city is inseparable from the existence of this transportation matrix, Han Shuo replied with a smile. Master, you are right. The contribution of this transportation matrix is really great. With the great support of His Highness the King and Miss Phoebe's merchant company, all kinds of talents have poured into Bretel city through it. The soldiers in the city are strong and the defense is tight. The 7 Grand Duchies have invaded in batches, but were defeated by Bretel city every time. The safety of this place has been ensured, Black Dragon Gilberto slowly explained to Han Shuo. After arriving at Bretel city, Han Shuo released 12 mystical demons and had them fly around the entire city, giving him a panoramic view of the current Bretel city. He had a whole new understanding of Bretel city after 3 years. Magic crystal cannons were erected on the 4 city walls. All kinds of large-scale destructive defensive equipment could be seen everywhere. The moat surrounding the city gates had been dug deep enough to block the knight's charge. Some sharp fences were erected on the city walls. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to attack. A few pointy magic towers stood tall on top of the city wall, and the tips of the towers were always surrounded by thick magic elements. This kind of magic tower could be directly powered by the crystal core of a magical beast, or it could be controlled by a magician's mental strength, absorbing the ubiquitous magic elements on the continent to attack. Compared to the magic crystal cannons, the might and flexibility of these magical towers were a notch higher. Now that 2 magical towers had been erected on each of the 4 city gates, Han Shuo could almost imagine the look on the invaders' faces when they saw the magical towers. Every soldier on top of the 4 city gates was equipped with shiny armors, weapons, and protective gear. Han Shuo could tell from the luster of those weapons and armors that they were extraordinary. The fully armed soldiers had a steady aura. They were obviously iron-blooded warriors who had experienced great battles. The aura faintly emitted from their bodies indicated that many people had died in their hands. The few districts of Bretel city fell into Han Shuo's eyes one by one as the mystical demons circled around. Han Shuo, who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Gilberto all the way to the city lord's mansion, was very satisfied with Gilberto's current situation. Listening to Gilberto's description, Han Shuo had an indifferent smile on his face all along. Finally, they arrived at the city lord's mansion. The magnificent city lord's mansion was brimming with a dignified and imposing aura compared to before. The city walls of the mansion were much wider and taller. With just a glance, Han Shuo understood that the current city lord's mansion had been renovated. It seemed that a lot of gold coins must have been spent on it. Although the city lord's mansion had undergone great changes, the imperial guards guarding the mansion's gate still looked the same. Two guards with an arrogant expression and extraordinary aura held their heads high as they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. When Han Shuo walked towards the gate with a smile, one of the guards suddenly trembled. Soon after, he stared blankly at Han Shuo. The guard stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly knelt on one knee and kowtowed towards Han Shuo. He shouted in an extremely excited tone, "Lord Marquis, have you finished your training?" "My Lord Marquis, oh my God, Lord Marquis has returned to the city." The other guard also recognized Han Shuo. He couldn't help but turn his head to take a look when he heard the voice. When he discovered that it was indeed Han Shuo who had appeared, he immediately shrieked in ecstasy. Han Shuo nodded at the two guards with a smile and said, "Yes, Drucker, I have returned." The guard named Drucker was originally from the first batch of Bretel City's soldiers. At that time, he had a very low self-esteem and was as thin and weak as a bamboo pole. But now, his body was strong and sturdy, and his entire body was brimming with a dignified and solemn aura. Compared to before, he was completely different in every aspect. "Lord Marquis, you actually still remember my name. Oh my God, I am too excited. My lord, you are truly a wise and mighty lord." When Drucker heard Han Shuo accurately call out his name, he was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. All right, I am entering the mansion." Han Shuo waved his hand when he saw Drucker's voice getting louder and louder due to his excitement. He then walked into the mansion. "Lord Marquis has returned, Lord Marquis has returned." The other guard immediately shouted loudly when he saw Han Shuo striding into the mansion. As soon as the guard's voice fell, the entire city lord's mansion suddenly became chaotic. All sorts of noises could be heard coming from the city lord's mansion. Outside the mansion, several horses suddenly galloped away in different directions. Inside the city lord's mansion, old steward Kalas hastily came out to welcome Han Shuo. He also seemed to be very excited. During the previous coup in Asan City, Han Shuo had informed old steward Kalas in advance. Therefore, Kalas managed to escape with a group of servants. After Asan City regained its peace, Kalas did not continue to stay in Asan City. He resolutely came to Bretel City and began to take care of things for Han Shuo in the city lord's mansion. After a short while, old steward Kalas arrived at the entrance. When he saw Han Shuo, he immediately kowtowed to Han Shuo and saluted, "Welcome Lord Marquis back to the mansion." "Hee, all right. Let's talk inside," Han Shuo said with a smile. While walking inside, old steward Kalas continuously arranged the servants to prepare everything needed for a banquet. He also explained to Han Shuo in passing, "My lord, during the 3 years you've been cultivating, Lord Jack has become a viscount, Lord Dorcas has become a count, and the others have also obtained noble titles. The few lords who were originally temporarily staying in the city lord's mansion have been granted mansions by His Majesty after obtaining their own noble titles. However, the mansions of these lords are not far from the city lord's mansion. I have already sent someone to invite them over. I reckon that all of them will be here in a while. A lot could be changed in 3 years." Lawrence obviously knew how to curry favor with Han Shuo. Therefore, Jack, Dorcas, and the others who had a close relationship with Han Shuo all obtained noble titles. In this way, they naturally didn't need to continue living in the city lord's mansion after obtaining noble titles. Moreover, these people also had parents and families. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, His Majesty indeed treats us well. Yes, the reason why Bretel City could develop so quickly is all because of His Majesty's unsparing support. However, it is also inseparable from the governance of Lord Jack and Lord Dorcas. These two lords are both powerful characters. With the two of them handling military affairs, Bretel City could advance triumphantly without any worries. Kalas didn't forget to put in a good word for Jack and Dorcas. Han Shuo had already learned all of this from Gilberto. He had a clear idea of Jack and Dorcas' political achievements. One of them was a civil official, the other a military official, and held great power in Bretel City. Jack handled the government affairs and finances, making Bretel City's economy in various fields more and more prosperous. Dorcas, on the other hand, wielded great power in the army. Not only did he make Bretel City impregnable, he also vigorously attacked the 7 Grand Duchies and fished up a lot of huge profits from them. Of course, before officially starting his training, Han Shuo had told Dorcas some things about the 7 Grand Duchies through Jack. Dorcas still had a clear idea of Helentina's Helen Duchy and Bert Zeely's Boulette Duchy that was secretly controlled by the Calamity Church. It was also because of Helentina and Bert Zeely's secret assistance that Dorcas was able to skillfully and easily attack the 7 Grand Duchies. Not only did he reap huge profits, he was also able to leave with ease. The existence of these two people harboring malicious intentions made it impossible for the 7 Grand Duchies to truly form an alliance. They could only watch helplessly as Bretel City grew stronger and stronger. The warhorses purchased from the two duchies allowed Bretel City to possess a true knight regiment. Equipped with meticulously crafted weapons, armor, and protective gear, the regiment of knights led by Dorcas became the most terrifying troop in the 7 Grand Duchies. Jack and Dorcas, one a civil official and the other a military official, firmly held great power in Bretel City. In addition, Dark Mantle's Dick, with great financial support, spread the Dark Mantle's influence throughout the 7 Grand Duchies like a spider's web, providing the two with accurate and vast intelligence information. With the three combined, not only was Bretel City impregnable, it was also continuously expanding its territory, truly becoming a solid and sharp city. Through our Bretel City, many goods from the 7 Grand Duchies circulate to the Lancelot Empire. Some of our Lancelot Empire's goods also enter the 7 Grand Duchies. Many nobles in the 7 Grand Duchies have also acknowledged the culture of our Lancelot Empire. Although our relationship with the 7 Grand Duchies has always been that of enemies, the merchants only care about profit. Our Bretel City has always been friendly to merchants. Therefore, many merchants from the 7 Grand Duchies simply don't care about the restrictions of their Grand Dukes, and have always maintained cooperation with us in the circulation of goods and goods. Kalas' understanding of Bretel City's situation was different from what Gilbert had said. He gave Han Shuo a detailed explanation from the economic and political aspects. Brian, you scoundrel, you've finally returned. A pair of loud and clear shouts came from the outside. Jack chuckled as he walked in with a bashful young girl, full of vigor. 3 years had passed. Little Fatty Jack had become Big Fatty Jack. What had increased in proportion to his weight was the vigor on Jack's body. Because he held great power in Bretel City and was highly regarded by His Majesty the King, the cowardly Jack had long since disappeared. Now, he had the kind of dignified vigor unique to a person in a high position. Han Shuo and Jack had been friends for many years. When he heard Jack's familiar laughter and scolding, he felt warm in his heart. He walked towards Jack and looked at Jack's well-tailored noble attire. Han Shuo was all smiles as he scolded, little fatty has become a big fatty. Not bad, not bad. It looks like you've been eating well these past 3 years. Get lost. You bastard, not caring about your own city and leaving everything to us. You almost tired me to death. Now that you've returned, not only did you not comfort me, you even said that I've become fat. You're really inhumane. Jack glared at Han Shuo and scolded with a smile. This is... Han Shuo cast a glance at the bashful young girl Jack was holding and asked with a smile. This is Jessica, I've mentioned her to you before. Jack winked at Han Shuo and proudly introduced her to Han Shuo. Oh. I remember now. Hee, nice to meet you. Han Shuo remembered that the reason why Jack wanted to stay in Bretel City was because of this girl named Jessica. Now that Han Shuo saw that Jack had brought the beauty home, he was sincerely happy for him. Jessica was obviously a little reserved when facing Han Shuo. She shyly and respectfully bowed to Han Shuo, and said with a little fear, "Greetings, Lord Marquis." "My lord, you've finally returned." Dorcas walked in from outside. Compared to before, Dorcas hadn't changed much. It was just that there were more traces of hardships on his face, making him appear more calm and seasoned. Dick, Falk, and a few other mountain chiefs also arrived one after another. Everyone gathered together. Under the guidance of Steward Kalas, they went to the banquet hall and drank to their heart's content. The few people who were in charge of everything in Bretel City once again explained the situation of Bretel City to Han Shuo. Chapter 438. Everyone chatted merrily. Dorcas and Jack introduced the current situation of Bretel City to Han Shuo in detail. Dorcas and Jack naturally wouldn't hide anything from Han Shuo and told him everything. Gilberto must have frequently visited Bretel City in the past 3 years. He seemed to be very familiar with the people here. At the banquet, he was talking cheerfully and wittily with Dick and the others. He wore a straightforward smile on his face and appeared very calm. From Dorcas and Jack's words, Han Shuo learned more about the difficulties Bretel City had encountered. He understood that under the seemingly limitless glory, there were also hidden dangers within Bretel City. The current Lancelot Empire was stable internally. Lawrence wielded great power and authority. After a round of cleansing, there were no longer any voices of resistance within Lancelot Empire. Therefore, what Lancelot Empire faced was no longer internal problems, but the threats from the surrounding countries. As the largest city in the east, Bretel City faced the same threat from foreign enemies as Lancelot Empire. As Bretel City became more and more threatening to the 7 Grand Duchies, apart from Hylontina and Bert Zeli's duchies, the other 5 duchies had more and more frequent contact with each other. The battles between them had also calmed down. Other than the threat from the 7 Grand Duchies, the Brute Merchant Alliance, which was separated from Bretel City by one of the 7 Grand Duchies, was also eyeing Bretel City covetously. On one hand, it was because Han Shuo had once killed Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights of the Brute Merchant Alliance. On the other hand, it was because the existence of Bretel City had seriously threatened the interests of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Before Bretel City had prospered, the 7 Grand Duchies had purchased most of the materials they needed from the Brute Merchant Alliance. Some of the specialties of the 7 Grand Duchies also flowed to the Brute Merchant Alliance. The huge profits the Brute Merchant Alliance obtained from the 7 Grand Duchies had made many merchants overflowing with wealth. However, due to the rapid development of Bretel City, the merchants of the 7 Grand Duchies began to have frequent contact with Bretel City. On top of that, Bretel City's goods in many aspects were far cheaper than Brute Merchant Alliances. More and more merchants of the 7 Grand Duchies gave up on cooperating with Brute Merchant Alliance and began to establish cooperative relations with the merchants of Bretel City. In this way, the interests of the Brute Merchant Alliance would naturally suffer. The Brute Merchant Alliance was originally a united country controlled by large chambers of commerce. In this country, the interests of merchants were above everything else. Therefore, the Brute Merchant Alliance regarded Bretel City as an enemy. They began to secretly support the 5 duchies that were eyeing Bretel City covetously, preparing to help them eradicate the threat that was Bretel City. Compared to the 7 Grand Duchies, the Brute Merchant Alliance that was jointly managed by various large chambers of commerce was an extremely wealthy nation on profound continent. Not only did it possess a powerful army, it also possessed abundant battle equipment. Its strength was in no way inferior to Lancelot Empire. With the support of such a united chamber of commerce, Brettel City would obviously encounter a lot of trouble. Brute Merchant Alliance, Brute Merchant Alliance. Hee, this country that is overflowing with wealth. I haven't even had any ideas about them, but they are actually preparing to deal with me. Interesting, very interesting. Han Shua said with a sneer after listening to Dorcas and Jack's introduction. Brian, we cannot be careless with this Brute Merchant Alliance. Just like Lancelot Empire, it is an extremely powerful country. Just our Brettel City alone definitely does not have the strength to deal with this country. Jack saw the exuberant ambition on Han Shua's face and couldn't help but advise Han Shua. That's enough. You big fatty, just take care of the government affairs. His lordship's ambition is not something you can imagine. Dorcas shot a glance at Jack and lightly snorted. I am very clear about the true strength of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Hee. However, the Brute Merchant Alliance is also facing powerful enemies on all sides. They won't put all their attention on us. Right now, we only need to think about how to deal with the 7 Grand Duchies. For the time being, we don't need to worry about the Brute Merchant Alliance, Han Shua said with a faint smile. Lord Marquis, you are getting more and more awesome. While Han Shua was conversing with Jack and Dorcas, the mountain beauty Delia, who had already become a valiant and skillful military officer, walked towards Han Shua with a glass of dark red wine in her hand. Her beautiful face was suffused with a strange luster as she flattered Han Shua with a charming smile. The tall and slender Delia was wearing a tight-fitting lavender long skirt with a corset waist. The long skirt was like a mermaid's tail, setting off her slender and straight legs to be extremely aesthetically pleasing. Her alluring curves caused the mountain chieftains in the hall to linger and forget to leave. Their saliva nearly overflowed from their mouths. With a faint smile, Han Shua raised the glass in his hand towards Delia and said in a refined and courteous manner, "You flatter me too much." "Huh, Delia, oh Delia. So many talented mountain men in Brettel City are pursuing you, yet you remain indifferent. You couldn't have been waiting for this guy, right?" It seemed that Jack had become very familiar with them in these past 3 years. When he saw Delia coming, he chuckled and teased her. Delia pursed her lips and chuckled. Her bright eyes lingered on Han Shua's body for a while before she said to Jack, "Lord Jack has such good eyes. You even saw through this, hee. Oh, it's true. Haha. But Delia, you're going to be sad. This guy has a lot of women around him. I reckon you won't have a chance. You must have heard of those 3 powerful women." Brian won't dare to continue his womanizing, Jack said to Delia with a beaming smile. That's not necessarily true. For a man like my lord, as long as he has the heart, there shouldn't be any woman who can restrain him. Hee, my lord, am I right? Delia first answered Jack, then looked at Han Shua with her fiery eyes and said. Last time when they came down from Mount Silk, Delia had revealed her feelings to Han Shua. The mountain people had always been straightforward, and Delia was especially so. Once she had set her eyes on a target, she would strive for it with all her might. She didn't hide anything at all. Her way of doing things was very straightforward. When Han Shua saw Delia again after 3 years, he thought that Delia already had someone she liked. He didn't expect that she was still single. From Delia's fiery eyes, Han Shua vaguely understood one thing. The sexy and wild Delia was the #1 beauty of the mountain people. For Han Shua, who had entered the carnal realm, she held an indescribable allure. Cough. I don't have feelings for just anyone. Han Shua looked at Delia, who was staring straight at him with her bright eyes, and said with a smile. Jack, who was originally joking with Delia, couldn't help but carefully look at Delia at this moment. The current Jack had tempered himself in the political arena for 3 years. His eyes were very sharp. He could see the fiery passion in Delia's eyes at a glance. Suddenly, Jack understood. He realized that his joke was probably the truth. While he was envying Han Shuo's good luck, Jack also couldn't help but worry for Han Shuo. He knew some of the things that happened in Asen City last time. He also understood the background and ability of those three women. In addition, Jack also knew that Han Shuo was indeed not an honest person. With Delia's superior qualifications, if she were to disregard everything to seduce Han Shuo, Jack didn't need to think to know what would happen. As the #1 beauty of the mountain people, Delia was a very influential figure in the hearts of some mountain people in Bretel City. Once she had any disputes with Han Shuo and the three women by Han Shuo's side, it would definitely affect those mountain people in Bretel City. Jack had already begun to secretly estimate how great the impact would be. Then what does his lordship think of me? If his lordship is interested in me, I won't be able to resist his lordship's charm. Delia continued to say to Han Shuo with a light smile, but her tone already carried a strong hint. Ahem, ahem. Dorcas lightly coughed twice. He knitted his brows and said to Delia in a displeased tone, "We are in the middle of a conversation. If there's nothing else, go take a stroll somewhere else." Even Dorcas, who was relatively slow in this aspect, could hear some other meaning from Delia's words. Dorcas immediately reacted after receiving Jack's hint, and rebuked Delia. As Delia's superior, Dorcas possessed supreme deterrence within the army of Bretel City. Even Delia, who had always been bold and unruly, was somewhat fearful of Dorcas. When she saw Dorcas rebuking her with a displeased expression, she really thought that they had some important matters to discuss. Only then did she apologize to Han Shuo and the other two and left. However, before she left, she turned her head to look at Han Shuo once more. Her eyes were filled with provocative seduction and temptation. "Brian, you have a beautiful and tempting troublemaker. I don't know if I should be happy or worried for you." When Delia left and only the three of them were left, Jack looked at Han Shuo and teased. "Just mind your own business. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Han Shuo smiled and raised his cup to Jack. After he finished speaking, he finished the rest of the wine in his cup. He then said to Dorcas and Jack, "I need to leave Bretel City for a while to take care of some matters. However, I won't be gone for too long. His lordship can leave at ease. We will take good care of Bretel City." Dorcas immediately expressed his attitude respectfully. "You've been gone for 3 years and Bretel City has been fine. The current Bretel City will continue to function without you. Just go and do what you need to do," Jack said smilingly. Han Shuo nodded and did not say anything else. He knew that with Jack and Dorcas in Bretel City, there truly wouldn't be any big trouble in the city. Sacred Knight Blunt, who had gravely injured him, an Earth Elite zombie, had managed to escape. Now that Han Shuo had reached the carnal realm, he had absolute confidence in killing Blunt. Therefore, he decided to kill him to avenge Earth Elite Zombie. Chapter 439. 2 days later, in the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Niam Beige was praying in the largest church of the Church of Light in his duchy. This church was the largest church in the Bisley Duchy. It had over 1,000 white priests and knights of the Church of Light. Numerous followers of the Church of Light were standing guard around the main hall of the Bisley Duchy, carefully protecting Niam Beige's safety. As the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, Niam Beige had a lofty status. Originally a follower of the Church of Light, after he took charge of the Bisley Duchy, he vigorously advocated the Church of Light in the duchy, making the citizens and nobles of the duchy believe in the God of Light and offer their pious faith to the God of Light. As a Sky Knight himself, Niam Beige's strength was extraordinary. The Church of Light also dispatched numerous experts to protect him, spreading the footprint of the Church of Light to every city in the Bisley Duchy, making the blessing of the God of Light more accepted by the citizens of the Bisley Duchy. Niam Beige was originally a temple knight of the Church of Light, having a fanatical faith in the God of Light. Every few days, he would come to the largest church in the Bisley Duchy to pray. He would come to this sacred place to feel the existence of the God of Light, and obtain the divine power that he could personally feel. Facing a statue, Niam Beige, who was piously worshipping, felt the divine power contained in his body slowly flowing. That divine power made him feel very comfortable. The fanatical faith in the God of Light made him feel as if he possessed inexhaustible power. All of a sudden, a strange sound suddenly fell into Niam Beige's ears. Niam Beige, who was attentively comprehending the divine power of the God of Light, could very keenly sense the approach of an evil power. He immediately frowned and stood up from where he was. He said to the Cardinal Katas of the Bisley Duchy in the distance, "What's going on? It seems like an evil power is approaching here." Katas was sent to the Bisley Duchy by the Church of Light to preach the mysteries of the Church of Light. Katas was the most pious follower of the Church of Light, and was himself a priest with extraordinary strength. However, he was most proficient in comprehending the doctrines of the Church of Light. Like Niam Beige, he had a fanatical attachment to the God of Light. That's right. I wonder what kind of heathen dares to come here and court death. Katas had also sensed that nearing evil aura. However, Katas understood how strict the church's defense was. Therefore, he didn't take that evil to heart at all. Instead, he calmly said to Niam Beige, "That's true. Even the people of the Calamity Church wouldn't dare to invade my Bisley Duchy on a large scale. Ordinary heathens would be courting death if they dared to come here." Niam Beige smiled faintly, agreeing with Katas' statement. The church is very satisfied with our performance in the Bisley Duchy. The next time we return to the headquarters church, we will definitely be able to get closer to the God of Light, comprehend the vast existence of the God of Light and obtain even more divine power. Katas said to Niam Beige with a smile. Although Niam Beige was the Grand Duke of the Bisley Duchy, his status in the Church of Light was even lower than Katas. Therefore, Katas didn't show too much respect to Niam Beige, and was also very casual when talking to him. "That's right. As long as I think of the divine power filling my body, I will be very excited. Looks like we should work even harder. Sigh, it's a pity that the great heathen named Brian has been missing for a long time. Otherwise, if we could kill him, then our contribution would be enough for us to obtain even more divine power and holy water." Niam Beige said to Katas with a hint of regret. Katas shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "I think you'd better not let your imagination run wild. Even Lord Brown isn't a match for that guy. How can we deal with him? This contribution is not something that we can obtain." "That's not necessarily true. Lord Brown is indeed powerful, but he's only one person. Although our strength isn't as good as Lord Brown's, we have the Bisley Duchy in our hands. Sometimes, the strength of a sea of people is much greater than a sacred knight. I think if we really know the existence of that heathen, we might really have a chance." Niam Beige said ambitiously. Bang bang. Violent sounds suddenly came from outside, like the rumbling of thunder. Ah! Aoo! Miserable howls suddenly came directly from outside the door. Accompanied by the incessant miserable howls, the boundary around the lobby couldn't stop trembling. Niam Beige and Katas glanced at each other. Their faces were filled with astonishment at the same time. Both of them understood how many experts were present in the lobby outside, and also understood how strong and firm the boundary inside the lobby was. Listening to the miserable howls coming from beside their ears, and feeling the trembling of the light defensive boundary personally arranged by the light sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light, their hearts were filled with intense fear. Who the hell is it? This is a light elemental barrier personally set up by Lord Bordeaux. Who could possibly make it tremble like that? Katas said to Grand Duke Niam Beige as his body swayed under the violent trembling. I don't know. Our people are being slaughtered. We need to save them. The invaders must be very terrifying. Niam Beige replied. He took out the armor that he had taken off from his space ring, and began to put it on with a solemn expression. Bang! A crisp shattering sound suddenly came from the top of the tall lobby. It was like a glass cup being smashed on a rock. When Niambeige and Katas heard this clear and melodious sound, their hearts were suddenly filled with an intense fear. Niambeige, who was wearing a full set of knight armor, suddenly cried out in alarm in a low voice, "Oh my God, the defensive boundary deployed by Lord Bordeaux has been breached. What should we do? What should we do? The invaders must have strength similar to Lord Bordeaux. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to deal with them." Katas turned pale with fright, and said to Niambeige with incomparable panic, "We can only evacuate temporarily." Niambeige was still rather calm. When he finished speaking, he stopped putting on the knight armor, and hurriedly walked towards a side door. When Katas saw Niambeige moving, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He had long forgotten about rescuing the followers who had been brutally murdered outside the door. He hastily followed behind Niambeige, wanting to quickly leave this place through the side door of the lobby. Whoosh! A figure just happened to block that side door. He looked at the two with a face full of a cold smile. Who are you?" Niambeige abruptly halted his steps. He looked at the imposing Han Shoa and asked in a somewhat panicked manner. Niambeige had been in charge of the Bisley Duchy for many years. He had experienced many big and small battles. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this when facing Han Shoa. However, when Han Shoa came over this time, the mournful and miserable howls didn't stop along the way. Even the boundary of the famous light sacred Magus Bordeaux of the Church of Light was broken. This had really shocked him a bit too much. That was why he lost his composure like that. He's Brian. I've seen his picture. He's that big heretic. Behind Niambeige, the red-robed bishop of the Church of Light, Katas, suddenly pointed at Han Shoa and shrieked. "That's right. Heh, I seem to have heard someone say that he wants to kill me to obtain divine power. This is really very interesting." Han Shoa sneered at Niambeige and said, "Where's Blunt? As long as you tell me where Blunt is, I'll let you die a little more comfortably. Men! Kill this heathen for me." Niambeige suddenly shouted loudly. A bright longsword was suddenly pulled out by him. Silvery bright fighting aura shot out from the sword hilt like a waterfall. It even carried a divine power. Its imposing manner looked very astonishing. The corner of Han Shoa's mouth hooked into a trace of a cruel smile. He stared blankly at Niambeige's attack arriving in front of him. Only then did he unhurriedly throw out a punch. A berserk power burst out from the punch. A heavy pressure enveloped the entire area like a mountain. Even Katas, who was far away, felt depressed in his heart. He had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Boom! This punch of Han Shoa directly scattered Niambeige's fighting aura. The longsword bent into a bow shape and fell to the ground. The remaining power submerged into Niambeige's body. A series of crackling sounds came from within his body. Under this kind of sound, all the bones in Niambeige's body shattered, but his internal organs remained intact. "Speak, where's Sacred Knight Blunt?" Han Shoa sneered as he arrived in front of Niambeige. He stepped on Niambeige's chest and asked in an indifferent tone. "Bah! Heretic, crack." Without waiting for Niambeige to finish his sentence, Han Shoa stomped down with his foot. His big foot directly pierced through Niambeige's chest, which was covered in silver armor. When Han Shoa pulled out his right foot, Niambeige's eyes had already turned white and he was dead. Chapter 440. When red-robed Bishop Katas of the Bisley Duchy saw Sky Rider Niambeige brutally killed by Han Shoa, the fear in his heart urged him to continuously retreat. After shooting a glance at Katas, Han Shoa's body moved at high speed. Before Katas could react, Han Shoa had already arrived in front of him. His big hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed Katas' neck, directly suspending Katas in midair. Cough, cough. Damn it, what are you trying to do? Kata's two hands tightly grabbed onto Han Shua's big hand that was holding his neck. He kicked his legs and shouted with difficulty with a flushed face. Where is Blunt? Han Shua asked grimly as he held Kata's neck with one hand. Ugh. I don't know, really. Kata's body was suspended in midair and twisted with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from Han Shua's tight grip. Heh heh, do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you don't tell me? Han Shua sneered. Soon after, his empty left hand suddenly pressed on Kata's head. As Kata let out a mournful scream, Han Shua exerted force with his 5 fingers and forcibly inserted them into Kata's head. Han Shua deployed the secret skill of the demonic sect, Great Soul-Searching Hand. 5 wisps of black smoke flowed into Han Shua's meridians through the 5 fingers of Han Shua's left hand. Then, through Han Shua's consciousness, he obtained the preserved memories in Kata's mind. As the victim, red-robed Bishop Kata struggled madly while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was as if he was enduring the most terrifying pain in the world. That kind of scream would make one's hair stand on end. Once the Great Soul-Searching Hand was used, it would indeed cause unbearable pain to the target's soul. During the soul-searching, Han Shua's 5 fingers were constantly stirring up Kata's mind. This kind of piercing pain was not something that a normal person could endure. When Han Shua used the secret technique to obtain the memories in Kata's mind, a divine force immediately circulated within his body and quickly converged on Kata's forehead in an attempt to resist the evil force that was destroying Kata's mind. Unfortunately, this divine force was too weak for Han Shua. Before it could converge into a ball, it was directly dispersed by Han Shua. Under the effect of the Great Soul-Searching Hand, the vitality in Kata's eyes disappeared bit by bit. After a while, his eyeballs rolled back and his miserable howls also disappeared. After his soul completely disappeared, there was no possibility of him being reborn. Pulling out the big hand that was stuck in Kata's head, Han Shua took out a clean white handkerchief and wiped off the brain juice on his fingers. He also cleaned off the traces on his feet. Only then did he calmly walk out of the lobby. Outside the lobby was a ground full of corpses. The temple knights and light priests here were simply not on the same level as Han Shua. Facing Han Shua, the only path left was to be slaughtered. More members of the Church of Light scattered in all directions. A legion of the Bisley Duchy, which was stationed not far from here, received the news and hurried over. Han Shua gazed into the distance. He knew that his trip to the Bisley Duchy this time could be considered to have reached its goal. Niam Beige of the Bisley Duchy, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, had died. The largest church of the Church of Light had also been massacred. The position of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy would be faced with an unprecedented challenge. Regarding Niam Beige, the temple knight of the Church of Light, Han Shua had originally planned to use a mystical demon to possess and control him. However, Han Shua later discovered that Niam Beige, who had a divine aura in his body, had a completely different nature from Han Shua's mystical demon. Only if Han Shua completely purged the divine energy in Niam Beige's body, would he be able to possess the mystical demon inside Niam Beige's brain. However, without the divine energy in his body, Niam Beige would be quickly discovered by the people of the Church of Light. Therefore, Han Shua had no choice but to adopt a straightforward method to kill him. There were still some churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. However, compared to this church, the other places seemed to be inferior. Han Shua also didn't have a lot of time to purge all the churches of the Church of Light in the Bisley Duchy. Therefore, Han Shua didn't stay in the Bisley Duchy. He directly used the art of the demonic 9th heavens to break through the sky and leave. From Kata's memories, Han Shua obtained a lot of useful information. This Kata's position in the Church of Light wasn't weak. Regarding the distribution of some positions in the Church of Light, as well as some secret forces in the dark, Han Shua understood a little bit from Kata's memories. The Church of Light was a huge religious organization. However, the armed forces of this religious organization were also very terrifying. Apart from a large number of light priests and the temple knights, the Church of Light also had three secret organizations, namely the Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers. The Heresy Adjudication Office, the Divine Angel Corps, and the Grace of God's Followers were the secret forces of the Church of Light that no one knew about. These three organizations were filled with experts. Some of the Church of Light's secret operations were generally carried out by these three organizations. Compared to the Temple Knights that everyone knew about, these three secret organizations were even more terrifying. After Han Shuo learned about the true strength of the Church of Light, he finally understood why the Church of Light had such a strong influence on the entire continent. While he was apprehensive, Han Shuo's murderous intent surged. Han Shuo, whose strength had skyrocketed, no longer feared the Church of Light. These years of hatred, the Earth Elite zombies' injury, and the Church of Light's aggressiveness made Han Shuo understand that the hatred between him and the Church of Light couldn't be resolved. However, from Kata's memories, Han Shuo didn't obtain any concrete information about Blunt. He only knew that after 2 years of recuperation in the headquarters of the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Blunt had already recovered from his previous injuries. As for whether Blunt, who had recovered, was still in the Church of Light in Odin Empire, Katas didn't know. Han Shuo had a persistent desire to kill Blunt. Unable to obtain any concrete information from Katas, Han Shuo thought for a while and suddenly remembered the existence of the Calamity Church. With a thought, Han Shuo couldn't help but fly towards Bullet Duchy. Last time, when the 7 Grand Duchies tried to join forces to deal with Bretel City, Han Shuo had learned of the identity of Grand Duke Bert Zili of Bullet Duchy. The meeting between this summoner and Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf let Han Shuo know that Bert Zili came from the Calamity Church. Since Bert Zili was an important member of the Calamity Church, he might know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. The Calamity Church and the Church of Light were mortal enemies. They must be very concerned about each other's movements. As a religious organization as large as the Church of Light, the Calamity Church was indeed a target that Han Shuo could make use of. Bullet Duchy, Grand Duke Bert Zili's mansion. Han Shuo arrived under the cover of the night. In the underground of the Grand Duke's mansion under the curtain of night, Bert Zili sat upright in the middle of an underground altar that was wreathed in thick green and black smoke. The sinister and frightening Bert Zili was surrounded by the organs of many magical beasts. The entire wicked altar was filled with the organs of various high-level magical beasts, making the wicked altar look like a bizarre magical beast pieced together from all kinds of flesh. At the center of the altar, a diamond-shaped pattern made of blood overflowed with wisps of sinister and gloomy aura as Bert Zili's hands pressed down on it. Terrifying howls that didn't sound human came from the center of the diamond-shaped pattern, giving off an intense feeling of palpitation. "Oh, baby, come out quickly." Bert Zili's eyes were fixed on the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar. He had a gentle smile on his face as he softly called out. From the diamond-shaped pattern in the center of the altar that was connected to the other world's Hell's Abyss, the terrifying howls became more and more urgent. The smile on Bert Zili's face became more and more enchanting. His 2 hands that were pressing down on the diamond-shaped pattern kept pulling upwards, as if he was pulling an invisible thread to bring out some magical creature. A strange, oily green hand with 3 sharp fingernails, covered in a disgusting liquid, slowly stretched out from the diamond-shaped pattern. A gloomy, cold, and nauseating aura slowly spread out from the inside. "Ha, come out." Bert Zili was somewhat excited. "Ayo!" A mournful, strange howl was heard. Suddenly, a strange, 5-meter-long creature with a body full of sticky green skin, covered in disgusting liquid, and 2 tails, like a monstrous lizard, scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern. This creature's body emitted a dense stench, and 2 sharp tusk-like horns grew out of its mouth. As soon as this magical creature scuttled out from the diamond-shaped pattern, it directly shot towards a shadow outside the altar. For strange, sharp, javelin-like hands grabbed towards the shadow. A soft, "huh," suddenly came from the shadow. A ruthless power suddenly condensed in midair. This magical creature that was flying at high speed suddenly seemed to be forcibly imprisoned by some kind of power. It strangely froze in midair while maintaining its sinister posture. "Who's there?" Bert Zeely was overwhelmed with shock. He immediately cried out in alarm, looking at the shadow that made the soft, "huh" sound with some fear. Only Bert Zeely himself knew how secretive and well-guarded this secret place where he practiced summoning magical creatures was. The person who had soundlessly entered this secret place had obviously given him an enormous shock. What was even more frightening was that the high-ranked magical creature, Dajarka, was directly frozen in midair, motionless. The high-ranked magical creature, Dajarka, possessed the strength to kill a great sword master. Its strength was the most frightening when it was flying at high speed. However, such a powerful magical creature seemed to have no ability to resist in front of the person in the shadow. Bert Zeely simply didn't dare to imagine how frightening this person was. Chapter 441. Who are you? Bert Zeely opened his mouth once again. Bert Zeely's attention was unprecedentedly focused as he spoke. His pair of venomous eyes were focused on the shadows. His body was taut as he prepared himself, not to attack, but to escape at any time. An expert who could easily freeze a high-level magical creature in the air and infiltrate his secret chamber without him noticing was absolutely not someone he could deal with. The reason Bert Zeely could survive so many years of battles until now was because of his precise judgment. A tall silhouette suddenly floated out from the shadow where the voice came from. Amidst the lush green and hazy lamplight, the newcomer arrived below where the high-level magical beast was imprisoned. He looked somewhat astonished at the high-level magical beast that he had frozen in the void, and smilingly asked Bert Zeely, "Did you summon this?" Bert Zeely vigilantly took another step back. He frowned as he sized up Han Shuo. It was unknown when an awl-like weapon appeared in his left hand. He gloomily said, "That's right. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? What do you want?" "Hee, the Calamity Church is indeed a powerful organization full of talents. The strength of this otherworldly magical creature is extraordinary. For you to be able to summon it, it seems that you must have very high attainments in the art of summoning." Han Shuo didn't mind Bert Zeely's vigilance at all. He continued to speak smilingly. "Who the hell are you?" Bert Zeely questioned for the third time. Unable to guess the purpose of Han Shuo's visit, Bert Zeely was constantly pondering how he could safely leave this secret chamber. His eyes flickered as he glanced back and forth at the few exits that would allow him to quickly leave this place. "Don't be nervous, I don't mean you any harm. My name is Brian. Perhaps you have heard some things about me from Wolf. The reason I came to find you this time is to inquire about some things from you," Han Shuo said with a smile that was neither too fast nor too slow. "Brian? You are the city lord of Bretel City, Brian?" Bert Zeely suddenly exclaimed. He appeared to be very astonished. Nodding his head, Han Shuo did not explain further. He took out the skeletal staff and waved it at Bert Zeely from afar to prove his identity. Bert Zeely clearly heaved a sigh of relief. A cordial smile suddenly appeared on his sinister old face as he strode towards Han Shuo. He opened his mouth and said, "So you're one of us. Why didn't you say so earlier? You gave me a big fright." This Bert Zeely had a disgusting odor on his body. He was brimming with enthusiasm as he walked towards Han Shuo. This made Han Shuo feel a little awkward. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He smiled and said, "You'd better recall your monster first. If it takes too long, he will be trapped to death." With a wave of his big hand, a strand of demonic light flew out from Han Shuo's palm. In the blink of an eye, it fell into the space where the high-rank magical creature, Dajarka, was frozen in the air. After the strand of demonic light penetrated the body of the strange magical creature, Dajarka, it suddenly flew away at high speed once again. "Come back!" Bert Zeely hastily shouted. He spat out a long string of incantations in rapid succession. The magical creature, Dajarka, who was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Han Shoa, suddenly stopped its javelin-like sharp hand, as though it was being pulled by a bizarre force. It let out a shrill howl of unwillingness and returned to the rhombus pattern at the center of the altar at lightning speed, disappearing without a trace. After recalling the high-rank magical creature, Dajarka, Bert Zeely looked at the altar that reeked of a fishy stench. He forced a smile and said, "This place is not suitable for us to talk. Come, let's go up there." "That's fine." Han Shoa agreed. After a while, Han Shoa and Bert Zeely of the Calamity Church arrived at a luxurious hall in the Duke's mansion. There weren't any extra guards in the surroundings. Bert Zeely personally took out some fruits from the 7 Grand Duchies and placed them in front of Han Shoa's table. "Wolf and I have been friends for many years. I also learned about you through Wolf. Hee, we are all on the same side. You don't have to be so courteous. If there's anything you need, just say the word. As long as I can help, I definitely won't refuse." Bert Zeely said to Han Shoa with a smile after serving some rare fruits to Han Shoa. His attitude was very friendly. This time, Han Shoa's sudden appearance and the method he used to imprison the magical creature, Dajarka, had greatly shocked Bert Zeely. Originally, he had only heard Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf's description of Han Shoa's strength. At that time, Bert Zeely thought that Wolf must have exaggerated. He believed that the young Han Shoa absolutely couldn't reach the heights that Wolf had described. However, now that he had personally seen Han Shoa, Bert Zeely realized that Wolf's description was indeed somewhat wrong. His description of Han Shoa's strength was simply too conservative. A person who could easily imprison the high-rank magical creature, Dajarka, in midair, his strength was frighteningly far beyond that of a great swordmaster or Grand Magus. It was precisely because of this that Bert Zeely's attitude towards Han Shoa became very friendly. The smile on his face was even somewhat humble and fawning. If the other nobles of the Bulette Duchy were to see this, they would definitely not believe that the Bert Zeely at this moment was their always sinister and terrifying Grand Duke. Han Shoa leisurely and contentedly picked up a bunch of fruits and put them into his mouth. He appeared very calm and unruffled. After eating a few bunches of grape-like blue fruits, Han Shoa lightly coughed. He looked at Bert Zeely, who was sitting upright and still, and said with a smile, "The reason I've come to find you this time is because I want to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. Perhaps you know of the grudge between me and this person. I don't want this person to continue living." Bert Zeely's eyes lit up as he confidently said, "I just happen to know the whereabouts of Sacred Knight Blunt. Currently, he is in the Brute Merchant Alliance dealing with some shameful matters of the Church of Light. His exact location should be in Tarik City of the Brute Merchant Alliance." It seems that they are chasing after someone." Han Shoa knew that the Calamity Church might be able to obtain news of Sacred Knight Blunt, because only enemies would be most concerned about the whereabouts of a character like Blunt. However, Han Shoa didn't expect that Bert Zeely wouldn't inquire about Blunt through the Calamity Church. It seemed that coming here this time was the right decision. "Thank you very much. I think I know what to do now." Han Shoa stood up with a faint smile and slightly saluted Bert Zeely. It seemed that he intended to leave this place immediately. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Han Shoa was about to leave without saying another word, Bert Zeely hastily spoke. When Han Shoa looked at him in puzzlement, Bert Zeely immediately said in a straightforward manner, "Our duchy will be your friend. No matter when, our duchy will always stand on the side of Bretel City." "Thank you very much," Han Shoa replied. He didn't express any opinion on this matter and walked outside by himself. When he reached the entrance, Han Shoa suddenly remembered something. He stopped, turned around and said to Bert Zeely, "Oh, right. Grand Duke Niam Beige and Cardinal Katas of Bisley Duchy have been killed by me. You can take advantage of this opportunity to make your move on Bisley Duchy. Really? You killed Niambeige? Bert Zeely had a horrified look on his face as he shrieked at once. Han Shuo nodded and didn't say anything else. His body disappeared into the darkness of the night. When Bert Zeely wanted to ask for more details, he suddenly discovered that Han Shuo had already disappeared without a trace. Bert Zeely was pleasantly surprised and excited. He immediately began to gather all the nobles in the duchy and held a secret military conference in the middle of the night. They were going to make their move on Bisley Duchy that had lost its Grand Duke. After Han Shuo left Bert Zeely's Duke mansion, he directly flew towards Brute Merchant Alliance. He fully deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens, streaking across the sky like a meteor. The Brute Merchant Alliance and Bretel City were separated by 7 grand duchies. Han Shuo flew at full speed, covering thousands of miles a day. It only took him less than half a day to arrive at Tariq City in the southwest of the Brute Merchant Alliance. The Dark Mantle of Lancelot Empire could be found all over the various countries. There was also a Dark Mantle presence in Brute Merchant Alliance. After Han Shuo arrived at Tariq City in the southwest of Brute Merchant Alliance, he left a contact message for a Dark Mantle member at the center of the city. After waiting for half a day, a Dark Mantle member from Tariq City arrived. At the center of the prosperous Tariq City, Han Shuo followed this Dark Mantle member all the way to the secret headquarters. After entering through the back door of a mansion, the Dark Mantle member, who hadn't looked back, stopped at the back door of the mansion. With a calm face, he said to Han Shuo, "Please show me your identity medallion." Han Shuo took out his identity medallion and flashed it in front of the member. When the Dark Mantle member saw the 2 suns symbol on Han Shuo's identity medallion, he was immediately startled. His attitude immediately became incomparably respectful as he asked, "Please forgive this lowly one's poor eyesight. May I know which lord you are?" "I come from Bretel City." Han Shuo replied with a smile. You are Lord Brian." The Dark Mantle member suddenly exclaimed softly. Then, he covered his mouth with one hand, for fear that his exclamation would startle someone. His eyes that looked at Han Shuo were filled with excitement and adoration. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "Bring me in. I want to find the person in charge here. Please come in, please come in. I will go inform his lordship to come over." The member hastily led Han Shuo inside. It's you. Why are you here?" Suddenly, Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, cried out in surprise. She stood at the door of the inner room and looked at Han Shuo with a face full of disbelief. Chapter 442. After not seeing Cecilia for 3 years, the beautiful Cecilia had become more tranquil and calm, less unruly and arrogant. The only things that hadn't changed were her charming appearance and noble temperament. Han Shuo didn't dislike Cecilia as much as before. Since her grandfather Sabakas had personally set up the transportation matrix for Bretel City, in addition to the fact that Cecilia was no longer so sarcastic, Han Shuo didn't continue to ridicule Cecilia when facing her. "I have finished my training. I have some matters to attend to in Tariq City. I haven't seen you for a long time. Is your grandfather doing well?" Han Shuo still had some respect for space sacred Magus Sabakas as he inquired of Cecilia. Upon hearing Han Shuo greet her grandfather, Cecilia faintly smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. My grandfather is doing well." Looking around, Cecilia saw that Han Shuo hadn't brought anyone over and continued, "Let's talk inside." From Cecilia's attitude, Han Shuo could see that she no longer had prejudice against him like before. This was a good sign for Han Shuo. With his current strength and status, Han Shuo wouldn't even fear space sacred Magus Sabakas, much less Cecilia who had relied on Sabakas to become one of the 3 heavyweights. However, they were all members of Lancelot Empire's Dark Mantle. In addition, Sabakas had taken great care of Han Shuo. It would naturally be best if he could get along with Cecilia peacefully. Otherwise, if a huge dispute were to arise, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Therefore, seeing that Cecilia's attitude towards him had changed, Han Shuo relaxed. He happily followed behind Cecilia and entered the interior of the mansion. The moment he stepped in, the world spun around him. It was as if space had suddenly reversed and swayed. By the time Han Shuo came to his senses, he discovered that he and Cecilia were already in a courtyard with a small bridge and flowing water. Apart from Cecilia, there were a few unfamiliar Dark Mantle members in the courtyard. They seemed to be Cecilia's subordinates. They were all sitting on round stone stools and discussing something. Let me introduce everyone. This is the Dark Mantle's fourth Dark Sun envoy, Lord Brian. You all must have heard of his name. The moment Cecilia entered, the faint smile on her face immediately vanished. She put on a serious expression and tone that a superior should have as she introduced the Dark Mantle members here. Before those Dark Mantle members came over to greet him, Han Shuo himself was taken aback. He asked Cecilia doubtfully, "When did I become the fourth Dark Sun envoy?" "During the civil strife in Asan City last year, you helped His Majesty the King to quell the rebellion, and also repelled 2 sacred grade experts. These merits allowed you to be promoted once again." "Oh, right, you disappeared for 3 years to cultivate, so I'm afraid you don't know about this. When you return to the Dark Mantle headquarters, you can change your identity medallion," Cecilia explained to Han Shuo in a serious manner. She didn't seem to be joking. Fourth Dark Sun envoy. In a powerful organization like the Dark Mantle, every promotion was extremely difficult. Han Shuo didn't expect that he would be able to climb to the position of fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly. This also meant that in the entire Dark Mantle, only the 3 heavyweights could restrain him. Han Shuo understood in his heart that the reason he was able to become a fourth Dark Sun envoy so quickly was because of his merits during the last rebellion. But more importantly, it should be because of the friendly relationship between him and Lawrence, as well as the old astrologer Madame Grace's judgment of him. "So that's how it is," Han Shuo said with a smile. "Greetings, Lord." Under Cecilia's introduction, some of the Dark Mantle members present had faces full of flattery and envy. One by one, they saluted and paid their respects to Han Shuo. "All right, everyone, sit down." Cecilia waved her hand. After seeing those people take their seats one by one, she pointed to a seat beside her and said to Han Shuo, "Lord Brian, you sit here." Han Shuo didn't stand on ceremony. He knew that the Dark Mantle was an organization with a strict hierarchy. People of different ranks sat in different positions. In this Tariq City branch, Cecilia naturally held the highest position. Below her was Han Shuo, who was a fourth Dark Sun envoy. Naturally, Han Shuo's position was below Cecilia's. After Han Shuo sat down, Cecilia looked at Han Shuo with her bright eyes and suddenly asked, "Oh right, is there anything you need to ask about this branch?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "I heard that Sacred Knight Blunt of the Church of Light is currently in Tariq City. This time, I came to Tariq City for this person. If anyone knows where Blunt is hiding, I hope you can tell me." As Han Shuo spoke, his eyes swept across everyone present. Naturally, a disdainful aura spread out from Han Shuo's gaze. Suddenly, all the Dark Mantle members present felt as if Han Shuo was the master of this place. As for Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle who was in charge of certain matters of the Empire, she seemed to have become Han Shuo's subordinate. This kind of feeling was very strange, but also very natural to them. Even Cecilia herself had a strange feeling. Han Shuo had simply sat there, and without any deliberate words or movements, he had naturally become the center of attention. This had nothing to do with his position or his rank in the Dark Mantle. "Reporting to my lord, I know that Sacred Knight Blunt had appeared in Tariq City half a month ago. However, I don't know if he is still in Tariq City." A Dark Mantle member stood up from his round stool and respectfully replied to Han Shuo. "Thank you. Do you know why Blunt has come to Tariq City?" Han Shuo asked with a smile. I think I know. As the Dark Mantle member revealed a troubled expression, Cecilia turned her head to Han Shuo and said, "It should be related to my purpose of coming here." "Oh. What's the matter?" Han Shuo's brows tightened as he asked attentively. "Outside of Tarik City, there is a canyon called Tarrag. Tarrag Canyon is similar to the dark forest of our Lancelot Empire. It is a strange place where magical beasts run amok. All along, Tarrag Canyon has been a forbidden area of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Except for a few true experts, most people have never dared to venture deep into Tarrag Canyon. About 3 months ago, some experts who had been training in Tarrag Canyon were attacked by a group of powerful magical beasts. All of them were chased out of Tarrag Canyon. As you know, most super-ranked magical beasts live alone. It is very rare for them to live in groups. It is said that the magical beasts that attacked the human experts were not of the same race. This attracted the attention of many forces. I came here specifically to investigate," Cecilia explained to Han Shuo. Frowning, Han Shuo looked at Cecilia doubtfully and said, "What does this have to do with Blunt? Could it be that Blunt is also here to investigate?" "No. Blunt and the followers of the Church of Light seem to be pursuing a person. This person should be the great heretic that the Church of Light has identified. Otherwise, Blunt wouldn't have personally come. This person seemed to be aware of the peculiarities of Tarrag Canyon. With nowhere else to run, he burrowed into Tarrag Canyon, attempting to gamble on the peculiarities of Tarrag Canyon, hoping that Blunt and the rest would give up their pursuit of him. However, the Church of Light has always believed that they are the representatives of God in the world. Naturally, they don't care about the strangeness of Tarrag Canyon. After discovering that the great heretic has entered Tarrag Canyon, Blunt and the others entered it half a month ago. There has been no news of him until now." Cecilia looked at Han Shuo and slowly explained. "So that's how it is." Han Shuo understood. Shortly after, he smiled at Cecilia and said, "Thank you for your information. All right, my business here is done. You can continue your discussion. I will make a trip to Tarrag Canyon." "My lord, you must be careful. Tarrag Canyon is very scary. We have lived in Tarik City for many years and know the mysteries of that place. Even the Thunder Sacred Magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance was trapped there for a long time. After Reynold Dyla found out about the abnormal behavior of the magical beasts in Tarrag Canyon, he forbade some adventurers from entering Tarrag Canyon. He should know how dangerous it is." The member of the Dark Mantle who previously reported the news of Sacred Knight Blunt to Han Shuo hastily reminded Han Shuo. "Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful." Han Shuo smiled and expressed his thanks. However, in his heart, he didn't think much of it. Han Shuo, who was in the carnal realm, was confident that he could defeat any sacred rank expert. A breakthrough in demonic arts would multiply one's strength. If he were to face Sacred Knight Blunt and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus again, Han Shuo had full confidence that he could kill both of them. Now, sacred rank experts were no longer a match for Han Shuo in the carnal realm. Even if it was a demigod existence like the ancient Lizard King, Han Shuo, whose confidence had swelled to an unprecedented level, dared to confront them head-on. Han Shuo didn't think that there were many existences in the profound continent that could harm him. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear towards Tarrag Canyon. "Brian, you want to go to Tarrag Canyon?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo and suddenly asked. Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Yes, I want to meet Blunt. That guy injured my friend last time. I will not let him continue to live in this world." "Then, can you come with us to Tarrag Canyon? We are also preparing to investigate the secrets of Tarrag Canyon. We are all members of the Dark Mantle, and we are all contributing to the Lancelot Empire. If you come with us to Tarrag Canyon, we will have a greater chance of success. In addition, we can also help you inquire about Sacred Knight Blunt. What do you think?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo expectantly, pleading for Han Shuo's approval. Han Shuo's unstoppable, crazy momentum in Asan City had left a deep impression in Cecilia's heart. Although Han Shuo said that the reason for his sudden increase in strength was because he had borrowed other powers, that kind of terrifying strength made Cecilia feel that it was no more than a modest excuse from Han Shuo. After training for 3 years, he confidently declared that he would kill Sacred Knight Blunt the moment he came out. Cecilia could imagine that Han Shuo's strength must have increased once again. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such strong confidence. If such an expert entered Tarrag Canyon with them, Cecilia and the others would be greatly assured of their safety. However, Han Shuo's current status was directly proportional to his strength. Even His Majesty of the Lancelot Empire had to deliberately curry favor with him. If Cecilia wanted to trouble Han Shuo, she naturally had to use a pleading tone. She could no longer be as arrogant and bossy as before. Looking at Cecilia's pleading face and the expectant gazes of the Dark Mantle members, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, "That's fine." With the existence of the mystical demons, Han Shuo didn't need the Dark Mantle's members to inquire about Tarrag Canyon. To Han Shuo, these people weren't of much help. However, as they were all members of the Dark Mantle, and he had just obtained the information he needed, Han Shuo couldn't refuse them directly, and could only reluctantly agree. "Thank you. We need to make some preparations. We will set off for Tarrag Canyon tomorrow morning." If you're tired, I can bring you to rest first." Cecilia sincerely thanked Han Shuo. A faint smile hung on her usually stern and charming face. "All right. Prepare a secret chamber for me. I'll rest for a while." Han Shuo readily agreed. After the enmity between him and Cecilia had been eliminated, the charming and moving Cecilia suddenly felt much more pleasing to the eye. Especially when he recalled Cecilia's overbearing manner in the past, and compared it to her current humble attitude, it gave Han Shuo a joyful sense of satisfaction. "Come with me." Cecilia walked towards a flight of stone steps that led upwards. As soon as she stepped on it, he felt as though the world was spinning. When Han Shuo focused his gaze, he discovered that he was already inside a stone chamber. "Have a good rest. I'll go make some preparations," Cecilia said with a smile. Her delicate body moved backwards and disappeared from the stone chamber. Within this Dark Mantle branch in Tarrag City, Han Shuo made use of some wondrous spatial projection magic. Although he didn't understand it, he was able to directly break through the boundary with brute force. When he arrived at the stone room, Han Shuo used some rocks and wood that had been carved with strange symbols to set up a demonic formation in the shape of a ghost face. He then took out the skeletal staff from within the formation. As the incantation ended, Han Shuo closed his eyes. His soul shuttled through the layers of spatial tunnels and appeared in the desolate and deathly silent netherworld. The towering mountain of iron and stone pierced the highest peak of the boundless sky. The Earth Elite Zombie, Wood Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, Metal Elite Zombie, and Water Elite Zombie formed an arc. In the center of the 5 elite zombies, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Earthy brown, wood green, fiery red, golden yellow, and aqua white, 5 different colors shot out in all directions. Waves of chaotic energy were released from the bodies of the 5 elite zombies. The earthy brown, fiery red, and golden yellow colors fused with each other in a bizarre manner. Every time the energies of the 3 colors fused and converged, a terrifying rumbling sound would be heard, fueling the chaotic energy in the center, causing the might of the pentaelemental undead formation to continuously rise. A series of explosions occurred from the center, causing the towering mountain to tremble uncontrollably. The energy of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth existed in any material plane. The 5 elite zombies that were born from the energy of the 5 elements could skillfully manipulate the energy of the 5 elements. The pentaelemental undead formation that they formed could fuse the energy of the 5 elements and superimpose the energy of the 5 elite zombies. Under the fusion of the energies, the chaotic energy in the center violently shot out in all directions. However, at present, only the energy of Earth Elite Zombie, Fire Elite Zombie, and Metal Elite Zombie could be fused together. As for the energy of Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie, they could not be fused with the other three for the time being. Little Skull, who was riding on his bone demon, stood proudly in the void above the towering mountain. He looked at the drill of the pentaelemental undead formation below like a general inspecting his soldiers. He was constantly paying attention to the chaotic changes of the five energies. Occasionally, he would take action to suppress the energy that violently shot into the underground of the mountain to prevent the palace not far away from him from collapsing. The spiritual connection suddenly leapt into Little Skull's soul. His purple demon eye suddenly lit up and focused on a distorted area in the void in front of him. He watched as layers of wrinkles spread out in that area like ripples in water, and a powerful soul emerged from it. "Father, why are you here?" Little Skull was somewhat surprised. He asked Han Shoa, who had just arrived. "I'm here to see how they're doing." Han Shoa unfolded his consciousness and covered the 5 elite zombies who were still practicing the pentaelemental undead formation below, observing the changes of the chaotic energy in the center. Little Earth, Little Gold, and Little Fire can already fuse their energies. Only Little Water and Little Wood can't get the hang of it for the time being. "Father, are you here to tell them what they should do?" Little Skull explained to Han Shoa. "No, this pentaelemental undead formation has left a mark in the depths of their souls from the moment they were born. The energy of the 5 elements is their innate talent. I can't guide them either. They can only rely on their own comprehension and practice," replied Han Shoa. After thinking for a moment, he focused his attention on Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shoa asked, "The reason why the 2 of them haven't grasped it after so long, is it because they haven't evolved to a certain level?" "That should be the case." Among the 5 of them, Little Earth was the first to come out. Little Fire and Little Gold both had good things to use. Those 2 things seemed to be able to help them evolve faster. That's why the 3 of them were able to grasp the method of fusion so quickly. Little Water and Little Wood appeared later, but they didn't have anything that could help them evolve faster. That's why they haven't mastered how to use their innate talent. Little Skull said to Han Shoa. "Oh, right, did you give them the Orb of Souls from the Tree of Souls last time to try it? How was it?" It was all thanks to the effect of the Orb of Souls that they were able to break through the carnal realm. Han Shoa couldn't help but ask Little Skull when he recalled that magical Tree of Souls. Of course, they all used one of the fruits of the Orb of Souls on the Tree of Souls. The Orb of Souls is very beneficial for increasing our intelligence. However, it takes a long time for the Tree of Souls to bear fruit. For the time being, we can't use the Orb of Souls to help Little Water and Little Wood to evolve faster. Little Skull was also somewhat helpless. He didn't know how to help Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie. "It seems that I have to find a way to refine some medicinal pellets to try. This way, natural evolution will take a little too long," Han Shoa thought for a moment and said to Little Skull. "Father, even if the 3 of them fuse their powers, the power of this pentaelemental undead formation is still very terrifying. Even if it's a mighty bone dragon, I think it will be destroyed if it's trapped in it." Little Skull said. "Yes, I know. When the 5 of them can fuse their powers, the power will be even more terrifying. In addition, the more powerful the 5 of them evolve, the more terrifying the power of this formation will be. I look forward to the more surprises they can bring me. Father, they won't let you down. Alright, I'll take my leave first. Look after them, don't let anything happen to them. When you practice this formation, you must pay attention to one thing. You must not recklessly practice it. Got it?" Seeing that Little Skull understood, Han Shoa didn't continue to stay in the netherworld. He withdrew his soul and returned to the profound continent. After sensing for a while and seeing that it was still early, Han Shoa continued to study the 3 boundaries of the Cemetery of Death. The boundary of fear, the boundary of weakness, and the boundary of aging. During this period of time, Han Shuo had already grasped the rudiments of the boundary of weakness and gained some insights. It was precisely by relying on constant practice that Han Shuo was able to make such rapid progress and reach extraordinary heights in both fields. Once one seriously delved into a difficult problem, the passage of time would always be much faster. Unknowingly, Han Shuo sensed the formation he laid around him tremble. Shortly after, he was roused from his contemplation. "Brian, we can set off now," Cecilia's voice suddenly sounded in Han Shuo's ears. "All right." Han Shuo got up, put away the rocks and strange trees around him, and headed outside. Chapter 443. Tarag Canyon was a forbidden area in the Brute Merchant Alliance. Most people didn't dare to venture deep into that area. Just like the Dark Forest in Lancelot Empire, only a few adventure parties dared to explore it. Due to the unusual behavior of the Tanai magical beasts in Tarag Canyon a few days ago, some adventurers were forced out of the area one by one. Coupled with the warning from the lightning sacred Magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Tarag Canyon became an area that everyone avoided. A group of Dark Mantle subordinates under Cecilia, led by Cecilia and Han Shuo, headed towards Tarag Canyon. There were no signs of human activity along the way, and the entire Tarag Canyon was strangely quiet. Compared to Lancelot Empire's Dark Forest, Tarag Canyon had many more uneven hills, as well as swamps all over the place. Recently, many powers have sent people to spy on the movements in Tarag Canyon. I don't know what's wrong with the magical beasts, but they've suddenly become aggressive. More and more people are either killed or driven out of Tarag Canyon, Cecilia complained with a frown as they walked. Beside Cecilia were 12 Dark Mantle subordinates who were directly under her command. No matter where Cecilia went, she would bring these 12 Dark Mantle members with her. Among them were magi, swordsmen, knights, thieves, and archers. They were a complete team. Cecilia's 12 subordinates were carefully selected from the Dark Mantle. Every one of them was very strong, and after years of cooperation, they were often able to bring out the full potential of the team at critical moments. Add to that the extraordinary strength of Han Shuo, this team was very luxurious no matter how one looked at it. "My lord, why haven't we seen anyone along the way?" The thief Takaru cautiously asked as he looked around. Along the way, Takaru had been constantly paying attention to his surroundings like a sensitive monkey, providing accurate information to the party. However, after venturing deep for half a day, they hadn't met a single adventurer party, nor had they seen anyone entering Tarag Canyon. This was very strange. According to the information gathered by the Dark Mantle, a group of adventurers had indeed entered Tarag Canyon recently. Logically speaking, they should have met several groups of adventurers. I don't know. Perhaps they've gone deeper. It looks like we need to pick up the pace, Cecilia casually replied, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Han Shuo who was lagging behind. Ever since they entered Tarag Canyon, Han Shuo had maintained his silence, only following closely behind them. He didn't speak a word, and would occasionally take out a thick magic tome to study, as if he was pondering some profound magical problem. He didn't seem to take this dangerous journey to Tarag Canyon to heart. That was indeed the case. When Cecilia woke Han Shuo up from his secret chamber, he was studying the mysteries of the boundary of weakness. He was troubled by some of the difficulties in the magic of the boundary of weakness. Therefore, he took out some books on magic from his space ring and diligently studied them. Rustle rustle. The sound of a creature moving suddenly came from afar. The bandit Takaru's brows tightened. He leapt onto a large tree with lush foliage, swung a slender willow branch, and flew out to scout ahead. It seems like magical beasts are approaching. We need to be careful. A large group of magical beasts is very difficult to deal with. Let's hope our luck isn't that bad. Cecilia instructed her subordinates beside her. She took out a magic staff specially used by priests. Han Shuo, who was pondering how the boundary of weakness could weaken his enemies both physically and mentally, heard the rustling sound approaching them. Without the need to disperse his mystical demons, Han Shua's consciousness had already sensed nearly 100 magical beasts approaching them. These magical beasts were of varying levels, but most of them were rank 3 or 4. The strongest among them were only 3 rank 1 magical beasts. None of the super rank magical beasts that caught Han Shua's attention, so Han Shua couldn't be bothered to deal with them. There are more than 100 magical beasts coming. Their target seems to be us. The thief, Tikaru, swung the willow branch and left. He threw himself into the air and landed firmly in front of Cecilia with the help of the flexible branch. Then, he reported to Cecilia in a low voice. "Prepare for battle. These magical beasts shouldn't be too difficult to deal with," Cecilia decisively ordered. Soon after, the group set up a trap boundary. The archers, magi, and swordsmen all moved into action. They began to defend with this area as the center. The magi and archers were in the center, all taking out their weapons. In the center, Han Shua frowned and put down the thick magic book in his hand. He smiled at Cecilia, who was instructing her subordinates to set up the defense, and asked, "Do you need help?" "Thank you, but not at the moment. We can handle it," Cecilia replied. It seemed that she was confident that she could handle this group of magical beasts. Nodding his head, Han Shua didn't say anything else. He continued to study the magic book in his hand, trying to figure out the mysteries of setting up the boundary of weakness from the book Necromancy. Not only could the boundary of weakness weaken the bodies of creatures that entered it, but it also had the effect of paralyzing the soul. This boundary of weakness was created by combining 2 incantations. One targeted the enemy's physical body, and the other targeted the enemy's soul. However, in order to fully unleash this boundary of weakness, the boundary of weakness that targeted the physical body and the soul had to be well coordinated. Both were indispensable. Han Shua practiced for a long time, but he still couldn't get the hang of it. He couldn't perfectly combine the 2 incantations and form a true boundary of weakness. Through the book Necromancy in his hand, Han Shua knew that the most crucial part of any living creature was the soul. Once the soul was hurt or attacked, it would directly affect the physical body. If the subconscious mind felt weak and powerless, the body would respond to the soul's feelings, and the physical body would become weak. From this explanation, Han Shua understood that the point of entry was still the weakness of the soul. Once the soul felt weak, it would certainly weaken the body. Han Shua faintly felt that he was on the right track, but he couldn't master it all at once. Therefore, he racked his brains, hoping that he would be able to comprehend it in a flash. While Han Shua was slowly comprehending, hundreds of magical beasts from Tarrag Canyon swarmed over. These magical beasts seemed to have smelled the scent of humans. They roared madly, their eyes bloodshot, and attacked Cecilia and the others. "These magical beasts have really gone mad," Cecilia exclaimed in a low voice. She waved the magic staff in her hand, sprinkling silver specks of light onto the bodies of the 5 swordsmen at the forefront, casting supportive spells to strengthen their bodies and increase their strength. Sounds of chanting came from beside Cecilia. 3 archmages of fire, lightning, and water chanted spells in unison. Several fire serpents danced in the air, blinding bolts of lightning fell from the sky, and sharp icicles shot out like tree roots, all aimed at the charging horde of magical beasts. The raging waves of magic covered a large area, instantly killing and injuring the invading horde of magical beasts. Some of the lower-ranked magical beasts would immediately lose the ability to fight after being hit by a wave of magic. Only some of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-rank magical beasts, due to their sturdy bodies, could continue to charge madly under this wave of magic attacks. 2 archers calmly shot out arrows one after another. The arrows pierced through the vast sky, not missing their target. Whooshing sounds rang out as they cut off the lives of the magical beasts one after another. Under the two-pronged attack of the archmages and archers, a third of the magical beasts fell for eternity before they could even approach this area. Some of the higher-ranked magical beasts closest to this area, such as the frost eagle, the medusa, and other magical beasts that could release magic and venom, also began to spit out icy breath and venom to attack this area. Cecilia continuously cast all kinds of supportive spells on the bodies of her companions. The three archmages used boundaries to block the incoming attacks, and the traps that they had set up beforehand were also released. In the midst of the thrilling battle, magical beasts fell one after another in pools of blood. It had to be said that Cecilia and the members of the Dark Mantle beside her had a tacit understanding of each other. In these 10 days of teamwork, most of the magical beasts had been killed by magic and archery before they could even approach this area. The 5 swordsmen stood firmly at the front, ready to intercept any enemies that dared to approach at any time. It seemed that this battle was indeed not a problem for Cecilia and the others. At this moment, Han Shuo looked at the magical beasts that were still charging over without fear of death. He seemed to have suddenly understood something and hastily chanted an incantation. The dense element of death that was everywhere suddenly converged wildly, forming a ring-shaped boundary in the middle of the group of magical beasts. Suddenly, some of the higher-ranked magical beasts that were madly charging over strangely slowed down. It was as if they had collectively been hit by some kind of powerful anesthetic, their speed dropping by half. It actually worked. Han Shuo was suddenly startled. He looked at the magical beasts that had slowed down within the weakening boundary and thought to himself, It actually worked. As soon as these words fell, Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly sensed a powerful aura lurking over. He immediately furrowed his brows and secretly paid attention. Chapter 444. Cecilia and the rest were fully focused on dealing with the charging magical beasts. The rest of the magical beasts were all of a higher level. As they dashed over, they continuously spat out venom and released magic that they were born with. Cecilia and the rest had some difficulty defending against the magical beasts at first, but when Han Shuo cast a boundary of weakness, the speed of the magical beasts abruptly decreased. As a result, Cecilia and the rest were suddenly able to relax. They hurriedly recharged their magic and took the opportunity to cast it out, enveloping the rest of the magical beasts in an abyss of suffering. A few meat shields who had been standing at the very front were loyally guarding this area. When they saw the demonic beasts slowing down and entering their attack range, they casually took out a javelin and threw it out, impaling the demonic beasts that had been weakened both physically and spiritually by the enchantment of enfeeblement to death. "Thank you." Cecilia thanked Han Shuo from afar. "You're welcome, it was no trouble at all." Han Shuo replied with a smile. Even without Han Shuo's boundary of weakness, Cecilia and the rest would have been able to kill this group of magical beasts. However, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. At the very least, the 5 swordsmen and knights at the front who had been acting as meat shields would have been injured by the magical beasts' attacks. Oh! Not a bad harvest. A swordmaster carried a long sword and walked towards the dead magical beasts on the ground. He removed the crystal cores of several high-level magical beasts one by one and said with a delighted smile, "Don't collect the crystal cores of magical beasts below level 3. They aren't worth much anyway. Let's hurry on our way." Cecilia instructed from afar. "Understood, my lord. We'll be right there." Another swordmaster, Care, replied loudly and gradually walked towards the place where the magical beasts had died tragically. Han Shuo furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he sensed that the person hiding in the dark suddenly moved at high speed. His target was the swordmaster closest to them. That person's aura was very strange and powerful. Han Shuo was sure that once he got close to that swordmaster, only death would await him if he wasn't on guard. With a thought, Han Shuo's consciousness tightened and immediately locked onto the person hiding in the lush thicket. Han Shuo, who was standing beside Cecilia, suddenly disappeared after a flash of black light. Cecilia immediately sensed that one person was missing. She hurriedly looked back and softly exclaimed, "Eh? Where's Brian?" On the other side, Swordmaster Carey, who was unsuspectingly collecting the magical beast core crystal of a snake-haired demoness, suddenly heard a slight rustling sound in his ears. Carey became alert, and suddenly discovered that a cloud of rolling green smoke was quietly approaching. Before he could fully react, the green smoke suddenly erupted, and directly bit him like a huge mouth. In an instant, Carey felt as if his body was grabbed by a giant hand. He couldn't move at all. There was a heavy pressure on his chest, and he couldn't even open his mouth to call for help. He was quickly carried deeper into the thicket by the green smoke, getting further and further away from Cecilia and the others. His heart was filled with fear, and he didn't know what was going on. His body couldn't move, and his mouth couldn't speak, making him feel extremely sullen. He didn't know what to do with the fear of this unknown danger, and his heart gradually sank. "Don't worry, I'm by your side. Let me see where he's taking you." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Carey was overjoyed. He recognized the voice as Han Shua's. From Cecilia's words, Carey knew that Han Shua's strength was extremely terrifying. He was able to silently follow him without anyone noticing. Carey knew that Han Shua was indeed as Cecilia said. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. That cloud of green smoke carried Carey and moved like a giant rubber ball. It didn't stop until they reached a muddy area deep in Tarrag Canyon that the cloud of green smoke gradually slowed down. All of a sudden, a strong suction force appeared in the silent muddy area, pulling Carey in by force. Han Shua, who had been following silently, suddenly made his move. Han Shua's figure appeared in front of Carey. The 5 fingers of his right hand extended like an eagle's claw towards the muddy area. 5 thin green rays as sharp as blades shot out from his fingertips and blasted into the muddy area that produced the strong suction force. All of a sudden, the muddy area exploded violently. Streams of mud shot up into the sky like sharp swords. A roar that made the earth tremble came from underground. Carey was shocked at first, thinking that he was doomed. Just as he was thinking, the binding on his body suddenly loosened. Then, he saw Han Shua standing there coolly with his 5 fingers trembling and shooting out green rays. His heart suddenly relaxed. Carey tried to get rid of the green smoke that was curling around him. He realized that the green smoke that had been tightly wrapping around him seemed to have lost all its strength. Hurriedly flying away, Carey, as a sword master, was not weak. He tiptoed on a pillar of mud that flew out in a straight line and landed on the shore. "Come out." Han Shua stood proudly in the air above the muddy area. The violent green rays in his 5 fingers suddenly disappeared as he looked coldly at the mud. Han Shua withdrew his explosive power and the muddy area immediately calmed down. The streams of mud that had shot out like sharp swords all fell back into the muddy area. Under Carey's gaze, a human figure covered in mud gradually rose from the center. "Who are you?" The human figure that rose from the mud looked at Han Shua vigilantly. Han Shua was flabbergasted. Judging from the voice of this person covered in mud, she should be an old woman. This old woman had been hunched over and buried deep in the bushes along the way. Han Shua hadn't seen her face, so he didn't know her gender. Now that he heard her voice, he was surprised. Before Han Shua could answer, this Carey, who had been entangled by the green smoke along the way, suddenly said angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Whoosh! She dashed out of the mud and didn't respond. Instead, she swooped down towards Han Shua like a strange bird. She even cursed, "How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first, you little brat." Wisps of green smoke flowed out of this old woman's 7 orifices, making her look ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit with a green face and fangs. The green smoke seemed to be drifting in the air, but in fact, it was flowing towards Han Shua at high speed. When it was close to Han Shua, its speed suddenly increased by many times. It wrapped around Han Shuo in an instant and drilled into Han Shuo's body through his pores. The old woman was a few steps slower than the green smoke coming out of her orifices. She watched as the wisps of green smoke enveloped Han Shuo. Before she could fly in front of Han Shuo, she began to cackle strangely. A strange power suddenly burst out from her palm and enveloped Han Shuo. The wisps of green smoke flowed into Han Shuo's pores and entered Han Shuo's body. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at his flesh. Han Shuo's consciousness could clearly reflect every abnormality in his body. Seeing the old woman's palm coming down, Han Shuo coldly snorted and suddenly withdrew the demon infant in his body. The energy that had entered Han Shuo's body instantly flowed into the demon infant like a whale sucking in water. After 2 cycles, it became a strange nourishment for the demon infant. At this time, the old woman's palm had just reached the top of Han Shuo's head. Her eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. The old woman seemed to have sensed the abnormal movement of the energy flowing into Han Shuo's body. She immediately cried out in alarm and was about to retreat. Han Shuo, who was below the old woman, suddenly grinned. He looked up at the old woman who was just inches away from his head and punched out with his right fist. The demonic yuan immediately surged into the old woman's palm like a whirlwind of blades. It was like a giant dragon overturning the seas and rivers, shattering the strange energy in her palm and heading straight for her internal organs. Pooh! An arrow of blood shot out from her mouth. The old woman's face was filled with pain. Her body was sent flying high into the air. Her heart was filled with regret. She thought to herself, why did I have to provoke this guy? After escaping from the Church of Light for so many years, I didn't expect to die in the hands of a little brat in the end. Why did I have to do this? Without waiting for the old woman's body to fall, Han Shuo's body flashed like lightning. He grabbed the old woman's disheveled hair that was covered in mud. A strand of demonic yuan flew into her body from the center of his palm, restraining her and bringing her straight to the ground. She was seriously injured and captured in just one exchange. She had no room to resist at all. This filled the old woman's heart with depression and grief. She didn't know what was wrong with this world. A young brat was actually more frightening than the people from the Church of Light who had pursued her for so many years. This was simply unacceptable to her. Han Shuo didn't show any mercy to this vicious old woman. He pulled her hair and dragged her to the muddy ground like a dead dog. He pressed her head down in a place where the muddy water wasn't too muddy. He stirred back and forth a few times, washing away the mud that covered the old woman's face. Speak. Why did you attack us? Who are you? Han Shuo casually threw her to the side. He took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the mud off his hands as he coldly questioned. Chapter 445. After being washed by the dirty water, the old woman's face still had mud on it. She still looked dirty. However, after being tossed around by Han Shuo, he was finally able to see her appearance clearly. She looked to be in her 50s or 60s. She had a head full of messy gray hair. Her face was like a carving knife that had left many dough-like wrinkles on it. The skin on her face was also loose and weak. Only her eyes were a rare green color, and they carried a sense of unwillingness and resentment. While Han Shuo was sizing her up, she was also observing Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked to be in his 20s. At this age, whether it was practicing martial arts or magic, he shouldn't be at his peak strength. However, Han Shuo defeated her so easily and didn't give her any chance to resist. Slap. After slapping her face, Han Shuo continued to ask, I'm asking you a question. Even if she was an old woman, Han Shuo wouldn't give due respect to an enemy who indiscriminately launched a sneak attack and obviously harbored malicious intent. Not to mention that her appearance, coupled with her green eyes, didn't look like a benevolent person no matter how one looked at it. She woke up immediately after the slap. Her heart was filled with a kind of fury. She angrily shouted at Han Shuo, "Little brat, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Don't give me nonsense. Tell me what I asked you, or else you'll suffer." Han Shuo impatiently glared at her. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Care, who was walking over, and said, "This old woman deliberately left traces on the road. Cecilia and the others are already rushing over according to the traces she left. Go and help them." "Very well. Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency. This lowly one will definitely remember it." Care respectfully bowed towards Han Shuo. Only then did he leave under Han Shuo's urging. "How did you know I left traces on the road?" Although the old woman couldn't move, she still asked Han Shuo in fear. "How can that little trick of yours escape my discerning eyes? Tell me, why did you lure us here? What do you want?" Han Shuo ridiculed. The old woman's green eyes shone with a strange light. She silently checked the condition of her body and tried to use her power to move. "Don't waste your energy, old thing. You can't escape." Han Shuo unhappily scolded her and looked at her coldly. He wasn't afraid of her escaping at all. "Ha!" Suddenly, Han Shuo let out a soft cry. His body swayed, and he appeared behind her. His large hand suddenly landed on her back and started caressing her. "What? What are you doing?" "I'll tell you, I've told you everything, please spare me." The old woman's heart was suddenly filled with a bone-piercing fear when Han Shuo's large hand caressed her back. She could no longer maintain a calm state of mind and cried out involuntarily. Her voice was actually on the verge of tears. "Please spare me, I'm already so old, I can be your grandmother, and I'm so ugly." "Shut up. What the fuck are you thinking? My taste isn't that different." Han Shuo cursed loudly and resentfully withdrew his hand. He looked at her with his brows tightly bunched and asked in a deep voice, "You have the body of divine favor?" "Yes." "Yes, so what?" When she heard that Han Shuo wasn't going to violate her, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Then, she was taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" Han Shuo was about to answer when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He raised his head and looked into the distance before he grinned coldly and said, "I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I didn't even look for it. I didn't expect that this group of people would deliver themselves to my doorstep." Before the 20-odd people from the Church of Light could approach this area, Han Shuo immediately sensed them. This group consisted of experts of various professions, and their leader was none other than his mortal enemy, Sacred Knight Blunt. They were slowly approaching by following some traces. Sensing their arrival through his consciousness, a few mystical demons immediately flew over to listen to their conversation. After a while, Han Shuo suddenly stared at the old woman and said with a smile, "So you're the big heretic that Blunt and the others are pursuing. Heh heh, Elizabeth, are you planning to kill Care, frame the Church of Light, and lure our people here to fight them? That's a good idea. You cunning old man, you're really not a good person. How did you know? Who are you? How do you know everything?" Elizabeth looked at Han Shuo in horror. Her body trembled slightly as she said, "You obviously know everything. Why do you still ask when you already know the answer? What are you trying to do?" "Heh heh, don't talk. They're telling me the reason why they're pursuing you. Let me listen carefully." Han Shuo said with a smile as he made a gesture of silence at the terrified Elizabeth. "You, what are you trying to do?" Elizabeth's heart was filled with doubts. This mysterious young man before her had given her too many surprises. She had no idea where Han Shuo came from or what he was trying to do. An unknown danger seemed to be lingering around her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. 2 minutes later, when Han Shuo turned around to look at Elizabeth again, an evil smile hung on his face. He nodded and said, "Elizabeth, not bad at all. A peculiar body of divine favor that can absorb the divine energy of the Church of Light. No wonder the Church of Light spared no effort in pursuing you. You know everything. Speak, what are you trying to do? After listening to Han Shuo reveal all of her secrets, Elizabeth knew that it would be difficult for her to escape from Han Shuo's grasp. Instead, she relaxed and looked at Han Shuo calmly, looking as if he could kill or torture her as he pleased. What an interesting body of divine favor. Very interesting. We're both heretics pursued by the Church of Light. We shouldn't be so unfriendly. Han Shuo said with a smile. You also have a grudge against the Church of Light. Elizabeth's heart was in turmoil. She was constantly hanging between despair and hope. Her usual calmness had disappeared without a trace in front of the mysterious Han Shuo. Yes, I'm the same as you. I'm also a great heretic that the Church of Light has been pursuing. Han Shuo looked at Elizabeth with a smile and continued, however, that was a long time ago. Now, I'm different from you. I'm the hunter, and the Church of Light is the prey. We're both heretics, but the gap is huge. Just as Han Shuo finished speaking, a few figures landed in the area with a swoosh. They were a few priests of the Church of Light. 2 archmages hovered in the air using levitation spells. They looked down at Elizabeth from above and said, "You won't be able to escape today." Rustling sounds grew from soft to heavy as they rapidly approached. In the blink of an eye, a group of temple knights of the Church of Light, led by Sacred Knight Blunt, had already arrived below the priests of the Church of Light and rapidly surrounded the area where Elizabeth was. Everyone's attention was focused on Elizabeth. Han Shuo, who was facing Elizabeth, happened to have his back facing Sacred Knight Blunt. In addition, Blunt's attention was also focused on the limp Elizabeth on the ground. Therefore, he didn't realize that the tall figure with his back facing him was the person who had seriously injured him 3 years ago. Elizabeth was unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the experts of the Church of Light surrounded her. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. Elizabeth obviously didn't believe Han Shuo's statement that he was the hunter and the Church of Light was the prey. Therefore, she hastily said, "Let go of me. I can still bring you away from the sludge. Otherwise, we're really going to die here. Elizabeth, you've killed many devout believers of the Church of Light over the years. Our Church of Light has been pursuing you for more than 4 years, but has never been able to surround you. Let's see how you escape this time." After recovering from his injuries, Sacred Knight Blunt was still as calm and unruffled as ever. He chuckled as he looked at Elizabeth, and didn't seem to be in a state of mutual hostility. "It's over, it's all over. I'm finally going to be destroyed here." Elizabeth watched as Han Shuo remained unmoved, while the Church of Light's followers tightened their encirclement bit by bit, completely cutting off any chance of her escaping. Her heart was finally filled with despair. Elizabeth, you're very strange today. Don't you usually run as fast as the wind? Why aren't you running today? Don't tell me you want to fight us head-on. With Lord Blunt here, you're really courting death." The mage who had spoken first looked at Elizabeth calmly. "Enough with the nonsense, take her down." Sacred Knight Blunt shouted softly as he strolled leisurely towards Elizabeth. Suddenly, a dense aura of death came from outside the encirclement. Blunt's expression changed, and he immediately stopped and looked around. He suddenly discovered that there were many more undead creatures outside, vaguely surrounding them. It was only at this moment that the Sacred Knight focused his attention on the figure who had his back facing him. He looked at Han Shuo's stalwart back and suddenly felt that it was unusually familiar. This indescribable sense of familiarity gave Blunt a strong sense of unease. With his vigilance rising, Blunt immediately waved his hand to stop the followers of the Church of Light from making any further moves. He said to Han Shuo in a low voice, "Friend, I think we've met somewhere before." Of course we've met, Lord Blunt." Han Shuo finally turned around and glared fiercely at Blunt as he sneered. Chapter 446. Even though 3 years had passed, when Han Shuo's voice sounded, Sacred Knight Blunt already knew who the person with his back to him was before Han Shuo had even turned around. That miserable defeat had left too deep an impression on him. To Blunt, that battle was the most shameful and unforgettable experience of his life. For the past 3 years, Blunt had been constantly thinking about Han Shuo while recuperating from his injuries. Now that Han Shuo was standing before him, Blunt, who would remain calm and unruffled even when cruelly slaughtering heretics, immediately paled. "It's you." A soft cry filled with bone-deep hatred came from his mouth. In the next moment, the bright golden spear was tightly grasped in his palm. The veins on his right hand that was gripping the spear shaft bulged. His 5 fingers clenched tighter and tighter, as though he was going to snap the spear shaft. One could well imagine the depth of hatred in his heart. Nodding his head, Han Shuo grinned maliciously and said, "It's me. Long time no see. Lord Blunt, who is this kid?" The talkative Magus was puzzled. He didn't understand how Sacred Knight Blunt, who held a high position in the Church of Light, would know such a kid who was obviously still wet behind the ears. You two know each other?" Elizabeth, who was paralyzed by Han Shuo's feet and unable to move, looked strangely at Han Shuo, who was brimming with murderous intent. She was also very puzzled. He, of course." Han Shuo laughed weirdly. Without turning his head, he waved his hand and patted Elizabeth's shoulder. The energy that had been suppressing her body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Your body of divine favor can absorb the divine energy from their bodies. This is very interesting. You've lucked out today. Perhaps you can absorb all the divine energy from a sacred knight's body. Elizabeth, you must grasp this opportunity well. Han Shuo's eyes focused on Blunt's body as he spoke in a strange tone to Elizabeth, who was slowly standing up behind him. Elizabeth looked at Sacred Knight Blunt, who looked as though he was facing a great enemy. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. She pointed at Han Shuo and exclaimed, You're that necromancer from Lancelot Empire, right? I've heard news about you. You're the only one who defeated Blunt. Oh my God, it's actually you. As a great heretic that the Church of Light had been pursuing for a long time, Elizabeth had a deep understanding of certain matters, especially those who were also being pursued by the Church of Light. She had inquired a little more about the battle in Asen City 3 years ago, which was the biggest defeat the Church of Light had suffered in recent years. Under the influence of some people, this matter had spread to many countries. In particular, the news of the crushing defeat of the most powerful sacred knight of the Church of Light had spread like a necromancy plague. To many heretics who had suffered under the Church of Light, this was simply a holy message. Any heretic who had the slightest weight would deeply remember the name Brian. Upon hearing Elizabeth's words, the faces of those from the Church of Light who had surrounded Han Shuo and Elizabeth finally changed. Without waiting for Han Shuo to make a move, the 3 temple knights closest to Han Shuo felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously took a few steps back at the same time, putting some distance between them and Han Shuo, and returning to the outer encirclement. It's him, it's actually him. The magus from the Church of Light who had previously questioned Blunt looked at Han Shuo in horror as he muttered to himself. His voice grew softer and softer, as though he was afraid of attracting Han Shuo's attention. Get ready to attack. Abandon Elizabeth and aim all your attacks at him. Blunt shouted in a low voice. Shortly after, he glared at Han Shuo and said, It's been 3 years. I don't believe you can hurt me again this time. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous divine aura was suddenly released from Blunt's body. That divine aura perfectly merged with his golden fighting aura, causing his skin to suddenly emit a dazzling golden light. He looked like a man made of gold, giving off a dignified, solemn awe. Han Shuo's eyes brightened as he sensed Blunt's strength from his aura. He discovered that Blunt's strength had skyrocketed to such an extent in a short span of 3 years. Compared to 3 years ago, Blunt's aura had more than doubled in strength. It seemed that something strange must have happened to his body during these 3 years. This time, I won't hurt you again. Han Shuo stared coldly at Blunt and added word by word, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo leaped from the ground with a sinister grin and flew towards Blunt with his bare fists. As Blunt brandished his golden spear, Han Shuo clenched his right fist into a hammer. A tyrannical, destructive, and heavy force condensed in his palm as he punched out. His fist emitted a glaring red light. After a flash, a scarlet fist the size of a small mountain appeared out of thin air and smashed towards Blunt's head. Blunt's mind trembled. He could distinctly sense the destructive force contained in this fist. The energy he had risked his life to obtain for 3 years poured into the golden spear in his hand. His entire body turned into a golden sun as he brandished his spear and thrust it towards the scarlet fist. Amidst the high-speed thrusting of the golden spear, a faint chanting of the god of light could be heard. The golden spear fiercely pierced the scarlet fist. A deafening explosion sounded. The glaring light above their heads caused all the onlookers, except for the 2 of them, to be temporarily blinded. Intense energy ripples violently spread in all directions, causing Elizabeth and the followers of the Church of Light to flee in all directions, battered and exhausted. It was at this moment that the undead creatures that had been quietly surrounding the perimeter suddenly launched an attack as though they had received a command. Several followers of the Church of Light were caught off guard and were immediately drowned by the undead creatures. Amidst their miserable howls, the hair-raising sounds of the undead creatures gnawing on their bones could be heard. Only Elizabeth, who was also a great heretic, wasn't attacked by the undead creatures. However, when she heard the sounds of the Church of Light being gnawed and broken by the undead creatures, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Han Shuo with trepidation, thinking that he was indeed the greatest heretic. Amidst the thunderous noise, Han Shuo's wild laughter was suddenly heard, Blunt, oh Blunt. Even if your strength has skyrocketed, you will still die a miserable death here. Nobody can save you today. Amongst everyone, only Elizabeth was the most relaxed. The followers of the Church of Light were surrounded by layers upon layers of undead creatures, and the undead creatures summoned by Han Shuo didn't attack her. Therefore, when her temporarily blinded eyes regained their sight, she immediately looked in the direction of Han Shuo's voice. All she saw was Sacred Knight Blunt being tightly surrounded by scarlet fist silhouettes. Due to the high speed of spinning around Blunt, Han Shuo, who had been laughing maniacally, couldn't be seen clearly. However, the unceasing emergence of fist silhouettes was enough to explain the problem. Sacred Knight Blunt couldn't retaliate at all. He could only defend within an inch of the area, tenaciously defending himself. Even though the Sacred Knight's strength had skyrocketed, he was still groaning incessantly under Han Shuo's high-speed bombardment. Wisps of dark red blood flowed from the corners of his nose and mouth, dyeing his golden armor red. There was no longer a trace of his unruffled demeanor on his body. What astonished Elizabeth even more was that Han Shuo didn't seem to be exerting his full strength. It was as though he was torturing him bit by bit. Sacred Knight Blunt, who was frantically brandishing his golden spear in defense, grew weaker and weaker as wisps of energy gnawed away at him like ants. The speed at which he brandished his golden spear also grew slower and slower. Bam! His fist pierced through the layers of spear silhouettes. Han Shuo withdrew his fist and quietly retreated. Sacred Knight Blunt's hand movements suddenly froze. Then, a series of cracking sounds of bones breaking resounded from within his body. Blunt, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly fell limply to the ground. Under Elizabeth's stupefied gaze, a silly-looking zombie warrior strangely emerged from the ground in front of Sacred Knight Blunt. This zombie warrior was wearing a strange, earthy gray armor. The thick ground was like a stream of water to him. He didn't seem to encounter any obstructions when he emerged from the ground. Thump thump thump. After this eccentric zombie warrior floated out of the soil, it ferociously stomped on Sacred Knight Blunt's body. Fresh blood flowed uncontrollably from Blunt's body, and the vitality in his face faded bit by bit. "Hey, Elizabeth, quickly absorb the divine energy in Blunt's body before he's completely dead." While Elizabeth was still in a daze, she heard a voice that made her wild with joy. "Give it to me. Is it really for me to absorb?" Elizabeth, whose heart was filled with ecstasy, looked at Han Shuo from afar in disbelief as she asked in a trembling voice. "Of course. Only by absorbing the divine energy in this sacred knight's body will you be qualified to be my slave." Han Shuo laughed. "Slave, slave." Elizabeth was dumbfounded. She couldn't react for a moment. "Who asked you to deliver yourself to me and provoke me first? Hurry up and decide. Either I kill you, or you submit to me. Make your choice." Han Shuo snorted coldly. After 3 seconds of silence, Elizabeth immediately raised her hand and declared, "I am willing to be your slave." She then took advantage of the fact that Sacred Knight Blunt was still alive and dashed towards him. Chapter 447. Poor Sacred Knight Blunt. After 3 years of painstaking cultivation, he thought he would be able to take revenge. Who knew that he would end up even more miserable than the last time? If Sacred Knight Blunt didn't have the golden armor and divine energy to protect his body, he wouldn't have to endure the pain that gradually assaulted his body. Perhaps he wouldn't have to endure so much pain. After all, an ordinary person would definitely be dead after being stomped by the Earth Elite zombie. If they were truly dead, they wouldn't have to endure so much pain. Blunt didn't die immediately from the stomps of the Earth Elite zombie due to the sturdy armor on his body and the protection of his fighting aura and divine energy. Instead, he let out weak cries of agony as he breathed his last. The pain of his body and the helplessness of his soul enveloped him. Blunt didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. It was at this moment that the old woman Elizabeth, whose face was covered in wrinkles, charged at him with an excited expression. Under Blunt's fearful gaze, Elizabeth pounced on him like a malicious spirit. Her 2 sharp fingers pierced into Blunt's exposed neck that wasn't covered by the armor. The divine energy that Blunt had obtained through his devout faith all these years suddenly flowed violently towards the excited and malevolent Elizabeth's body like water from a breached dam. Elizabeth, who had been beaten up by Han Shuo to the point of vomiting blood, rapidly recovered the bizarre energy in her body. Wisps of green smoke that resembled slender green snakes flickered in and out of Isabella's 7 orifices. Her green eyes sparkled with a sinister expression. Her body was different from that of an ordinary person's. It was like a precise machine operating at high speed, decomposing and absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blunt's body, transforming it into a strange energy that she could directly use. While Elizabeth was absorbing the divine energy in Sacred Knight Blunt's body in a frenzy, Han Shuo suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth. His consciousness suddenly locked onto Elizabeth, spying on every minute movement of her body. Elizabeth's body structure was poles apart from that of an ordinary person. If she didn't have a human appearance, Han Shuo wouldn't have taken her for a human based on her aura and body structure alone. Inside her body, apart from her bones and meridians, there were also 5 fist-sized cyclones. When Elizabeth was digesting and absorbing the divine energy from Blunt's body, the 5 cyclones revolved at high speed, playing a crucial role in the entire process. It was due to the existence of these 5 cyclones that Elizabeth was able to absorb the holy energy within Sacred Knight Blunt's body. However, the 5 cyclones had no effect on the fighting aura that Blunt had painstakingly cultivated. Their target seemed to be the holy energy that Blunt had supposedly obtained from the God of Light through his pious faith. Han Shuo had never heard of a body of divine favor that could digest divine power. It was no wonder that the Church of Light was after him. Han Shuo was also very curious. Vaguely, Han Shuo felt that Elizabeth's body of divine grace, which could absorb divine power, was different from other divine graces. Perhaps Elizabeth was hiding some secret that even she herself did not understand. Very soon, the divine energy within the Sacred Knight's body was completely depleted. Such a powerful being did not die immediately even after losing his divine energy. His face was ashen as he waited for death to come. Having absorbed all the divine energy from Blunt's body, Elizabeth laughed maniacally in satisfaction. She pulled out her hands that were dripping with blood from Blunt's neck and waved her hands at Han Shuo in gratitude. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Han Shuo chuckled oddly. He suddenly appeared behind Elizabeth and extended his right hand. Han Shuo's middle finger suddenly pierced into the back of her head. A drop of crimson blood essence from his fingertip broke through the skin and directly entered the blood vessels at the back of Elizabeth's head. As Elizabeth shrieked, this drop of blood essence from Han Shuo's demonic infant entered her brain through the blood vessels at the back of her head. Han Shuo's empty left hand gently pressed against Elizabeth's back. An evil suction force was suddenly released. The strands of strange energy that had just been purified from the 5 cyclones in Elizabeth's body surged uncontrollably towards her back. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it was absorbed by Han Shuo. Master, I'm your devout servant. Spare me. Elizabeth was scared out of her wits. She had always absorbed the energy of the Church of Light's followers to improve herself. She had never imagined that the evil energy in her body could be absorbed by someone else. This piercing pain made her unable to suppress the fear in her heart. She cried out involuntarily for mercy. Contrary to Elizabeth's expectations, her begging for mercy seemed to have an effect. After she screamed a few times, Han Shuo, who had just converted a portion of the energy from the 5 cyclones in her body, actually let go and didn't continue to touch her. Pulling out the fingertip from the back of Elizabeth's head, Han Shuo patted Elizabeth's forehead and smilingly said, "Humans and magical beasts can establish a master-slave relationship through a contract. However, it is somewhat troublesome between humans. Heh, you must have felt something extra in your head, right?" Yes, master. What did you do to me?" Elizabeth was truly afraid of Han Shuo. She didn't know whether this greatest heretic of the profound continent was a human or a demon, but she simply couldn't resist him. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just like some kind of contractual power. As long as you don't do anything to betray me, the thing in your head will never have any effect on you. However, if you have any thoughts of betraying me, your head will be the same as his." Han Shuo laughed evilly as he stepped on Sacred Knight Blunt's head. Smack! As though a watermelon had been smashed, dark red blood spurted out. Red and white brain matter flowed all over the ground. "Master, your most humble servant will never do anything to betray you. You will be able to see your servant's loyalty. I swear." Looking at the Sacred Knight's head exploding, Elizabeth seemed to see the miserable state she would be in after her betrayal. She didn't doubt the veracity of this evil youth's words. Without another word, she knelt before Han Shuo, lowered her head and shrieked incessantly. She didn't care that the ground she knelt on was overflowing with red and white matter from Blunt's head. "Very good, I know you are a sensible person," Han Shuo said with satisfaction. He then paused for a moment before continuing, "It's very good that you can absorb the divine energy from the followers of the Church of Light. As long as you follow me, I believe your strength will improve even faster. This old servant will never forget Master's great kindness." Elizabeth hastily replied. "All right, get up. There are still a few surviving followers of the Church of Light over there. Absorb the divine energy from their bodies as well." Han Shuo instructed Elizabeth in a gentle tone. Without uttering a single word, Elizabeth flew out from under Han Shuo's feet like a bolt of lightning. Strands of bizarre green energy gushed out of her pores. She had already started to deal with those disciples of light who were still alive. Seeing Elizabeth's dutiful actions, Han Shuo was incomparably relieved. After planting a drop of demonic blood in her body, Han Shuo would immediately know if Elizabeth had any thoughts of betraying him. He would then activate the demonic blood in her mind to kill Elizabeth immediately. In addition, Han Shuo, who could directly absorb the energy from Elizabeth's body, would naturally never give her the opportunity to surpass his strength. Such a dependable servant, and an interesting body of divine favor, was very useful to Han Shuo. The Earth Elite zombie looked at Sacred Knight Blunt's smashed head and transmitted to Han Shuo in a daze, "Father, is he dead?" "Yes, he is indeed dead. However, his soul is sufficiently powerful and is still useful to me," Han Shuo replied. Shortly after, with a thought, the demon's lair edge flew out from the back of his neck. Blunt's soul, which had yet to dissipate, was suddenly sucked in by the demon's lair edge. During the previous rebellion in Asen City, the demon's lair edge had absorbed too much negative energy. Even now, it could be considered to be in a dormant state and had yet to completely subdue the negative energy. However, Han Shuo understood that this was a crucial stage for the demon's lair edge. Whether it could become a peerless weapon or not would depend on whether it could digest all the negative energy and evolve into a vile soul. Perhaps, Blunt, with his powerful soul, could be used as a backup primary soul after entering the demon's lair edge, helping the demon's lair edge evolve into a vile soul at a faster rate. After Blunt's soul was absorbed by the demon's lair edge, the demon's lair edge once again concealed itself within his body. Soon after, Han Shuo focused his attention on Blunt's armor, weapon, and space ring. A sacred knight of the Church of Light must have many precious treasures on him. Han Shuo thought inwardly. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Han Shuo stripped off Blunt's armor and golden spear and placed them into his space ring. These two pieces of equipment came from the work of the Church of Light's top alchemists. Only those who possessed divine energy could bring out their full potential. Naturally, Han Shuo didn't have anyone from the Church of Light with him. However, if he were to sell them, he would definitely be able to fetch a good price. Blunt's space ring was forcibly blasted open by Han Shuo's consciousness. Inside were a few thick books from the Church of Light, some scattered gold coins, a few inferior weapons, 2 simple and unadorned magic scrolls, and a few pieces of thin yellow paper. Han Shuo flipped through these items one by one. When he saw the contents of the thin yellow paper, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 448. In Blunt's space ring, the Book of Light and the scattered gold coins naturally didn't catch Han Shuo's eye. The quality of the few knights' weapons was obviously much lower than the one Blunt was wielding. Only 2 magic scrolls were of interest. One was a space magic scroll for escaping, while the other was an earth magic scroll that resembled an earth armor. Both were life-saving items. Unfortunately, Sacred Knight Blunt was unable to retaliate in his battle with Han Shuo after suffering a series of attacks from Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had surrounded Blunt and bombarded him in pain, didn't give Blunt any chance to activate the magic scrolls. He only let go when all the bones in Blunt's body were shattered. The 2 magic scrolls naturally fell into Han Shuo's hands. Although they were precious, they weren't too rare. It was the contents of the remaining thin yellow papers that caused Han Shuo's expression to change greatly. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Han Shuo knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light valued 2 things the most. The first was the increasing number of people's devout faith in the God of Light. A believer with a pure soul would selflessly offer sacrifice to the God of Light. From this document, Han Shuo knew that the offering of a pure soul to the God of Light would allow the sacrificer to obtain more of the God of Light's divine power. However, there were some pure soul believers who weren't followers of the Church of Light. Even if they were, they would suddenly come to their senses when offering their soul meant death. They might not be willing to give up everything and hand over their soul. At that time, the Church of Light would use some coercive methods. The proportion of people with incomparably pure souls was extremely low among humans. The reason why Sacred Knight Blunt was able to completely recover from his injuries in the past 3 years, and his strength had skyrocketed by a large margin, was because he had sacrificed the souls of 87 people with pure souls. These 87 people with pure souls were secretly captured by the Church of Light using various methods and underhanded methods from various countries. The thin yellow paper was Sacred Knight Blunt's application to the Church of Light to hold a sacrificial ceremony. It was signed by a group of high-ranking members of the Church of Light, including the current Pope. No wonder Blunt could attain such formidable strength so quickly. It seems that the Church of Light isn't any better than the Calamity Church. I'm afraid that under all kinds of high-sounding propaganda, the dirty things they've done in the dark aren't any less than the Calamity Church, Han Shuo muttered to himself as he looked at the document in his hand. Blunt, whose strength had greatly improved, must have believed that no one could kill him. That was why he had left these documents in his space ring. Who would have thought that they would fall into Han Shuo's hands? Han Shuo understood what it would mean if this document with the signatures of more than half of the high-ranking members of the Church of Light were to be exposed. While he was apprehensive about the Church of Light's peculiar method of obtaining divine energy for its followers, Han Shuo also felt extremely refreshed from having something to blackmail. I think the Calamity Church would be very interested in letting everyone know about these documents with the signatures of the Pope and other high-ranking members of the Church of Light. Han Shuo sneered as he muttered to himself. Master, the remaining members of the Church of Light are all dead. Elizabeth's face was full of excitement. The 5 cyclones in her body were revolving at high speed, filling her shriveled and aged body with strands of energy. Han Shuo carefully put away the thin yellow papers in his hand. Only then did he turn his attention to his surroundings. Just as Elizabeth had said, this group of followers of the Church of Light without a single Light Grand Magus had all perished under the attack of the large number of undead creatures. Han Shuo narrowed his eyes slightly. His consciousness circled around Elizabeth's body, and he roughly determined that the divine energy she had absorbed could increase her strength by about 2 times. However, even though Elizabeth had absorbed Sacred Knight Blunt's divine energy, she was still far from reaching Blunt's strength after undergoing transformation. On one hand, it was because Blunt's strength did not entirely depend on the divine energy in his body. His fighting aura still occupied the most important position. Even if Elizabeth had absorbed all of the divine energy, she naturally would not be able to reach Blunt's strength. On the other hand, after transformation, Elizabeth could only use a portion of the divine energy. After all, Elizabeth was not a follower of the Church of Light. She could not use divine energy at all. This was similar to how Han Shuo needed to thoroughly remove the impurities after absorbing a huge amount of killing intent. What she could truly use would always be the cleanest small portion. After absorbing all of the divine energy, Elizabeth's strength would roughly reach the level of a sacred swordmaster. To the current Han Shuo, without the control of the demonic blood in her body, she would not pose any threat. Therefore, Han Shuo took a deep look at Elizabeth and nodded, saying, "Very good, you have done well. Oh, right, you have divine energy in your body. Do you need to find a quiet place to digest it? Thank you for your concern, Master. My body will slowly transform this energy. I don't need to deliberately digest it," Elizabeth immediately replied. Han Shuo nodded. Han Shuo continued speaking, but cast his gaze in another direction. After a while, a group of Dark Mantle members led by Cecilia and Care quickly walked over. At this moment, the undead creatures Han Shuo had summoned had completely disappeared. Only a few dozen corpses of the Church of Light remained around Han Shuo and Elizabeth. These followers of the Church of Light had died miserably. Sacred Knight Blunt's head had been crushed by Han Shuo's foot, and his body had turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Those followers who had been gnawed on by the undead creatures had died without an intact corpse. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The thick smell of blood lingered in the air. When Cecilia and the others arrived, they only needed to glance at the tragic scene around them to feel their stomachs churning. Fortunately, these Dark Mantle members could be considered to be strong-willed people. They did not do anything improper in front of Han Shuo. "Brian, what's going on?" Cecilia frowned. She carefully avoided the bloodstains on the ground and walked to Han Shuo's side to ask. "They are the reason I came here this time." Blunt is dead. It looks like my matter has been resolved," Han Shuo said with a smile. He raised his head to look at the sky, thinking that it was time to look for Wolf and pass him some interesting things. As an evil organization whose influence covered the entire continent, the Calamity Church could not have done such a thing more appropriately. Moreover, they were mortal enemies with the Church of Light. They would not let go of any opportunity to strike the Church of Light. The document in Han Shuo's hand contained the personal signatures of the highest leaders of the Church of Light, including the Pope. Once it was exposed by the Calamity Church, Han Shuo could not wait to see how much of a negative impact it would have on the Church of Light's positive image. Sacred Knight Blunt is dead. Cecilia's small mouth was wide open. She stared blankly at Han Shuo, obviously unable to react. "Yes, he's under my feet. That headless corpse is him," Han Shuo said to Cecilia in a relaxed manner as he pointed at Blunt, whose blood was still warm and in an unsightly state. Cecilia's expression was lifeless. She stood there and stared blankly. She was simply speechless. "Lord Brian, what's the matter with this old woman?" Kerr, who was almost killed by Elizabeth, pointed at Elizabeth who was standing respectfully behind Han Shuo and asked. "Oh, I've already taught her a lesson. She's my slave from now on," Han Shuo replied casually. After a pause, Han Shuo then said to Cecilia, "If there's nothing else, let's part ways here." Han Shuo had no interest in the anomalies in the depths of Tarag Canyon. That. Cecilia saw that Han Shuo was about to leave and was momentarily at a loss for words. She wanted to urge him to stay, but couldn't find an excuse. Rumble. An explosion, like the collapse of a mountain, suddenly sounded from the depths of Tarag Canyon. Everything within a radius of 10 miles trembled as though there was an earthquake. Han Shuo, who was about to leave, suddenly frowned. He suddenly noticed large groups of magical beasts from Tarag Canyon running for their lives towards the outside of the canyon. Among these magical beasts, there were even a few powerful super-ranked magical beasts. "What's going on? What's going on?" Cecilia's beautiful face changed greatly. She looked in the direction of the sound in shock and immediately cried out in alarm. "It's coming from the depths of Tarag Canyon." "Something must have happened inside," Kerr hastily exclaimed. "Let's go and take a look." Han Shuo's curiosity was also piqued. He didn't continue to clamor to leave, and said to Cecilia, "Thank you." Cecilia's heart was at ease when she heard Han Shuo's words, and she hastily expressed her gratitude. "You're welcome," Han Shuo replied casually. He turned to look at Elizabeth and instructed, "Follow me." "Understood, Master." Elizabeth replied respectfully. Chapter 449. Han Shuo, Elizabeth, Cecilia, and the others were all extremely interested in what was happening in the depths of Tarag Canyon. Even Han Shuo, who usually didn't like to bother himself with miscellaneous matters, decided to explore the depths to get to the bottom of it. As soon as the matter was decided, the dozen or so people immediately rushed towards the depths of Tarag Canyon under Han Shuo's lead. They had only traveled for half an hour when a group of 500 to 600 magical beasts, led by several ferocious manticores, rushed towards them in a panic. Behind this group of magical beasts were some weaker level 4 or 5 magical beasts, while in front of them were close to 100 high-level magical beasts, led by a dozen or so manticores. Compared to the magical beast horde that had attacked Cecilia and the others earlier, they were a cut above in both quantity and quality. Cecilia's pretty face changed. She immediately ordered her subordinates to hastily defend, lest these magical beasts trample them into meat patties. There's no need to prepare. These magical beasts seem to be mainly fleeing for their lives. They probably won't attack us. Han Shuo calmly shouted. Through his mystical demons, he could see extremely far. 2 or 3 of the mystical demons rapidly flew towards the depths of Tarag Canyon. He discovered that apart from them, there were also a few adventurer squads along the way. However, the magical beasts didn't recklessly attack the humans like before. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Cecilia hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then, let's stick together and avoid the magical beast horde that's charging straight at us." At her loud shout, the group of Dark Mantle members hastily gathered around her. Only Elizabeth turned a deaf ear to Cecilia's words, and firmly followed behind Han Shuo. The great heretic that the Church of Light had recognized very quickly discovered that Cecilia's strength wasn't particularly strong. Even with her 12 subordinates of various professions, Elizabeth didn't think that they would be of any help to her. After witnessing Han Shuo's terrifying strength, the little heretic Elizabeth had long since regarded Han Shuo as someone who could provide her with safety. Cecilia and the others quickly discovered that Han Shuo's words weren't false. The magical beasts that were charging straight at them had clearly discovered their tracks when they arrived in this area. Unlike the previous wave of magical beasts, this horde of magical beasts was even more numerous and stronger. It was as if they hadn't noticed them at all, and they charged past them without slowing down at all. What's going on? Cecilia seemed to be talking to herself, but her gaze was fixed on Han Shuo. Han Shuo's foresight made Cecilia believe that Han Shuo seemed to know something. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said, "I'm not too sure either. Let's go in and take a good look." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo led the way into the depths of Tarag Canyon, ignoring the horde of magical beasts that were dashing all the way. When Elizabeth saw that Han Shuo was moving, she quickly followed him, afraid that she would be left behind at this time. "Let's go!" Cecilia tactfully shouted. Her subordinates also hurriedly followed. Along the way, more and more magical beasts rushed out of Tarag Canyon. Among them, there were even a few super-rank magical beasts with terrifying strength. Just like the first wave, when they saw Han Shuo and the others, they didn't waste any time to attack. They only focused on hurrying forward, as if there was some terrible disaster behind them. Suddenly, Han Shuo's body came to an abrupt halt. He sensed that the first 3 mystical demons to enter Tarag Canyon were blocked by a strange energy similar to a boundary. The 3 mystical demons that were about to reach the deepest part of the canyon were forcibly stopped, unable to take another step forward. "Stop!" Han Shuo shouted softly. Elizabeth, Cecilia and the others shuddered and hastily steadied themselves by Han Shuo's side. "What's going on?" Elizabeth immediately asked. Han Shuo's brows were deeply knitted. He suddenly spread out his powerful consciousness. With Han Shuo as the center, the air rippled like water. After the consciousness spread out, all living things in the surroundings were slowly reflected in Han Shuo's mind. When his consciousness arrived at the area that was blocking the 3 mystical demons outside, Han Shuo activated his demonic arts. His consciousness transformed into a form that could not be sensed by that energy. He easily barged into the area that the mystical demons could not enter and continued to venture deeper. In that area, all the elements that filled the world had strangely disappeared. He couldn't sense the elements of light, fire, water, and wind at all. Even the air had disappeared. That place was like a vacuum, giving off a terrifying feeling of suffocation. As his consciousness continued to move forward, he suddenly sensed several enormous auras. These auras were as powerful as the ancient lizard King Degasi that Han Shuo had encountered in the past. They gave Han Shuo a deep sense of threat. Suddenly startled, Han Shuo's consciousness stopped going deeper. It suddenly receded like a receding tide. Soon after, he opened his eyes and said to Cecilia, "It seems that this time, you will have to give up on exploring deeper." Why? Cecilia asked anxiously after hearing Han Shua's words. I can sense that something strange is happening in the deepest part of Tarag Canyon. However, there are some existences with terrifying strength. Even an expert like Sacred Knight Blunt would undoubtedly die if he entered. If you don't want to die, I advise you to evacuate immediately like those magical beasts, Han Shua said truthfully. There was more than one powerful aura in the depths of Tarag Canyon. If there was only one, Han Shua would still dare to bring them deeper. However, with the presence of those auras, Han Shua could only ensure his own safety. He definitely wouldn't be able to take care of them. You mean, there are extremely powerful people inside? Cecilia was shocked and asked again. I can't be sure if they are humans. However, the auras inside are too terrifying for you to handle. Han Shua replied. Soon after, he looked at Elizabeth and said, return to Tarik City first. I will look for you after I go over and take a look. As long as you are in Tarik City, I will definitely find you. If you aren't here, then just wait for your death. Rest assured, Master. I will definitely await your arrival. Upon hearing Han Shua's words, Elizabeth replied respectfully with a trembling heart. After finishing her words, Elizabeth didn't linger. She didn't even look at Cecilia and the others. She immediately left. After Isabet left, Han Shua shot a glance at Cecilia and said, I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. However, if you go in, I don't think you will be able to come out alive. After saying this, without waiting for Cecilia to say anything, Han Shua suddenly transformed into a ray of black lightning and disappeared in the direction of Tarag Canyon. Hey, can you bring us in to have a look? Cecilia shouted after Han Shua's shadow disappeared. However, it was obvious that Han Shua couldn't hear her. My lord, what should we do? Care watched as more magical beasts rushed out from the depths of Tarag Canyon. One of them was a silver dragon that was more than 10 meters long. This caused fear to rise in Tarag Canyon's heart. He understood that if even a super-grade magical beast like the silver dragon had to flee, then there must be some terrible danger in the depths of Tarag Canyon. My lord, why don't we go back as well? Brian would never lie to us. Thieves had an instinctive sense of danger. Although he couldn't sense the powerful existence in the depths of the canyon as clearly as Han Shua, he still felt a little uncomfortable from the pressure in his heart. Based on the thief's many years of experience in adventuring, this feeling indicated that there was a danger in the surroundings that he couldn't resist. As soon as the thief opened his mouth, Cecilia, who had been his companion for many years, finally turned to look at them. Finally, her gaze fell on the thief. She asked solemnly, "Did you feel something? I know that your senses have always been accurate all these years." "Yes, my lord. There is great danger in there. With our strength, we are not suitable to enter." The thief hurriedly replied. "All right then, let's retreat immediately." With her many years of experience with thieves, Cecilia finally made a wise decision. She turned around, intending to return to the direction of Tarik City. "May I ask, who is that young man who just left?" Suddenly, an exceedingly devilishly beautiful youth appeared like a ghost where Han Shua had been standing a moment ago. This handsome young man had long silver-gray hair, and his simple robe was also silver-gray. The corners of the robe were embroidered with large lilies. He was empty-handed, and his feet weren't touching the ground. He looked at Cecilia and the others with a smile. Who are you?" Care was startled. This young man's appearance was a little too strange. He had no idea how he appeared. It was as if he had appeared right after Han Shua left. "I don't know." Cecilia only looked at this young man for a moment before her eyebrows twitched. She simply replied. Then, she hurriedly said to Care and the others, "Let's go, let's leave this place immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Cecilia's expression became a little flustered. She immediately strode forward. Care and the others felt that there was something wrong with Cecilia. However, as subordinates, they did not ask any questions, nor did they pay any attention to this young man. They immediately followed behind Cecilia and left. What a bunch of impolite children. Youngsters nowadays don't know how to respect their elders at all. This bewitchingly beautiful young man sighed helplessly, as if lamenting the fickleness of the world. Then, like a ghost, he followed the direction Han Shuo had left and headed towards the depths of Tarrag Canyon. My lord, who is that person? I feel that you seem to know him. After running for a long distance, when Cecilia slowed down a little, the clever thief opened his mouth to ask. He is the current guardian of the 7 Grand Duchies, the former Verdun imperial tutor, old Devil Statholm. Cecilia replied with a bitter smile. Chapter 450. Without Cecilia and her group of burdens, Han Shuo galloped towards the depths of the Tarrag Canyon. Along the way, more and more magical beasts swarmed past him, and high-level magical beasts could be seen everywhere. However, when Han Shuo arrived at the area where the mystical demons had stopped, he could no longer see a single magical beast. There was a strange smell in that area where no magical elements could be sensed, giving off an extremely fishy feeling. After surveying his surroundings, Han Shuo saw tens of thousands of footprints of magical beasts. Apart from that, there wasn't much useful information. Previously, his consciousness had sensed several powerful auras inside, which made Han Shuo understand that the people inside had the strength to threaten his life. However, without any burdens around him, Han Shuo believed that with his current strength, even if he couldn't deal with the people inside, as long as he wasn't surrounded, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to escape unscathed. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo dared to venture deep into the canyon alone. He didn't stay outside for long. That bizarre power that could keep out the mystical demons didn't have much effect on an expert of Han Shuo's level. With a sway of his body, Han Shuo easily passed through the liquid-like defense and entered. Following the senses of his consciousness, he continued to venture deeper. Not long after Han Shuo entered, the state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, Statholm, also arrived at the area where Han Shuo was standing. The old monster, Statholm, had been muttering to himself along the way, only stopping when he arrived at the spot where Han Shuo had just stood. With a soft sound, the old demon clearly sensed a power that could stop an ordinary person. With a wave of his hand, his elegant left hand gently pressed against the void, as if he was pushing open an invisible door. Soon after, his ghost-like body drifted in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Not long after the old monster, Statholm, arrived a skinny old man with 2 long white eyebrows that extended to his neck. At the periphery of that area, a bolt of lightning pierced through the invisible defense like a sharp sword, allowing him to barge in. Immediately after, a graceful and dignified lady, her body wrapped in layers of misty water vapor, also easily passed through the defense and entered. One after another, the 4 of them ventured deep into that strange area. Behind them, several other adventurer teams and experts who believed themselves to be strong also arrived. They were similarly filled with great curiosity about the situation inside. However, they were forcibly blocked by that strange defense. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the defense, and could only sigh helplessly. Han Shuo, who was the first to enter, carefully concealed the aura on his body. His immense consciousness switched from overflowing to retracting. Instead of charging straight in like before, he first enveloped his own body, then used the shadows of some towering trees as hiding spots, and unhurriedly ventured deeper. This was a space devoid of elemental energy. Even the oxygen was very thin. Using his exquisite control over his physical body, Han Shuo closed all the pores on his body. His heartbeat and breathing stopped at the same time, and his demonic yuan slowly circulated around the demonic infant. With this, unless one could see Han Shuo with their own eyes, even those with great strength would not be able to detect Han Shuo's presence with their astonishing perception. The path was littered with the severed limbs of magical beasts, and the blood of magical beasts of various colors spilled all over the ground. Judging from the severed limbs, the magical beasts that had died in this area were all high-level magical beasts of the second rank and above. Severed limbs of high-level magical beasts like giant dragons could also be seen everywhere. Without thinking too much, Han Shuo immediately understood that the tragic deaths of these high-level magical beasts were the reason why all the magical beasts in the depths of Tarrag Canyon were frantically fleeing. Without the tragic deaths of so many high-level magical beasts, the magical beasts that had always resided in the depths of Tarrag Canyon would not have left this place at all costs. What exactly happened in there? Han Shuo grew even more curious. Relying on the trees and shrubs as natural cover, Han Shuo walked unhurriedly for more than 10 minutes before he finally reached the depths of Tarrag Canyon. Then, a large, clear lake came into Han Shuo's sight. The lake was as flat as a mirror, and the water was clean, without a single ripple. However, the surroundings of the large, dark blue lake were littered with the corpses of high-level magical beasts. These magical beasts had died horribly, and not a single corpse was left intact. The large lake in the center was quiet and clear. The dark blue lake was like a large flat sapphire, emitting resplendent colors under the gentle rays of the sun. However, the appearance of this beautiful lake and the many corpses of high-level magical beasts by the lakeside gave off an extremely jarring and awkward feeling. Han Shuo hid in the luxuriant foliage of a large tree. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at the large lake in the distance. In the center of the large, dark blue lake, there was a small, flat island. Many humanoid creatures that Han Shuo had never seen before stood densely around the island. Each and every one of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and were worshipping a tall, pointy structure that looked like an altar in the center of the island. If it weren't for their light green skin, if it weren't for their tails that resembled pythons, if it weren't for the sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, Han Shuo might have mistaken them for humans. However, with these three characteristics, Han Shuo would never treat them as humans no matter what. Strange buzzing sounds that sounded like gulls came from the mouths of these humanoids as they kowtowed to the tall, pointy altar at the center of the island. This altar was somewhat similar to the magic towers that mages often used. On the pointy altar, there were many smelly hearts of magical beasts, as well as bright and clean magical beast cores. 4 of these humanoid creatures, who had a row of 5 sharp horns growing from their foreheads to the nape of their necks, stood at the 4 corners of the altar like leaders. They spoke in a strange language that resembled the buzzing of insects as they threw hundreds of magical beasts' hearts and magical beast cores into a large, headless, and disgusting mouth covered in thick mucus at the center of the altar. The 4 creatures with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the experts that Han Shuo had sensed earlier. After coming into close contact with them, Han Shuo could sense their terrifying auras even if he didn't use his divine sense to probe them. If there was only one of these 4 creatures, Han Shuo was confident that he could deal with it. However, if all 4 of them attacked together, Han Shuo could only flee in panic. After observing for a while, Han Shuo soon discovered that the strength of these creatures was completely determined by the number of sharp horns on their heads. Among these creatures on the island, the 4 fellows with 5 sharp horns on their heads were the most terrifying. Around the altar under their feet, there were more than 10 creatures with 4 sharp horns on their heads, and they were the closest to the altar. The further away from the altar, the fewer the sharp horns on the heads of the creatures kowtowing there. Those creatures at the outermost edge only had 1 sharp horn. Suddenly, an extremely familiar thing attracted Han Shuo's attention. At the top of the pointed altar, suddenly, a few tentacle-like fleshy limbs slowly lifted up 12 fist-sized spheres. One of the spheres emitted a pure aura of death that made Han Shuo's heart beat faster. Han Shuo had never thought that the aura of death could be so pure and without any impurities. As long as there were living creatures on the material plane, there would be birth, aging, sickness, and death. This was the most natural thing in the world. As long as someone died, this material plane would definitely have the presence of the element of death. However, any creature would have some messy emotions when they died, such as fear, anger, unwillingness, resentment, and so on. It was precisely because of these emotions that the element of death on any material plane would not be pure and free of impurities. Even in the netherworld where Little Skull came from, the element of death was also mixed with too many messy impurities. However, from that sphere, Han Shoa could feel the purest, clearest element of death without any impurities. Moreover, this element of death was very large. For a necromancer like Han Shoa, it had an irresistible temptation. Instinctively, Han Shoa felt that the sphere could bring him great benefits. If not for Han Shoa's exquisite control over his physical body, his heart would have started to beat faster due to excitement. The surprised Han Shoa was a little excited. As he focused his attention on the sphere with the pure element of death, Han Shoa also began to use his consciousness to carefully and slowly observe the other 11 spheres. With this observation, Han Shoa was once again shocked. Among the other 11 spheres, 7 contained the same pure elemental energy as the element of death. They were light, dark, wind, fire, water, electricity, and earth respectively. Among the remaining 4 spheres, although they did not contain pure elemental energy, they still contained strange energies. One of them contained the extremely rare energy of destruction. Another sphere seemed to be condensed from combat aura, constantly emitting the light of combat aura that ranged from dark blue to golden. The last 2 spheres were even more strange. Their insides seemed to be flowing like stars. Han Shoa tried his best to sense them, and only then did he feel some of the strange aura of a space summoner. There were a total of 12 spheres, all of them a dull brown color. From afar, they looked ordinary. However, only a person of Han Shoa's level could understand the different and mysterious energies contained within them. Chapter 451. 12 spheres appeared in the center of the altar. This area, which was originally devoid of any elements, was suddenly filled with extremely dense elements of various elements. The 4 humanoid creatures with 5 horns on their heads on the altar quickly threw a large number of hearts and crystal cores of magical beasts into the center of the wide-open mouth. Nearly 1,000 of these creatures were worshipping below the altar. Their pale green eyes were filled with excitement. Just like those religious fanatics that Han Shoa had seen before, they had a kind of paranoid, unreasonable madness. Their green-skinned bodies trembled slightly, and their buzzing sounds gradually grew louder. Hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree, Han Shoa could clearly see everything that was happening in the great lake in front of him. Han Shoa's heart was filled with uncontrollable greed towards that sphere that emitted the pure element of death. However, Han Shoa did not dare to act blindly without thinking. Each of the 4 strange creatures with 5 horns on their heads had an aura as frightening as that of the ancient lizard king, a demigod existence. If these 4 creatures were to join hands and form an encirclement, even Han Shoa had no confidence in escaping. With eyes sparkling with greed, Han Shoa stared unwaveringly at the sphere that was filled with the rich element of death. His brain started to churn as he thought of a way to obtain that sphere. Suddenly, his consciousness sensed 3 equally powerful auras. The appearance of these 3 slowly approaching presences caused Han Shoa's eyes to light up. Han Shoa, who had been carefully concealing himself all along, gradually approached the 3 presences, and stealthily released a strand of aura that would be hard for an average person to detect. As expected, the strand of aura that Han Shoa had deliberately leaked was immediately sensed by the 3 experts. With Han Shoa as the center, the 3 presences converged in an extremely short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the 3 mighty existences from profound continent that had entered the lake one after another suddenly froze not far from Han Shoa. "Oh, it's you, old monster!" The old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck suddenly exclaimed as soon as he arrived. He looked at the former state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, Statholm, with some astonishment. "Reynolds, you little fellow, you're not dead yet." "Hoo hoo, very good, very good." The handsome and somewhat bewitching Statholm's mouth curved into a cheerful smile as he teased the thunder sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Statholm, long time no see. The dignified lady who was shrouded in a thin layer of mist was the last to arrive. She glanced at Statholm and greeted him softly. Sister Tiana. Old Monster Statholm bowed to the noble woman who was shrouded in mist from afar and said with a smile. This is. The noble woman called Tiana nodded her head in greeting to the old monster. Soon after, she looked suspiciously at the smiling Han Shuo and asked. Hee, I'm just a nobody. Yes, I'm from Lancelot Empire. Han Shuo gracefully bowed to the three, but his heart was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect that the old man with long eyebrows that extended to his neck was the thunder sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Reynolds Dyla. As a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, Han Shuo knew how great the prestige of this old man was in the Brute Merchant Alliance. Even the leaders of the several large merchant guilds that made up the Brute Merchant Alliance had to be respectful when they saw this old man. They absolutely wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of him. However, among the three, such a character was the weakest in strength. Compared to Statholm the old monster and the noble woman called Tiana, Reynolds, this thunder sacred magus, was really lacking by quite a bit. No matter how powerful Reynolds was in the sacred realm, he was only a sacred expert. However, from the noble woman called Tiana and Statholm the old monster, Han Shuo sensed the frightening aura of a demigod expert. The thunderous name of Statholm the old monster was something that Han Shuo had heard countless times. The fact that this old pervert, who had been the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty 100 years ago, was able to break through to the demigod realm was enough to show how frightening his strength was. However, Statholm the old monster, whose age absolutely didn't match his appearance, had addressed the noblewoman as Big Sister Tiana. Han Shuo could be considered a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle, but he still didn't know who this noblewoman was. He only knew from the way Statholm addressed her that this woman should be a bit older than Statholm. Lancelot Empire? When did such a young expert appear in the Lancelot Empire? Tiana was somewhat astonished. She looked at Statholm the old monster and thunder sacred magus Reynolds in confusion. Brian? You're the city lord of Bretel City, Brian. Statholm frowned at first, but soon came to a sudden realization. His eyes suddenly burst with a brilliant light, shining directly on Han Shuo's body. That's right. Han Shuo calmly admitted. No wonder. It looks like the rumors are credible. I've always thought that the Lancelot Empire was exaggerating to be able to force two sacred rank experts to retreat. Now it looks like it's true. The old monster nodded. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynolds of the Brute Merchant Alliance also focused his attention on Han Shuo when he heard Han Shuo admit his identity. He carefully sized up Han Shuo a few times, and said with a strange expression, "So it's you. A very bold young man. Interesting. Alright, let's cut the nonsense. You should have seen the situation up ahead. We don't need to worry about the ins and outs of the matter for the time being. However, I think everyone should know what those 12 spheres are. Each of those 4 fellows with 5 horns on their heads possesses the strength of a demigod. None of the 4 of us have any hope of succeeding if we go alone. Are any of you interested in joining forces?" The upper-class Lady Tiana interrupted. Of course, and the sooner the better. Statholm the old monster was the first to agree. The lightning sacred magus of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Reynolds, not only immediately nodded in agreement, but also added, "I understand my own abilities. I only ask for that one origin crystal of thunder out of these 12 spheres, and I'll be responsible for the aftermath." Alright, after the matter is done, the origin crystal of thunder is yours. Both of you, will divide the rest of the loot after we get it, and distribute it according to how much effort we put in. Do you have any objections? Tiana looked at the old monster and Han Shuo, taking it for granted that Han Shuo would agree. She asked solemnly. I have no objections. I believe big sister Tiana will arrange it well. Statholm shrugged his shoulders and replied easily. Soon after, he looked at Han Shuo and asked, "What about you?" Han Shuo indeed had the intention of joining hands with them. However, it seemed that all three of them knew the purpose of those spheres. Only Han Shuo, although he could sense the pure energy nurtured within them, didn't know what the 12 spheres were used for. Therefore, under Statholm's inquiry, Han Shuo awkwardly asked, I have no objections either. It's just that seniors, what exactly are those 12 spheres? The three of them were stunned at the same time. They looked strangely at Han Shuo. Statholm stared blankly for a while before he smiled and said, "You don't know?" Nodding his head, Han Shuo honestly admitted, "I really don't know." When the origin crystal of element fuses with the soul of a magus, it can transform the soul into a soul of element. This will increase the magus affinity with the elements between heaven and earth by 100-fold, allowing them to reach the most tacit understanding of the elemental energy of that element. A magus who has formed a soul of element can cast magic instantaneously, speeding up the magus comprehension of the elemental energy of that element. Yes, in short, the benefits are too great to list. Statholm the old monster quickly explained to Han Shuo. Most importantly, only a magus who has formed a soul of element has the qualifications to become a god in that element of magic. The soul of element and the body of element are the foundations for a magus to become a god. The upper-class Lady Tiana added to Statholm the old monster with a solemn expression. Thunder Sacred Magus Reynolds' eyes shone brightly as soon as Tiana's words fell. Tiny bolts of lightning seemed to be shooting out from his pupils. It was obvious that he was very excited. Han Shuo also let out a soft cry of surprise. He finally understood why they were so excited and impatient. Soon after, he focused his attention on the 12 spheres in the distance. After a pause, he asked again, "There are still 4 spheres that don't have the presence of dense and clean elements. What's going on?" "You've observed very carefully. Not all magic between heaven and earth must rely on elements. This is the case for the element of space and summoning. Yes, the interior of those 2 spheres are nebulae. Those are the profound truths of the laws of space and summoning. They can similarly fuse with the soul to form the soul of element. Their effects are somewhat similar to the soul of element. The soul of element can allow the magus of the 2 elements to have a more refined understanding of the profound truths of space and summoning. Only when one's comprehension of the mysteries of the laws reaches a certain level can one become a true god, and not a demigod." The upper-class Lady Tiana looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She was a little amazed by Han Shuo's perceptive ability, and explained to him. The last 2 spheres are the one that constantly shoots out the light of fighting aura. It's suitable for swordsmen and knights to use, and can help martial artists like us form the soul of war. Its effects are different from the other 2 spheres, but their essential purpose is the same. It can help us save hundreds or even hundreds of years of accumulation, and give our soul the foundation to become a god. The last sphere is mixed with the aura of destruction. It's only suitable for paranoid people. Normal people would absolutely not be willing to touch it. Statholm added. "Let's do it. There's no more time to talk." Tiana suddenly opened her mouth. An azure magic staff had already appeared in her hand as soon as she finished speaking. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.